the top privateer in the 2002 EA Sports Supercross Series, Nick Way, will be on. Love Nick Way. Love to talk to him about it. Everything that's going on with him. Of course, he's working with McAdoo and Cian Cirillo, and he's a full moto dad. And maybe we'll find out about my stand and what happened to my Works Connection stand. So lots to talk about. Nick Way, Davey Coombs, Lewis Phillips, all in studio. Don't forget, if you're going to shop on Amazon, go through the widget on PulpMX.com. Hit the widget, and that takes you to Amazon. We get a small slice of that. We'd really appreciate it. Whatever you purchase from Amazon really helps us out. Again, PulpMXShow.com for the codes and everything else. Please go there and check it out. I want to thank the folks at Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines. We got the Race Tech Rant tonight. Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles. We got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. We have a special guest coming in for that. So look forward into that. We have the Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon as well. Michelin Starcross 5. Firepower batteries and chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, ORW, Scosh, all on board with us. Also, I want to thank the folks at Pro Filter, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, OGO Power Sports, Autosport, Get Data, Guts Racing. Love the guys at Guts Racing and appreciate them coming on board. They also sponsor this wrap-up show with the Pony Pod. So please use the code PulpMX21 to save at Guts Racing, whether it's the Phantom Lightweight seat foam, whether it's gripper cover, whether it's custom covers that you can make. A lot of the teams in the pits use Guts, and so should you. Get Data, OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA, Ride Engineering, and Intense Cycles all on board with us, as well as Manscaped and more, and ORW. Of course, I mentioned that already. Coming to you in the co-host chair for the entire show tonight is a good friend of mine. He's a championship-winning mechanic for Dean Wilson at Monster Energy Pro Circuit, and he's done a lot in the sport, in the pits and out of the pits now with his role at Renthal. Former pro racer, by the way, as well. The Budds Creek 03 LCQ winner?
No.
Oh, sorry?
Not an LCQ.
Heat.
Yeah.
Heat winner.
Well, remember you had to, the top 10 didn't have to qualify.
Yeah,
Anybody else had to.
Yep.
And they would have 2 qualifiers.
So 03?
Whatever.
Okay.
It was the year of your muffler.
That's 03.
Okay,
All
03.
right.
It was 03.
Paul Perebijnos. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, Steve?
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, really appreciate it. No thanks to Randy Valade at all. Zero thanks.
No, we're not going to go too hard on him.
Okay.
But, yeah, Randy was supposed to come, and he couldn't. He had a great excuse, though, so we're not going to go too hard on him. But, yeah, I give my good friends a hard time. That's kind of just how we do it.
Having you and Randy in would have been great. It would
have been better.
But you'll still be great. Thank you for watching this, by the way. You can now watch this on Facebook Live, on RacerX Facebook page, and PulpMX YouTube, of course, also on live video. So thank you to you people for that. Controlling the video, working everything behind the scenes. We are going to announce and drop some PulpMX fantasy news later with this gentleman as well.
Yep.
Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Hello, Steven. No, don't. No, we're past that.
Okay.
We're past that.
Okay.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
Thanks for coming in.
I'm happy to be here.
Did you not get your new computer working with the video, though?
I did not.
So now you're angry
sweet
and sad?
new M1 Mac that I got, and I can't get it to work with the ATEM software. And it bums me out greatly. So it's a work in progress. We'll get there.
Can we get Mark's seat up maybe 4 inches, 5 inches? All I got is a forehead.
That's all you need.
Okay.
That's all you need. That's all you need with me.
Okay.
Anything else, you're doing yourself no favors.
But you're kind of back though. Maybe you should go. There you go.
Sit up straight.
I mean, no. I don't care.
Class?
I'm just caring.
Now I got eyebrows
Okay.
and eyeballs.
Okay, there we go.
Don't know what's going on underneath though.
It's not much. Nothing great.
Well, there's got to be something going on because his chick is smoking hot. So
you're saying somewhere in this region he's got some magic.
Something's got to be going on. Also, taking your phone calls over there at 702-586-PULP. It's the Lone Wolf, Tallon Taylor. What's up, buddy?
Oh,
how are you?
I can't do it.
Good. Yeah, you're not good. You're not good at that. Stop that. What's up, bud? How are you?
I'm here. It's Monday.
Oh boy. Thanks.
Short show.
He's tired.
He is, right? I'm tired.
I got a Starbucks today. We're feeling
good. You budded him. You called him Bud.
Oh.
Well, where are you at with Bud? Because me personally and some of my close friends, I fucking hate it when someone calls me Bud. Oh. Yeah, I think that's what you call like an acquaintance that you run into every once in a while. Hey, what's up, Bud?
Oh.
It's almost a little disrespectful.
Really?
I think so.
Oh. Where are we at with Bud, Marks?
Nah, Bud's fine.
Really?
Yeah, Bud's good.
I think we're cool. Yeah.
Oh.
Don't like it.
Okay. All right, Bud.
Insensitive.
All right. Well, remember that. If you're listening to this, watching this, and you see Perebijnos.
You bud me? We're not friends.
It's not going to work out. So please check that out. And again, Nick Way, Davey Coombs, Lewis Phillips. Last time you were in, we had Davey on also at that time, so it just worked out this way. Usually it's AC.
Usually it's AC. Now it's switched to Coombs.
Now it's Davey.
Yep.
But I promise you, not on purpose. So the 2022 schedule has dropped. So we got lots to talk about when it comes to that. MXGP, you love it.
Yeah, we can talk about that all night if you'd like.
We're going to get into that. World Vet show, you listened a little bit?
I did. I listened a little bit to the show on the way up here, on the drive up here, and it was great. I loved the passion in your voice.
Yeah.
And I agree with everything you said because I've been to Glen Helen.
Okay.
So I get it.
Is that me or you? Or what is that? That email. Is that me? I thought I turned my computer off. Okay. I don't know.
Can we focus on the show, please?
Yeah. I just don't want that noise. Okay. So you don't go to Glen Helen.
No, I don't go anymore.
You used to go, and you spent a lot of hours there. And I actually used your name as an example. So I'm talking about a little bit of fallout because I was told that someone at Glen Helen said that even if the event ran perfect, I wouldn't say it because I just don't like Glen Helen. And I'm like, hold on. I drive 2.5 hours to go practice there, give them my money, and go practice there because I like the track. Not at World Vet time, but generally speaking, that's a fun track. It's not if you leave by 11 or 12.
Yeah, okay.
You don't even go there. You've had experiences there where you're like, I don't want to go back.
Yeah, obviously I spent a lot of time there as a pro circuit mechanic, right? We'd go a lot. PC has a supercross track there, so we'd go a lot. And I've ridden there myself, post-mechanic career many times too. So I've ridden the track. I've seen it in many different conditions. And I'm not going there for the track anymore. So really, there's just no reason for me to give money to Glen Helen anymore because every time I go, I'm disappointed. Yeah. There's just, you don't get the value for your money ever.
Whether it's the watering of the track, the flaggers.
Yeah, it's everything. Yeah, get
everything.
some flaggers on a Thursday for one. I tried to go there for this weekend. I think it was Swap's vet race. Okay. And I was like, oh, I'll go. That's a vet race, right? That'd be fun. So I show up on a Friday to learn the track.
Is this the last time you went?
This is the last time I went. This was well over a year ago. Okay. So, no, actually, I think the last time I went was for MXA's advertiser ride day. Okay. But that was free. So, yeah, like I said, that's my violation. I don't feel like it's worth the money to go there. Yeah. So the last time I went there, I paid to practice. And, again, their practice is supposed to start at 9. It didn't start till 10. They're grooming the track. They're putting this new line up in the REM that they're just carving through the trees the day of, and I go over there the first lap, and you take off, and it turns down the hill this way. So if you jump it straight, you're in the fucking woods. And it's little dumb stuff like that they just simply do not care for the people attending their facility, and I've had enough. Yep. There's other places to ride.
Yeah. It's so a lot of World Vet talk. Our social stuff was busy with the Mike Alessi thing, right?
Very, very busy.
It was very busy with Mike hitting that guy. And
that was gnarly.
It was gnarly. I don't have an update on that guy. I reached out to a couple people, never heard anything. So I don't know how that's going.
What did you guys say about that? Because I didn't see any of that in the show, I don't think, or hear any of that in the show.
I don't think it's Mike's fault, really. That guy shouldn't have been out there, though. Whoever put the race order together shouldn't have put
So that was a race.
Yeah, shouldn't have put 50-year-old 125 guys, no matter how the bikes are slow. So don't put the slowest bikes out with the fastest guys on the track.
That's just another example.
That's my point.
It's just that it's creating danger for no reason. Easily can be avoided by putting some thought into the race order.
Yeah. So, interesting to see. And my rant may or may not have something to do with this later, but the World Vet wrap up. So last week, our buddy Noof, he's a world champion, came in.
Well, I have a little problem with the world thing too.
So did Max Steffens. Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Max had a lot of problem with that too. This is the world's best internet radio show.
Okay.
I can just do that.
And I think
I can just do that.
In that Elf movie, he went and got the world's best cup of coffee in New York.
Right. So there we go. I can just do that. So Noof, our buddy Noof was in, world champion, medals up, all of that stuff. But he also, right in front of you, Paul, this is their new Atlas Vision. It is not a neck brace, but it's a compression collar. And our buddy Noof was giving one away last week, and we got a ton of emails for it. And I was going to ask you, Paul, for an email number between 1 and the number of entries. But instead, because it's Noof, because he's a world champion, he runs number 101 on his Cowie.
Okay.
Let's do email number 101.
Sure.
So thanks to the folks at Atlas, atlasbrace.com, code PulpMX to save. Email 101, we'll be in touch. You win the Atlas compression collar from those guys. Great company, great guys. And, we'll get you one. So,
do you know the day I met Noof, I flew to Canada to race in Canada for Blackfoot Honda, and I battled Noof in the whatever day it was. It's either Saturday or Friday qualifier.
Yep.
And he had a broken foot, I think, too. And he still beat me. I think I got second.
And that's where you were like, wait.
that's when I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't remember what happened the rest of the day. He probably beat me. I don't think I did very well. I was 5'6" range maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the day I met Noof.
So still talking about the World Vet. Lots to get into when it comes to that, of course, and the reaction to that. Lewis Phillips coming up here shortly, but we have a gentleman who was at the World Vet. Chad, what's going on, man? You raced the World Vet?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for having me on.
Yeah. What's your story?
Real quick, it's going to take me 2 to 3 minutes, but I got to tell you the backstory.
Yeah.
You're going to crack up. Okay. On the Glen Helen website in June said, looking at the World Vet Race. I've only done one other race in my entire life. Been riding for a while, but one other race.
Okay.
I said, honey, I want to race the World Vet. She goes, okay. I got a KX250, a 2020 at the time. I go to my wife and say, honey, I can't do it on this bike. I need a 450. She goes, great. Go get what you want. I go down to Burt's.
Yeah.
On the showroom, brand new 450 KTM factory edition. Told the guy at Burt's, I'll take it. Put it on the truck. Get the truck. I said, honey, I can't do this without some sort of a trainer. I said, I've never raced this event. I need a trainer.
Right.
So my daughter comes and she goes, hey, this guy Caleb Tennant, he trains Deegan. He does local training. Call him. I DM him. So I'm doing from June until the race. I bought a new bike.
Yeah.
I start training with Caleb. I live in Agora Hills, and I hire a personal trainer.
Damn.
So I was 235 in June. The day of the race, I was 196.
Good
wow,
work.
good for you.
Yep.
So I get the personal trainer guy, goes, go get your blood work and shit. I need to make sure your testosterone levels aren't low. Sure enough, they're low. I get on TTR treatment for this fucking thing.
Wow,
so now,
bro.
I got a brand new bike. I'm not kidding you. I got a brand new bike. So I go riding. Caleb goes, you got to get the suspension done. Done. Go down $3,000 on suspension. Come home. I said, honey, we're ready to rip.
Yeah.
Show up to the race. I only sign up for Saturday. The wife says, you're doing one day. Don't ask me for any more. I said, I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay.
So now between the personal trainer, the bike, Caleb, the whole 9 yards, I'm in 25 or 30 grand to ride this race.
Okay.
Mind you, I've never raced in my life.
I have some thoughts on this, but go ahead. Go ahead.
So, okay, it's fine. It's fine. I know how you feel about amateur racing and stuff, so I'm in for the bashing. So back up 1 month, I go to an REM race. I said, hey, I want to race the REM race just to see a gate drop. I've never seen a gate drop.
Yeah.
I show up, I sign up 40 beginner, gate drops, I fucking wax these guys. So I go back to the sign-up thing. I said, hey, man, move me up to the novice class for Moto 2 so I can see where I stand. Puts me on the gate. I lead every lap. Guy gets me in the last lap. I said, fine, I'm a novice rider.
Yeah.
I sign up for the vet class, get to the race, go out in the first practice, and I go, wait, hold on a second. Why in the fuck is Alessi blowing past me in practice?
Yeah.
Not realizing I'm in the all people practice.
Every practice was the all people practice. Yeah.
Every practice, all people. So I get out and I said, honey, very dangerous, not qualified for that type of practice. I'll go out and practice for. Okay, anyways. Gate drops. There's 56 guys in my class. Gate drops. I'm in gate drop 2. I end up getting 5th in my moto. So the guy comes back. He goes, great, you qualified for the main event, which is AKA moto number 2.
Yeah.
So if you were in the top 20 or moto 2, great.
Right.
Go to moto 2. And I'm sitting in the corral thing where they fucking corralled you in.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to these guys before my race. I said, hey, first time here. He goes, oh, I've been racing 20 years. I go, oh, really? I go, 5 of us from Washington and 5 from Arizona. All our buddies come down and we race here every year.
Yeah.
I go, you've been racing 20 years in the novice class? He goes, no. He goes, I ride expert where I'm from. But we're racing down 2 classes because we heard there's a bunch of sandbaggers from California.
Oh, my God.
And I go, well, that's kind of like a pussy thing to do.
I like that.
And so I go, so it turns silent at this point. I'm standing there and I go, yeah, I don't mean to offend you, but that's a pussy thing to do.
Yeah.
Gate drops. I ride Moto 2. I end up 11th, right?
Okay.
So I'm done for the day, 11th overall. I tell my wife, best 30,000 I've ever spent in my life. Great time. So I get 11th. I go back to my truck, load up, tell my wife, go home. I'll meet you guys at home. I get done and I start thinking about it. So I walk back up to the sign-up booth, and it's the heavy-set girl that runs the race. I don't know her name. And she's in the little booth thing underneath the announcer channel. I said, hey, I got a question. There's some guys on the line said they purposely sandbagged.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about this? She goes, yeah. She goes, we checked during practice in the 40-plus practice, and those 11 guys were about 12 seconds a lap faster. And we didn't remove them because they had already signed up for the intermediate class. And I go, hold on a second. So you were too fucking cheap to refund their money, and instead you let them screw over all the people that were riding in the right class. She goes, yeah, basically. I said, here's the deal. I'm going to go back to my truck and get you $1,100, and I want you to refund their money, and I want you to fix the finish results. I want my medal. Clank, 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 clank. I paid a lot of fucking money, and if you back the 11 people out, I won the race.
Yeah.
So I walk back up there with my $1,100, and she refuses to do it. So I said, great. So this whole time I'm not noticing there's like 3 guys behind me.
Okay.
And as I'm insulting these guys that sandbag, I'm not realizing the 3 guys behind me were part of the sandbagger crew. So I walk back to my truck, and I'm just loading my stuff up, and I turn around, and the guy's like, hey, man, we don't appreciate you calling us pussies. And I said, oh, I was unaware. I'm sorry. Like, it's not a personal attack. I'm just telling you to race 2 classes down is a pussy thing to do. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And the guy starts inching like a little closer at this point as he's kind of insulting me. And I'm like, look, it's a pussy thing to do, but I'm over it. Why don't we go our separate ways? This guy winds up and takes this looping swing. And I mean looping, like you could have put a fucking post stamp on it.
On a sundial on it.
Oh, my goodness.
On a fucking sundial. So listen, of course, I step back. I saw it coming from a long way. He spins around, like spun himself around.
Yeah.
And lands right into my arms like we were taking a fucking wedding picture. So I lock him up, and I got him in a rear naked choke. And this is right 2 rows from Vendor's Row. So I got this guy in a rear naked choke.
Oh, he's gone.
Man.
Oh.
So I locked this guy up, and I said, hey, man, back up. Like I don't know what's going on here. I just back up. So about 5-10 seconds goes by, and this big burly broad comes running out from behind a motorhome going, oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? I go, listen, man, I called this guy a pussy. He swung on me, and now I got him in a chokehold.
Yeah. That's what's going on.
It's my husband. Right. It's my husband. Let him go. I said, listen, I'm going to let him go. If he fucking swings on me, or I'm taking him down. That's it. I'll let him go. I let him go. So his wife starts flipping out on the 3 guys. How dare you guys? You know, this poor guy, I can't believe you'd approach him. So they end up being, just for me, let me pack my shit and leave. Anyways, I'm pulling out, get ready to leave. I turn the corner to, go out on Vendor's Row. Yeah. They're all 3 standing there with his wife. I roll down the windows, and she's like, look, I want to apologize to you. That was so uncalled for, blah, blah, blah. I look out, I rolled down the window. At this point, I'm pissed. I roll down the window. I say, hey, man, apologize to you guys. I hope you guys get home soon. I'll see you fucking pussies next year.
Great
and
story.
the worst part about it, Steve, I can't wait to fucking sign up again.
Oh my God! So
that's my story, man.
As I said, Glen Helen does not give a fuck about the integrity of this event. They don't care. They just want your money. And I witnessed it.
I went up there with $1,100 cash, $100 bills. I was already in $30,000. What's another $1,100 to go medals up? I told my wife, I said, honey, I'm spending another $1,100 for a medal. She goes, well, if you rightfully won the race, go give her the fucking money and get your medal. I said, great.
Oh my God! Yeah, no, they don't
wouldn't even take my $1,100.
I guarantee you, those dudes were all in the top 5 or 10 last year and the year before, and all of that. And Glen Helen is just too lazy to check their past results and be like, "Hey, Joe Bob, you have raced the novice 3 years in a row and gotten 3rd and 2nd and 1st. You can't race again." They don't care. That's it.
Well, she told me that. She goes, listen, we have a database that shows, like, with the transponder. I go, so you knowingly letting people... I go, but what? There was 56 people in the class. The other 46 people signed up into the right class, so I want to know where I really stand.
Yeah, no, they don't care.
I'm not an intermediate rider. I'm well aware of that.
Right.
But if I'm a number 1 novice rider, I want the fucking plaque.
So when you had this guy in a naked chokehold, what were the other 2 guys doing? What rear choke?
So the other 2, well, I kind of backed up against my cab, and I said, here. I told the guy, I said, listen, you guys might get me, I'm taking this fucking guy with me. And so this old man's squirming. This old man's like squirming around, but what he doesn't understand is that when you have someone in chokehold, the more you squirm, the tighter it gets. Like he would have been better just to relax.
Yeah.
And so it went for about 20 seconds, and I just told the guy, I backed up against the cab of my truck. I said, hey, man, you guys need to get away from me, or I'm taking this guy's esophagus out. Get away from me.
I love it.
And that's when the big burly broad came out. First time ever, first event, I rode one REM race. This is my first year there.
Welcome to the World Vet, Chad. Welcome to the World Vet. Catch the fever.
I'm fucking 30 grand deep, and I'll drop another 30 grand next year to take the fucking win. I'm telling you.
You'll get cheated out of it next year too.
Dude,
don't.
Yeah,
whatever,
no,
man.
listen. I had a bunch of buddies that came down. They drove 36 hours with they were younger guys. They were like 25 years old or 28 years old or whatever, and they just came down to ride the plus 25, which was only on Saturday, I think, and back then, and they just wanted to ride, and they didn't care about the medals, and like they were really good riders, but they just wanted to ride. So they literally signed up for like 2 classes each and just jumped in with older guys. And I think one of them, they pulled off on the last lap or maybe whatever, just so they didn't like, but Glen Helen didn't fucking care. These guys walk up, they're 25 years old, 27 years old, and they're fucking, hey, we'll take your money, plus 30, no problem. Like, we don't need to see a driver's license. We don't care. They don't care.
Well, that girl just smirked. I don't know her name, but apparently she said she was the one in charge. I don't know if her name's Jody. She's a heavier set older lady. And I just said, wait, but that's not the point of the event. The point of the event is to sign up in the class that you're capable of racing in.
Okay, but
and race with the people.
But Chad, to be fair, Paul, Chad's a little hardcore for this race.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the race you want to pick to go all in as you
take that money and go to Loretta's.
Yeah,
go
to Loretta's. You'll get a legit fair shake at it. Yeah, I know it's in Tennessee, but there's other races if you want a fair shake at a race, like to where you get the value for your money.
Dude,
that is not the race.
You just wanted a medal.
Yeah.
I just wanted to race, and I saw the World Vet, and I go, I'm in, honey.
Right.
And my wife's super cool. I mean, she wants to go drop money on a purse. There's a give and take. Like, hey, I want an expensive purse. I'm like, I want the World Vet. Deal. Done.
I mean, I think the cachet of the World Vets at I'm not going to call it World Vet. The vet race at Glen Helen it's a chance to line up with a bunch of guys in your class, right? Yeah. Or ride Glen Helen.
Yeah.
Like, because typically vet races, you get 5 to 10 guys.
Yeah.
So the hope is you're getting to race against 40.
Yep.
So, I think there's...
Chad, can you imagine flying in there or coming all the way from Italy or wherever or from Brazil or all these places and you can roll up and there's all of that disaster going on outside of the gate drop?
Look, the good thing is I live in Agora Hills. I live in Westlake Village, so it's only an hour and a half drive from me.
Yeah.
And so I would be livid. But I even told the lady, I said, hey, from a business standpoint, I don't know if you're gaining riders or losing riders, but if the race was fair, more people are going to be attracted to that. But when the winning 11 guys win the race by 43 seconds,
yeah,
it's just like it's not even fun at that point.
And hey, listen, we had a guy too, a Canadian guy that used to go down, and he would ride the novice class, and he put little tiny like fox heads for all of his wins at the World Vet.
Yeah,
on his jersey, his jersey, and I was like, bro, this is your 5th year of novice. We got into it a little bit.
You should move up.
I said you don't belong in novice anymore, dude. Like, you need to move up. Like, I rode novice when I first rode it.
Wait a second, you rode novice?
Yes, because
wait a second.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get it.
Weren't you an expert or a pro?
Yes.
Once a pro, always a pro.
Okay, but listen. So I didn't race forever. My very first moto I rode novice, I moved myself up. I got second. And I had a gap on third. I went and moved myself up. I'm like, oh shit, because I didn't race for.
You should be in the expert class or the pro class if you've been an expert.
I ride intermediate now. So
yeah.
Anyways, I don't understand it, man. I don't get it, but they don't care. They don't care. That's the bottom line. So. That's an awesome story, though. They
definitely don't, which is kind of sucks. But yeah, dude, that was my first chance, and I told so I got to leave them with my parting statement, which was, I hope you guys get home safe, and I'll see you pussies next year. So, I'll just start riding out there more and put forth more effort.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Get more gate drops, and I'm gonna come back swinging. So
what number are you, Chad? Yeah. What's the number on your KTM?
45. So
all right, if anybody sees 45 at GH, don't mess with this dude. He'll put you in a fucking rear naked choke.
Especially if you're sandbagging 2 classes. Fuck that. That's not cool, man.
I love it.
So, but thank you guys so much, man. And I got to meet Kiefer the Tuesday before. I went out there to see the track and ride. And I got to meet Kiefer, and he was super cool. And I know I've been emailing you about maybe some advertising stuff, so I hope to link up with you and tell you my story, man. And I'd love to just meet you and go over that with you.
No problem, man. Thanks for the story. I love it. It's great. Medals up, man. Medals up, Chad.
Medals up. It's not quite Vietnam Vic, but it's my story.
I like it. I love it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a good show.
Thank
Bye.
you. That guy was into it, man.
Yeah. He almost sounded a little like Tony Leslie a little bit when he talks, but man, I like that he called them pussies. But
I'll see you pussies next year.
I don't like that he's gonna go ride Glen Helen more and go back like with a vengeance, like it's gonna be any different. There's just gonna be more people sandbagging.
Speaking of Glen Helen, John, you're from New Zealand.
Yeah, hi Steve. How things?
Good. How are you, man?
Good.
So you've ridden GH before?
Yeah,
Turn down your radio, John. We're getting feedback.
Yeah. A group of us guys, New Zealand, come from New Zealand, and we've all been there like 3 or 4 times now.
Yep.
And the issue we had with Glen Helen, so we arrived from New Zealand, having never ridden Glen Helen. We go to Glen Helen, and the first year we were there, we had Tommy Searle, Gotti Paulin, Bob Rashef, all on the track. And we are learning that track, and of course these guys are flying around our ears. We come over and we stay with, we do the Motocross Heaven ones with Stefan Elvin.
Yep.
You know Stefan?
Yep.
Hey,
Yep.
Yeah. We actually, we were at Glen Helen one time. We actually met you there one time, actually. That must have been the last year they raced there, and I think Baggett got 3rd.
Okay.
Or something like that. We got a photograph with you and stuff like that. But we've been back. We absolutely love it. We were due to come back, and
we love it.
Was the only thing that basically stopped. Right. Yeah, well, we actually like the track, but we don't like it when it gets too busy. So you don't go on Pro Thursday. You choose the days when you go, and half the time we go and we race the Saturdays on the Rem track, and just that's basically what suits most of us guys better.
Sure. Did you think that was the organization of the World Vet? How was that?
No, it's not good. It's not good at all. It never is. They always, like that guy said, it was a clusterfuck the other day, and that's last week, and that's pretty much a perfect analogy of how it is. But the fact that they never split the classes, I can't understand. On all the tracks over here, we pretty much run A, B, C, depending on numbers, and then we often run a junior class as well. Mm-hmm. So it just keeps everybody safe. We were due to go to Glen Helen on the Thursday. That Anderson had a Kiwi guy do a Yui in front of him and break his foot. So there's another good reason why you don't run pros and novices together.
Yeah, Paul. What happened to the Rock? What happened to KTM just saying, like, hey, nobody can ride Glen Helen? Like, they said that, and then now they're back. Remember that? Anderson got hurt, Dino got hurt. They were like, you can't go practice at Glen Helen.
The thing with Glen Helen is it's a great place to test when you're at that level, right? Because it's a gnarly, rough track. Typically, if you can get your bike to work good at Glen Helen, you can get it to work good anywhere because it's a very awkward, weird track.
Yeah.
So I think teams just were like, they need somewhere rough to ride somewhere, and they just go out there.
Go out there with the quads in the 80s.
Yeah, I guess it'd be too hard to segregate practices on Thursday.
Too hard.
Too difficult.
Way too hard. Yeah. All right, John. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Anything else?
Hey, can I just ask you one more question?
Sure.
Like MotoGP. You know how everybody goes on how starts are so important, and it can be like milliseconds. You get your front wheel in the first corner, and you're better. Why have we never gone to and they've done it in MotoGP because they reckon it's faster. So you actually kick down to change up instead of kicking up to change up. Do you reckon you wonder what's in the future of the bikes and stuff like that? What's the next thing coming through? Do you reckon that ever change the gear shift around?
I don't know.
I think years ago somebody had a bike that was different like that. It was like a 3-speed, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's a good question. The only reason I can think that it wouldn't change is just because so many people grow up on dirt bikes doing it a certain way, right? It's be very hard for the rider to learn differently.
What's the advantage of shifting down to go up, though? Like, is it quicker? Like, what is the why?
Well, you can rest your foot right on top of it.
Oh yeah,
and just
just go like this instead of going up.
Yeah.
I mean, is it the foot to go up on the foot is slower to go down than to go down?
I would think so.
Okay.
But it sounds like it's
Yeah.
a MotoGP thing. I don't know. I don't follow MotoGP very well.
It is
yeah.
the MotoGP guys reckon it's slightly
It's
quicker.
faster. Okay.
So if you were debating, whether you get front wheel and head in the start, then maybe it's a difference between being first or second into the first corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something like that. So,
all right. Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man.
That's cool, mate.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting us on.
No problem. Thank you. That's John from New Zealand. We got a question for Paul from Dalton. Dalton, what's up? What's your question for Paul Perebijnos?
Hey, Paul. How you doing, bud?
Hello.
My question is, how come Pro Circuit team always has run the twin wall rental bar and no one's never tried the fat bar on the team? I know Adam Cincerello tried the fat bar temporarily, and I noticed this season he's back on the twin wall.
Really, when you speak specifically about Pro Circuit, it's Mitch Payton. He believes in the Renthal twin wall. He has a saying also that motocross bikes have crossbars, but with him, he believes the twin wall is the strongest handlebar he can put on the bike, and he doesn't give his guys an option. Everyone uses a twin wall PC.
Oh, okay, I see.
That's it, pretty much.
Yeah, Mitch says it.
Yep.
I need a crossbar,
Yep.
and that's it.
We use a crossbar.
Right. All right.
All right. Well, y'all guys have an awesome show, and thank you for answering my question.
Thanks,
All
Dalton.
right, take
Appreciate
care.
it. Thank you, man. We got Lewis Phillips coming up here shortly. Thomas, what's up, man? You got future headlines on Jet?
Yeah, for 250 Supercross 2022. All right,
Okay.
here we go.
All right.
We got generational talent lands the Supercross title in 2022, or Jet falls short and crashes into the mountain in 2022.
No, I'll go first one. Yeah, he's fast. Paul?
Title?
Yeah,
He's a title contender for sure.
Yeah, I could see him winning the title more.
But does he win the title?
I don't know. I don't even know who he has to race yet.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? But I would pick I would pick it more likely to win a title than crash into the mountain. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's get to our first guest here. This gentleman, of course, is he's been on our show a whole bunch, and we just had a very, very exciting MXGP season, Paul. That, by the way, if Giuseppe's listening or any mail-in or anybody, I paid for the final round, and I would like to get a refund. I was not able to watch it live. I got up at 4:30 in the morning, and I was not able to watch it. And so, yeah, what was it, Paul? €9 or €12? What did it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what it was for the week.
All right. Lewis ain't picking up, but hopefully he does. We can try again, maybe in a little bit here.
I'll text him.
All right, let's try him. Let's try Lewis Phillips again here, everybody. So thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Great story by Chad, by the way. Love that story.
Great radio, bros.
Lewis Phillips is going to be brought to you when he comes on by Decal Works. They led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics around. Decal Works, officially licensed with Honda, Yamaha, Kauai, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Quality, service, and knowledge. Decal Works, proud sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team, as well as the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna off-road team. DecalMX.com to learn more about that. And the best part of Decal MX is the code PulpMX gets you 20% off your custom graphics. So love these guys at Decal Works. They do a great job. They do a lot of work for the teams out there, and they do really good. So thanks to the folks at Decal Works for bringing you Lewis Phillips, who's not answering. But let's get to some more phone calls while we do that. Dustin is on 3. What's that?
He said he's not getting a call.
Okay. All right, let's try. FaceTime problem, I guess. I blame Marks. I totally blame Marks.
Typical.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paul, we do have a question for you, though.
He said he can try to call you.
Dustin, what's going on? What's your question for Paul Perebijnos?
Hey, Steve. I actually talked to you at World Vet the other week, and I was one that called in a couple weeks ago with the YZ 252 stroke.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And Paul, a couple weeks ago when I called in and I asked what I should do, and you told me to get my money back. You're absolutely right.
Oh yeah, because
about his two-stroke,
you were going to race the two-stroke at the event.
Yeah, and I did, and I was like, yeah, it may not be too bad. And like, I'd never ridden it until that morning. I've never ridden Glen Helen. I've been there, just never ridden it. And yeah, as soon as I went up, I'm like, this is a horrible idea.
Dude, it's tough, man. A 252 stroke at Glen Helen with the hills and everything. Yeah, like, I mean, obviously, you could make it work if you're a great rider, but it's tough. Yeah.
Dirt's there tricky.
There's one problem,
for
though. I'm not a great rider.
Yeah.
Part of the issue.
Yeah. How'd you do? How'd you end up doing?
Not well. I couldn't stay off the damn ground was the major issue, but it I went 30-27.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
It was like 43 in the class, but still,
that's all right. I mean, 27 out of 43. I mean, that's it ain't terrible. Right.
But, well, it was more of a. I remember a keeper was there. He said, "Pace yourself." So it was basically more just consistent laps, and everyone else was dropping out.
Yeah, yeah, really, right. Yeah, don't worry about stay off the ground, and then just put in consistent laps and try to do something that way.
And that was the thing. Because I got like 37th pick or whatever, and because they're going off the signups, and the only thing I didn't see because I was just in my own world. If I would have looked all the way to the outside, I would have seen something that didn't have a gate.
Yeah. No, that happened. That happened at Glen Helen. Yep.
I wasn't even aware of it, but yeah, I'd say I appreciate the help on the weekend, Steve, and then Paul. You're right. So I was want to let you know.
There you go.
I told you to get your money back for a 2-stroke.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I said, what should I do? And you said, see if you can get your money back.
Oh.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Lots of World Vet talk still, but let's get to our first guest here. He's calling in from all the way in England. Brought to you by DecalMX.com. It's Lewis Phillips. What's up, Lewis? How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good now that I've got my phone working. I'm not sure what's
we were trying to FaceTime you, but maybe you didn't pay your bill. I don't know how that works. So yeah.
What's up, mate?
I didn't get missed calls. You right?
Yeah.
Hey, so welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on, Lewis. If you see Giuseppe or David or even Malin, I paid for the final round to watch it and didn't work. The button wasn't there to watch live. So can you try to get my Euros back?
What, so you just couldn't watch it at all? Like even now you can't watch a replay?
No, I can watch a replay. Yeah.
The live button didn't work for the final round for some reason.
Live button was
Lewis.
not there.
Well, it was only 2 riders tied on points, 1 motor to go. It's not like that big a deal for the team.
Yeah, really, right? Hey, man.
They probably went home at that point.
You know what? Like, obviously, anything can happen, and Fabra rode great, and Geyser had a good season, but the right guy won this title, didn't he? Hurlings made it happen at the final round. He rode great to win. Cotton passed Fabra. The right guy won this race and the championship, right? Right, Lewis?
Yeah, the right guy won, and also it kind of played out how everyone, I don't want to say feared, but obviously it was all very exciting, and people were tied, and it was the best scenario you could ever have. But deep down, every single person in the paddock was like, well, there's a very good chance that Jeffrey's just going to go 1-1 quite easily, and then it's game over at that point. And that kind of happened. Federer started ahead of him, so that made it a little bit interesting. But I think even still, deep down, everyone knew that barring disaster, that was going to happen.
But the Saturday race, he threw it away for some strange reason on the same track. So you're like, wait, what's going on here? I guess that's where people thought about that.
Yeah, I felt like the right guy won. Kind of the outcome that should have happened and was always going to happen in the end. Looking back on it now, it was all very exciting, but we should have seen this coming, I feel like.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
that's what Jeffrey is, though, right? That's why that's why I'm a fan. You're going to get the bad starts and the mistakes, but you also get those outright gnarly races from the back and the crazy speed. And Geyser and Febvre, good on them to stay pretty consistent all year to at least keep it close and try to take advantage of the mistakes that seemingly Jeffrey makes every year.
Yep.
But he was good enough and fast enough to still overcome his mistakes.
Geyser's penalty, where were we at on that, Lewis? What'd you think?
Well, you're going to get me started on this again. I don't understand, right? Literally, I need to talk to a rider about this. So Geyser said, and HRC said in their little statement thing, Geyser said himself, I didn't think that I made up any positions. I rejoined the track where I was. It's but that's not the point. If that's the rule here, then tip over in a turn and then just cross the track until you get back where you were. You made a mistake. You still have to pay some sort of price for it.
Yeah. You just can't be I'm third. I went off the track. Oh, I deserve to be back in third.
I don't know why I always see so much of that lately.
I don't even understand how the HRC press guy isn't we should probably take that out. That doesn't really sound too
But he didn't get the same penalty that Lupino got. So
yeah, well, they couldn't, dude. It would ruin the entire title.
But what? Yes, but
I mean, I get
what's
it.
the
Trust
difference
me.
between those two?
Geyser fucked himself. He could have fixed it all by waiting, but Lupino also fucked him because they just put a penalty down for the same exact reason for a month earlier or something, right? And it was 10 positions. So, like, I feel like their hands were tied. They were going to have every green and orange shirt pissed off at them if it was anything less than 10, I believe. But it would kill the entire cachet of the season if it was 10 too. So, like, I feel like they just picked the middle. I think it was a political. I think it was a political penalty, honestly.
The penalty that Lupino got of the Nations was however many positions he gained plus an additional place. So they're effectively saying Geyser gained 4 positions plus an extra one because you did cut the track.
Which is wrong.
Like, he did not gain 4 positions.
He gained like 25.
Yes. Yeah, that penalty was tough, man. But, I mean, it also, I mean, yes, it wasn't 10, but it knocked Geyser out of it. You know what I mean?
It still did.
Yeah.
I mean, at least with 5, maybe there's a little bit of a chance. But that honestly, that was I felt bad for whoever had to handle penalty down because your hands were tied and you effectively knew your decision was going to ruin this 3-rider kind of dogfight. But again,
KTM
Tim
said they were happy with it.
What? KTM, yeah.
KTM said they were happy with it. Like, they didn't feel like it needed to be more or anything. They said like pleased with it. Like, they didn't feel a need to appeal or anything like that.
Tim could have fixed it himself by coming to a stop and letting the pack go. He probably still would have got the same position. I know it's easy to say in hindsight, but we've seen so many of these riders just take off when they, I've seen Anderson do it. I've seen Savacci do it a lot. Like, they just take off.
Yeah. Anderson is degaff. He's grabbing gears when he's off the track sometimes. You're just like, what are you doing? At least if you're going to go off the track, like, kind of slow down a little bit.
I mean,
like,
when Savacci did it in whatever race that was,
New Jersey?
Foxborough, New Jersey, like, he cut 2 lanes off. That was, like, ridiculous.
Lewis, so were you worried about Dylan Wright's safety when he was on Caroli in the last couple laps of Moto2 of Caroli's last ever GP?
I'll tell you what, I am on the Dylan Wright train.
Nice.
Good
to hear it.
He's quite good, isn't he? It's quite all right.
Well, okay, I was going to ask you about this a little bit later on, but I mean, has he done enough to get a decent ride?
I spoke to him about it, and I said to him if he needs any advice on like whether a team's shit or not, send me a message and I'll tell him straight up. He has got interest. Like, there are people who have asked to talk to him and like stuff like that. So not obviously like factory level, but like, he belongs on he should be like the #1 rider on a satellite team. I think he's good enough for that, for sure.
I agree. I just don't know. If there's any spots open, right? We've seen guys struggle to get spots, right? So
I think he's good enough. I think he's good enough to be like #2 at Standing Construct or Hitachi KTM or I don't know if 114 does 450s or not, but some team like that.
Right.
Pretty good after only doing a few GPs. I mean, that's
he was 6th fastest.
Honestly, I think if he would have went and done, I think if he would have came and done 5 outdoor nationals, he would have probably gotten, 6 to 10 most of the time.
Yeah, maybe.
It was well. Like, if it was a normal season with like normal injuries, that would have been a place at Mansover instead of a 10th. Like, kind of got screwed by that as well because obviously people don't really recognise that no one got injured this year.
Yeah.
So they look at it like, well, it is the last round, but really the field at the last round was just as good as the first round.
It was.
Right. Strybos hung it up this past weekend, as did Sean Simpson, Lewis. Both good dudes, good established careers, GP winners. That was, that's cool.
Yeah, I feel quite sad about Strybos, especially just because like Strybos has basically been racing as long as I've been alive. So it's a very strange one for me. But he's got something big lined up for next year, but he won't tell me what it is. He says it's too big to tell me, which means
what could it
must be big. He said that there will be an announcement and it's going to be huge. So it's got to be something to do with a factory team because like
running it or being a coach,
team
or something?
trainer or something at a team.
Yeah, like team manager maybe. I don't know. Like he literally I literally begged him and texted him and like did everything I could to get him to tell me. And he refused. He said there was a big announcement coming. So, but he said it's a big announcement, and all I can tell you is that it means I'll be at every single GP next year.
That's probably what it is then, something like that. Well, both guys deserve golf claps for sure. They had really, really nice careers and everything else. I saw some interviews, Lewis. I don't think no, they were typed out. I didn't listen to your PulpCasts, but both Geyser and Febvre seemed pretty classy about losing. Right? They both had good things, like not good things, but they were like, "Hey, congrats to Jeffrey, good season. Like I'm happy where I was." You know what I mean? Like they didn't.
Yeah.
Both guys took it like the loss pretty well.
Well, there was only one little hiccup on that front. After the second Moser, Prado went up to Febvre behind the podium and went to shake his hand and like to say congrats on a good. Febvre refused to shake his hand and called him an arsehole.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Prado seems to be like the 800 a little bit over here.
Yeah, he definitely rides a wide bike.
And plus his comments like about when him and Jeffrey collided, like his comments were just asinine. Where he was like, I just thought Jeffrey
the finish line collision one.
Yeah,
that was his fault.
Yeah, I know, but he was like, I don't know why Jeffrey did that. Well, because he's racing.
He's trying to win.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He's trying to win.
It's actually quite funny even hearing it again now, like a month on. That's quite a funny comment.
So not making any friends, Prado.
No, but like, I even said to him, I was like, look, I'd hate to race you. I can imagine you're a massive pain in the arse. But it's not like you're looking behind and like just trying to like shadow where the other guys are going. Like at the end of the day, you are a pain in the arse and you're very annoying, but you're also just a very smart racer. And I was like, you can't really do anything about that other than like just let guys go. So, like I don't think Prado does anything wrong other than just be ridiculously smart on a bike. Maybe the smartest rider in the world. I don't know, but
right.
I don't think that's a fault.
I'm with you, Lewis. Like I mean, not of course every rider out there would love to be the guy that can close down at the checkered flag and be the best guy in shape, but it's not everyone's racecraft. And Prado is great at getting starts and leading laps, and he rides great when he's in the front. And I don't fault him for fighting for his position, but in some cases he does go, I think, a little over the line.
But
for me.
Prado even said to me this year, he went, I don't know why everyone expects me to be able to fight with Hurlings and Febvre. He was like, look at me, I'm like 7 years younger than them. I'm obviously not going to be on their level, like physically, fitness-wise. He was like, it's literally impossible for me to get there no matter how hard I try. He was like, this is kind of my lot. Like, I'm not going to be on that level. I can't be, so I've got to use my other special skills.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Prado will be a champion soon, right?
I mean KTM does too with what they're doing, with where they're putting people, and like he is absolutely a title contender in the future.
Right. So, I mean, I guess you can't really say that about Mike Alessi, maybe 1 year or so, but I do feel like Prado, like he had the wind taken out of him after that crash, obviously, and he was a different guy after that crash.
Yeah, he was hurt.
But before then, he was in the mix and, winning motos
winning
and stuff.
races,
So, I feel like he's right there. But
yeah, like ignoring the fact that he wiped Hurlings out in the middle of the air, that moto was phenomenal. Like he rode ridiculous. Like that was the best he's ever ridden by far. And I honestly, obviously Hurlings won the title, best guy won. But if like not actually there, his and not picked up the injuries from that, I think it might. I don't know. He might even be the champion right now. I think there's a chance anyway.
A little chance, yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that for sure. Lewis Phillips on the show. Lewis Phillips brought to you by DecalMX.com. PulpMX code to save with the folks at DecalMX. Lewis, give us your two surprises that you didn't see coming and your two disappointments that you either class, anything else when it comes to the GP season.
Well, I don't know if you put this down as a surprise or a disappointment. I'll go surprise. I was surprised how ordinary Geyser was, like, from the second round on. I don't know if that's a disappointment. I'm not really disappointed about it. I'm more surprised. So I'll go back on him. Yeah. Like, he was really good at the first round. Like, phenomenal. Best he's ever ridden. Really good at the second round. And then, like, truthfully, Hurlings and Febvre were both faster, and probably so was Prado when he was healthy, and the same goes for Caroli. Like everyone was talking about the penalty and stuff like that, but I just didn't think Geyser had it to win the championship either way. Especially when you look at Hurlings, obviously, and Febvre was riding way better than Geyser was, especially the last 6 rounds or whatever.
Yeah.
So I was quite surprised that he didn't have like that extra little bit more, Another surprise. I'm surprised how many scoop tyres we had on hardtack track.
People
like that.
They're running at a Trentino now.
Yeah, this is like the year of the scoop.
It is. That's unreal.
Yeah, because I even said to a rider, I was like, I feel like we're getting to the point where scoops are just going to be used everywhere. And they were like, no. And I was like, well, you're using it at Trentino, so like, where's the line?
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to use it at Trentino and La Capelle, then it pretty much means you're going to be using it everywhere. Like, you're not really getting any more hardback than that. What else? Disappointment? Let's see. I'll go Gertz was a disappointment. I don't really know.
Yeah, I
what
agree.
What did you say?
Yago.
Oh, Yago, yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, I'll put the whole MX class as a whole in there because it wasn't the most thrilling at any point. But yeah, Yago was weird. Like, even I spoke to Yamaha, I spoke to his suspension guy. I tried very hard to get to the bottom of something, and they all just kind of looked at me and went, "It's Yago. You don't really find out much." And I was like, "Well, it's true. It's true."
Yeah.
He almost seems a bit like Baggett to me. It's like you don't know when the best Yago is going to show up, and you don't know when like he's going to flounder. It's just there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah, like I don't think you can go into next year and think that Yago is like a true contender for the title against Vial because I don't think you really know what you're getting.
Right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is weird because last year you knew what you were getting. Last year he was like very good and quite consistent. Like, he crashed a lot, but as far as his speed goes, he was consistent, and that just wasn't there this year. Let's see, one more disappointment. I'll go with I guess I better go with Conrad. Keep it MX, just because it was another confusing season. There's not really much
he
to
has
say about it.
He has so much speed, it seems, but it just never seems to translate into great results.
Well, not even great results. It never seems to translate to like just good results, or rarely anyway.
Yeah. It's got to really.
He'll even tell you what the problem is, but it just doesn't really.
But he goes fast. Like, he qualifies well. Like, he goes so fast.
Yeah, it just changes, doesn't it? Like, changes with the wind. Like, we'll go to Mantova, for instance, on a Sunday, and he just won't have it in any way, shape, or form. Like, does not have it at all. And then 3 days later on a Wednesday, suddenly he's the fastest one there, and he's like the best rider in the world. And it's like, well, we've literally had 2 days. We're on the same track, the same weather. Like, there's literally no explanation for it. And I think that's where people are at now. They're just like, you know what? Just let it be. He is a Baggett. If you want to put a Baggett label on someone, you probably go for him. Lower lows, and maybe higher highs, but still.
Right.
Yeah, similar.
Okay.
I was going to say, do you think Geyser made a concerted effort this year to not let Jeffrey's speed push him past his comfort zone? Because obviously he was really good at the first 2 rounds, but also Jeffrey was coming in a little bit unprepared, and I think he was consciously telling himself, hey, I'm going to warm myself up into this series a little bit, take my time to get started, where Geyser was ready to go. And I think obviously his collarbone injury at the end of the year kind of hurt his run at the end. But to me, he never really pushed outside of his comfort zone as much as he's historically done in the past, where he just eats shit.
Yeah, I wonder as well if that's to do with, like, obviously the last 2 years he's won a championship by effectively being the last man standing.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he was kind of hoping that strategy would come into it at some point, which obviously it didn't. But even so, like, I kept saying it over and over with like a couple of rounds to go. Like, consistency is not winning this title now. Like, it's effectively a 2-round race for the championship.
Yeah.
Like, you need to win. Like, a 3rd place isn't going to get it done. And I thought I just didn't see, like, I saw an extra bit of intensity from Hurlings, the same from Fevra, but from Geyser, it was just like, apart from that very last moto, it was just like he was kind of, I don't know, doing laps almost, like at a very solid, comfortable speed, but it just wasn't like, I don't know, it wasn't Geyser, I guess.
Yeah.
So for next year, DeCarli's going to Gas, right? That's the Prado will be on a Gas, and of course Cowie's going over to Ice One. That'll be interesting to see.
So I got a question about that, Lewis. Based on, I mean, we're going to support Ice One Cowie. Anti's a great friend of mine. I think he runs a amazing program. But I think there's a lot for them to kind of take on and learn this year, right? Like, typically they've been a factory services team, which means they get suspension shipped to them, they get engines shipped to them. Now they're full, full development
find
team,
out yourself,
right?
Right,
like they develop their engine, they develop their suspension, so they have all those two very important pieces, and they have full autonomy to do whatever they want. I know the cool thing for Ante and Cowie now is they no longer have to kind of approach the rider that is verified through KTM to approach. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, hey,
Yeah.
this guy is going to go here. Now, if Ante wants to go and try to buy Jeffrey Hurlings or buy Tim Geiser, he can. He absolutely can. And they're a well-funded team, right? Kimi Räikkönen owns the team. So I think that's exciting for them. But, Lewis, my question is, how do you think they're going to, in-house suspension and motor, and will they be as good as MX Eska was this year with Roman and, the KRT team?
That's definitely something that like people have been talking about in the paddock, like whether Ice One will be able to kind of like grab the bull by the horns a little bit, like technically speaking. I think everyone expected them to kind of like just take all of the KRT staff, but it sounds like they've only taken Febvre's race mechanic and Febvre's practice mechanic, which is obviously going to be by request of Roman. That would have been in the deal somewhere. So there's definitely raised eyebrows at that, because like Vincent Kawasaki, obviously, like you know him well, like he's one of the smartest people out there. Like,
Vince is awesome.
He would be an asset if you're going to start a Kawasaki team. Like you want him there, kind of. I think they might have spoken to him, but I think he might have turned it down. But yeah,
they definitely spoke. Yeah,
they don't really have like the people who are coming with the history with Kawasaki. So I don't know how that's going to go, and a lot of people in the paddock are kind of on the same page where like it's definitely like raised eyebrows, definitely, because when the Kawasaki deal kind of leaked, everyone was like, oh, okay, they'll just take the KRT staff, plug and play, and it'll all work out.
Yeah.
But they're really marching to the beat of their own drum a little bit.
Well, I guess USA, that's where USA comes in, right? Where it's like, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we're learning, you know what I mean, that kind of stuff.
Maybe, but honestly, I don't think they communicate as much as you think. No, I don't think so. So I mean, but I think the common denominator here is Ante. He's very passionate, extremely driven, well funded. I think he will absolutely force their team to be
good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the guy leaves no stone unturned.
Right.
But that'll be interesting because indeed, Vince, I worked with Vince at PC. He's extremely smart, and I think you could see the difference he made in that team this year. Like this was the first year that Vince had full autonomy of that team.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I think their bike got better, their engine was better, their suspension was better. I think Roman was better himself.
Yeah.
So he made an impact. I mean, right? They were tied going into the last moto of the year.
I know when the KRT guys, when there was USGPs and the KRT guys came over to work with the USA guys, some of the USA guys, this is where DeSalle years, some of the USA guys were like not that stoked on their bikes. Like they're like, these guys, like they don't, like their bikes aren't really that good. They're not. They're not really doing the right things. They're not.
I think
they weren't stoked on it.
Yeah, no, I think you're correct. I think years and years ago, the GP scene was a little bit behind, I think, US scene as far as like talent level, rider speed, bikes, everything. But I do think in the last 5 years that's changed.
Right.
Now I believe GP bikes, when it comes to a motocross track, are probably the best on the planet, but better than our US bikes. And I think their riders, we've seen it now many of times. The talent level over there is superior. I don't want to say superior, but it's raised very high.
We're gonna get into that later with JT.
Okay, let's get into it
because my tweet angered some people. So
those guys are so good,
right?
And they only race motocross, right? Like we can't even. I don't think we can expect our guys to be as good as them. On
their
motocross
bikes
anymore.
move on braking bumps. That's odd. That's odd to watch when their bikes go up and down. On braking bumps.
I mean, they have different components than what we're using over here. Different rules. So it has become. I put a tweet out before too, and you even text me. You're like, that's gonna piss people off. I do feel the MXGP series is the premier motocross series in the world.
Right.
I'll tell Davey that.
I disagree with that, only in the sense that Roxon comes here, Musquin comes here.
But they come here for Supercross.
That doesn't matter.
They don't come here for
US racing moto. They're still racing moto.
Yeah, but they're here
matter.
for. Yeah.
Ken Roxon beat Jeffrey Hurlings, came here. Marvin Musquin, 2-time MX2 title, comes here.
But what's more important to win, the 450 US title or the MXGP title? What's more important?
What do you mean? I think they're the same.
I disagree. Yeah. I think you make more money to win a GP title.
It doesn't matter what you make more money because obviously Supercross takes all the money.
Supercross takes
throw the money away. That doesn't matter because there's only one title to win.
So you think a 12-race series on one continent is more important to win than an 18-race series around the globe?
Absolutely.
I disagree.
No. The same. I said they're the same. They're the same level. Like whatever.
No, I disagree. I think you have to stay healthier for 18 races. You race all over the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you on tracks and preparation. That's a whole.
It's a world championship.
Yeah, but you can't look at the guys come here. You know, the top guys want to come here outside of a few exceptions.
I don't disagree for that.
Right.
My only retaliation to that is they don't come here for motocross.
No, they don't. Lewis, couple things before we let you go. Good thing Honda moved Fernandez up. That was good thing that really
he
that
pretty
was good.
good.
I mean, no, he did okay.
He did better than I thought.
But like, if you're thinking about like, hey, we need another Honda in there.
Lewis, was that really have anything to do about the title, or was that something different?
I feel like it did.
I mean,
well, Honda put like this. This angers me as well. Honda put in their press release when they announced that Fernandez was going up. They put as a reward for his solid MX2 season. It's like he's ninth in the championship. Like since when was the reward for being ninth in the championship getting a HRC 450 for 2 rounds?
Yeah.
Did he?
No, that's not how it works.
Did he fall in the standings by not racing those last two?
No, I don't think so.
I didn't look at points to know.
Is Mitch Evans coming back ever?
Don't ask me about Mitch Evans.
Europe
I got
today.
no idea. No idea.
What's that, Lewis?
He landed in Europe today.
To do what? Test again? All off season, then not race?
Start riding, and just get back into it.
That's a weird one to me.
Yeah.
Speaking of Fernandez, I think from what I hear, he'll be on a HRC 450 next year as well.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's cool. I think he deserves it. Honestly, JT and I bench raced about this because I didn't, and even with Lewis, I was like, why are they doing this? Like Fernandez isn't even going to qualify good enough to line up next to somebody. And, dude, he got fourth in a moto. He qualified top 10. He exceeded my expectations. I didn't think he would be that good, honestly.
Lewis, and last thing, too. So we also blow up the bikes if you just get second. That's what we do, too. We blow up bikes if you get second.
I mean, the team's folding. I mean.
You lost the title. Let's blow the shit out of this bike. Like, Lewis.
You'll notice that those videos those videos disappeared quite quickly on Thursday morning because Kawasaki were not happy that was going around.
Oh, good for them. Good for them.
I bet.
Yeah. I don't even know if I should. Well, yeah.
I think that was more of a.
Can you please take that down? Kawasaki are on me about it.
I feel like that was more of a MX Eska to Kawasaki thing, is my hunch. And when Roman put it, Kawasaki was likely like, hey, we're still paying you next year. Like, you're still a Cowie guy, so what the fuck?
I got tagged 8,000 times in those videos, so I saw a lot of them. But,
yeah. And also, you've got to think that Febvre's teammate, or former teammate now, was Monticelli, who is the ultimate partier in the world, not just motocross. So if he's involved and he's at the race, then it's probably going to result in some sort of party like you saw on Instagram.
Right.
So.
Wow. I don't know, man. I guess you're right, Paul. Like, team's folding. We're done.
I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying, I think that's more of frustrations of the staff. Like, we busted our ass. Look how competitive we were, and you're taking your sport somewhere else. That's my hunch.
I don't know.
I think it was that.
Lewis, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. I know it's late there, early, I should say. So really appreciate you making time for us once again. Good stuff. And enjoy the off season. We'll see you in a couple weeks in Paris, right?
Paris, because I'm straight to America. So
yeah, Lewis,
I'll see you in America in a couple of weeks.
Well, you're coming here that early. Damn. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm whole of December, full program.
All right. Yeah. Well, we'll see you at In-N-Out Burger then, I guess, bro.
Chipotle, evil.
Come and visit, Lewis.
Yeah, I will. Now that's part of the reason why I wanted to come much earlier this time. Is normally I turn up for Anaheim 1, and it's just so like race. I wanted to kind of
Yeah, enjoy it a bit.
Mosey on around a bit, see people.
All right,
have a bit more chill time. So.
Come up and co-host the show for sure one of these weeks. Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Okay, thanks, Lewis. Thanks for the time, man.
Sweet. Cheers, guys.
All right, see ya. That's Lewis Phillips, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Decal MX. Also brought to you by Vortex Racing. The V3 bar, 29% stronger than the competition, Paul. Vortex Racing, Dylan Ferrandis, Chad Reed, James Stewart winning championships with Vortex Racing sprockets. They're made from aerospace-grade billet aluminum to the tightest tolerances. And the V3 bar, 29% stronger than the competition, available in a wide range of bends. They have 7/8 bar. They got the oversized bar. Star Racing, using Vortex Racing sprockets for a number of years now and absolutely crushing it when it comes to the races. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com if you want to save. Kyle at vortexracing.com and tell them you listen to Pulp and get a deal on bars and sprockets from the folks at Vortex. Let's welcome in our next guest of the show. The 2022 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship Series schedule was released, and this man knows a thing or two about that. Plus, we'll probably do a little bit of bench racing. It's Davey Coombs. What's up, DC? How are you, man?
Good, Steve. Just watching the first part of your show, and I'm ready to take on Paul Perebijnos over.
Oh boy, let's go, Davey.
No, I concur. Right now, Jeffrey Hurlings is the fastest pure motocross rider
on the planet. Say it. I like it.
And he's got the way Fabure turned it up this year, and Geiger and Caroli. They had a wonderful year. It was very exciting, very entertaining. But you have to remember, and I think Steve was trying to point this out, in America we do two forms of racing. We have two big series, and one is the biggest series of all, which is Monster Energy AMA Supercross. The teams spend 7 or 8 months focused entirely on stadium racing, and that's understandable. That's over the years, it's traditionally, you're in the cities, you've got wintertime primetime TV, Saturday night shows, and they've done a fantastic job with Supercross in America. But then in May, everyone has to pivot. They stop what they're doing, they go back to their old settings, and they start over for Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. And that's just the world we live in. We follow in the wake of Supercross. Mm-hmm. And in Europe, the bike that Jeffrey Hurlings ended this season on, it'll be better when he starts next season on it. There is no back and forth. There is no, we got to get set for the whoops. We've got to, hit all the clickers for indoor settings. And they don't practice Supercross for 7 months. It's pure motocross over there, and that's a wonderful thing. If you played hockey half the year and soccer the other half the year, I know that's an imperfect match, but let's say cricket half the year and baseball half the year, you would struggle to be really good, like the world's best in one of them while also playing the other. And I think in the four-stroke era, it's just gotten more and more specified, more and more detailed on how they set up bikes. And lastly, they still race works bikes over there. We're still sort of, we got a production rule, and that holds our guys in a certain spot sometimes.
Should we ditch the production rule?
No,
should we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so at all. I think it's been since that came in 1986. It brought costs down in some ways, but it also brought the cost of a basic bike up. In the four-stroke era, if you let those guys have just whatever they want, my God, they'd be on rocket ships, just like they are in MXGP.
That's what makes our series good. So I do believe the MXGP series is more prestigious to win than the U.S. Motocross Series. I'm not going to flake on that, but I do believe what makes our series so great is that production rule and the fact that you can show up and race. You can't. MXGP is almost becoming like Formula One. You have to pay a bunch of money to get a wild card spot. You're going to be on equipment that is vastly inferior. Where you show up to a U.S. National, you can show up on a brand new 450 from the showroom floor, and if you're a good rider, you can go get top 10.
I've said this many times. Trappist Parker would never be a world champion because he wouldn't have got in. He wouldn't have got on a team. Nobody would hire him. He wouldn't have got a shot. Like
that's why he was in Europe. That's why Bob Moore went to Europe.
No, but I mean now. But I mean now, like there's no you have to pay insane amounts to enter. You got to be on a team. You got to be on an approved team. You can't just show up and race.
I mean, there's no purse money. It's different. It's just different.
Well, and that is all I want to say is I think that we have a different system over here. We have two series that are equally important to the manufacturers. Although Supercross pays more, there's more events.
Yep.
The bonuses are the same. So I like what we've done.
That's not accurate anymore, Davey. Like
I don't know. A lot of these
OEMs are paying more money for a Supercross win than they are for a motocross win now.
No, he's saying the motocross series bonuses and the MXGP bonuses. Right, Davey? That's what you're saying? The bonuses to win.
I don't know. I don't know I've never looked at a rider contract other than when I got 2 sets of gear from High Point Racing. I don't know specifically. I assume that. I know that riders are pretty happy when they win an outdoor national, and I know they're pretty happy when they win a championship. But remember, in America, the manufacturers have 29 races they have to pay for. So it makes sense that the bonuses, would be a little more for a 17-race series than a 12-race series.
Look, Prado is still early in his career, so we have yet to see what's going to happen with Jorge Prado. He certainly seems like a world-renowned rider, world-class rider. A lot of MX2 guys struggle in MXGPs, so I don't put them on the same level as our guys, right? I look at Caroli and Hurlings and Everett's as the 3 guys that have never bothered to come to the USA. Everett's legacy completely changes if Tortelli and Albertin stay over there. They beat him. They beat him multiple years in a row and then came to USA. Roxon and Marvin Musquin beat Hurlings, and who knows where Jeffrey's legacy is if they stay there. So to me, when we have, Albie, Tortelli, Marvin, and Ken, just to name 4, I'm sure I'm missing a few,
Purcell, Rattray,
right, Purcell,
Gilliman.
They leave their series to come here. And I know, I've been to more GPs than any moto journalist in the last 20 years. I mean, I've probably been to 8 to 12, right? So I have all the respect in the world for Antonio Caroli. He is an amazing rider. I saw him win Lommel over Hurlings one time. So I've seen Jeffrey put on world-class rides. But to me, I question all of their win records and all of their legacies a little bit, not a lot, a little bit, because the USA has gotten these guys to come here. And so that's where I'm at when it comes to those 2 series. Hurlings, Caroli are fucking amazing riders, generational riders, and there's no doubt. But I can't look at their wins and their titles without saying, what about this guy and what about that guy that came to America? That's all.
I don't disagree. I don't. I just feel in the last 5 years it has changed from what the legacy has been. Now we have put such a premium on Supercross, and those guys have gotten better. They have a lot of talent that have stayed healthy and raced. They have raised their level, undoubtedly. And you could look at Des Nations results. So
there is no doubt, Paul. And again, never forget that the one guy who did decide to cross the pond and just for the hell of it, race a national, Jeffrey Hurlings, and he won. And that was mightily impressive. It was that day in Ironman, 4 years later, but it's still wildly impressive. But one thing I do want to add is, and maybe this is a question for you guys, or I wish I'd asked Lewis, is that pipeline starting to dry up finally? Because Supercross in Europe has almost disappeared, and as a result, you're not seeing guys getting courted by the U.S. teams.
Pipeline to
like
here, you mean? Yeah, pipeline to here is what you mean.
The pipeline to here. And, I mean, you had the Lawrence brothers come over, but and unfortunately, the Brian Moreau had that horrific accident at Tampa. But with a lack of feeder series in Europe like there used to be, and lack of emphasis in the off season on Supercross, a lot of those guys are focused entirely on motocross, and if you miss that window, and I guarantee you, Prado's already missed it.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. He's missed it.
He waited too long, and you have to come over here young and ready, and it's just not happening like it used to. And I think that's a testament to not only how tough it is in America, but how good it is in Europe as well. Yeah. They focus on motocross, we focus on Supercross and motocross.
But, Davey, we got to watch out, Paul. Tell me about the guy you told me today.
Okay, yeah, Davey. So I got an email from the guy who runs the KTM Junior team in Europe, and he's telling me about a kid named Henry Dale. Did I say Henry?
Yeah.
Or Harry? Harry Dale.
Harry Dale.
Harry Dale. Okay, I have not looked this kid up at all, so we're giving him a bunch of publicity. I have no idea.
Right.
But he's 8 years old, and he won the Dutch Championship, the 65 Dutch Championship, against 10 and 11-year-olds is what this guy told me.
Harry Dale, everybody.
Harry Dale. So there is some talent out there, maybe. Another Sandmaster, maybe, in the works.
Keep an eye open for Harry Dale. Davey, so thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Obviously, this is great bench racing, and there's never a right answer, right? It's just bench racing at the fun level. But so I do have to ask you, though, Davey, you came on our show a few weeks ago or a month ago or whatever, and we talked about the schedule, and you were like, I don't think there's going to be 2 races at Paula next year because obviously the WW guys asked for a year off, as you told us, and, we had some COVID stuff and all that. But the schedule came out, and there is 2 Paulas on it. But other than that, it's a good schedule. It makes a lot of sense. We're going obviously to the great tracks that we traditionally go to. But does the Paula thing rub you a little bit wrong way, Davey, as far as getting 2 of them on?
It's not ideal, and you have to remember we're still kind of stuck in this COVID thing. We still have looking at the winter and what's happening over in Europe. There are certain things up in the air. Now was not a good time to bring a new track on and say, hey, we really like you to, be the anchor at the end of the series or be the opener or whatever. And for the teams, the Pala race is, 2 Pala races is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
No, it's close. It's easy. And we also, and Paul, you probably know this firsthand, we decided that we were going to put as much space between Supercross and Motocross as possible. So we're no longer starting the 3rd week in May. We're starting Memorial Day weekend. And that put Hangtown in a bit of a bind in that there was already something booked at the Prairie City OHRV Park or whatever it's called. And we gave them a chance to try that or go at the end of the series, and they decided to go second. So we actually talked to a couple of the team managers, and they were stoked that, after the last Supercross in Salt Lake City, they were going to have 3 full weeks.
Yeah.
And you don't have to go up to Hangtown.
And then go to a local race.
Early, and the races in your backyard. So everyone it's one of those things we learned in COVID that, we got to cater to the teams of what they want. As far as a new place goes, man, I talked to Junior at WW Ranch. He just didn't feel like it was time to get back on the schedule. Tim Cotter went and visited Swan in Texas. He went to Three Palms in Texas. I spoke to Clayton Miller at length. I am headed to the Carolinas on Thursday. I'm already looking for 2023, and even the 2-2 is going to take me down and show me a property that he's looking at. We're not locked into this. It's just that given where we are, or where we were, I should say, in 2020 with 2 Redbuds, 2 Loretta Lynn's, and just barely keeping everything afloat, this year we had 12 excellent races at 11 great facilities. I don't think Redbud ever had a bigger crowd, unless it was the Des Spring Creek, Hangtown was thrilled at their September crowd, even though they were worried to death that they weren't going to draw. But we had good, compelling racing, great crowds. We don't want to pick a new place that's not ready, that's not sort of up to par. But we also don't expect Redbud from day one at a new track. And, that's something that in the past, I think that maybe we, put a little too much pressure on a promoter to get the facility online. And when you get one hot day or one muddy day, and, WW Ranch got both between the MXGP and the Nationals, you don't want to put someone in the hole when they're starting out. And so knowing all that and the places I've gone to visit and lots of people have come up with great suggestions. I've been checking out a place called Hemmons up in Maine. It's up there a ways, but man, the track looks great. It's an interesting idea, but of course Southwick is up there. And Stu Baylor of all people helped me locate a place out in the Midwest, and I'm not going to stop looking. But I do like the 12 races we have. And for 2022 to start and finish in Pala, it's not ideal for all the fans, but the industry loves it.
The schedule, is it me, or did the schedule come out really early this year? And if so, was that a particular goal of MX Sports and yourself, or like what? Or is this the normal time?
We were just ready to hit send.
Okay.
And we one of the things that happens every year is that the rumors start going, people start calling, people want to know when to get the hotels.
Yeah.
And we decided that once In Front and Redbud decided on the date of the designations at Redbud, that we would sort of work backwards from there.
Okay.
Roger DeCoster asked us to try and run into September again because he thought that would have helped Team USA instead of having it 6 weeks later like it was in 2018 to have it right up against it. And that way maybe an Eli Tomac, looks at the Des Nations next year as the swan song.
Yep.
Maybe it makes it easier for France to choose Dylan Ferrandis because he's not going to be out, partying in the Bahamas or wherever he went afterwards, and maybe it gets Ken Roxon on the German team, and we want Redbud, the Motocross of Nations there in 2022 to be epic, and we want our guys to win.
Yep.
And so that's the way it works. And once we knew we had to schedule, Steve, that there was not going to be an addition at the end, we decided to let everyone know so they could start planning.
50th year, too, of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Series. 50 years. That's cool.
That's cool.
Technically.
Okay.
It's kind of like the bicentennial. The series started in 72, and if you put your math helmet on, the 50th year was actually 2021. But because we were sort of hamstrung by, not being able to do all things like have open pits and the things we could do in normal times, we just kind of decided to do it like the bicentennial, 1776 to 1976.
Right.
It says 200, but it's actually 201.
Sure.
So,
that works.
Yeah. So we're celebrating 50 years of American motocross.
Right. When you go to set the schedule and you set up the races, do you have tracks that either you've worked with in the past or that you've never worked with? Do you have tracks that are saying like, I will take a national like right now, like and for whatever reason, parking, flow of the schedule, location, or simply track quality, like you're not ready to commit to them? But is there like a bit of a, I don't want to say a line, but are there tracks out there that are like, hey Davey, I'm ready, and you're like, okay, just wait. Like how is, and does that get awkward / weird? Because all these people, right? So
I do, but to be honest, there are not a lot of facilities that are the size and have the amenities that you need for. You have to have a TV compound. You have to have a media. I mean, we all pull our hair out over how bad the Wi-Fi can be at some of these places.
Yep.
And it gets better by the year, but it also gets better in your house to the point where you don't even notice it. So when you go on the road and you're out at Unadilla or Millville and your phone doesn't work, it can be very frustrating, and we get all that. But let me back up to I think what your question was, is we know Washougal has a date.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, let's start dead center in the middle. Redbud has a date.
Yeah.
It's the middle of the country. It's traditionally July 4th weekend. It's the centerpiece of the series. It's a wonderful event, and man, they work hard and they work year round. Tim and Amy and their crew up there, and so that's where we start. We know the teams want to start out in California, and they would usually prefer to end in California because they immediately turn around and get ready for Supercross, or they're coming right out of Supercross. So that kind of locks you in a little bit.
Yeah.
And so we try to come from California to the east, and no matter what, though, there's going to come a point where you got to touch two of the far corners of the country. Actually, three if you count California. You got to get to Southwick, and then you got to get to Washougal.
Yep.
Washougal has a traditional date. Southwick would love to iron down the last weekend in June, but as it works out, it's better to put them after Redbud, given the lay of Also, people don't want to do 12 races in a row. You got to give them breaks, especially with outdoor motocross. So you add all that up, and the one thing you cannot change: Washougal is out there by itself. Millville is in the very northern part of the country, and Southwick is up there. And Southwick doesn't want to run next to Unadilla, and vice versa.
Sure,
it hurts the crowd because they're only 3 hours away. It was the same problem we had with High Point and Steel City, and now to some extent that we have with High Point and Budds Creek. So you do all that, and you figure it out. And no, it's not going to be a start in California, go to Southwick, come back and hit 10 places in a row. It just doesn't ever work out that way. And someone will get on Google Maps and figure out a better travel pattern. But then you got to go sell that to Washougal, who will say, our date is the last week in July, and it's incredibly successful. Why would you stick us in early June?
These are your partners. And these are the partners you're working with. Yeah.
They're like franchises.
Right.
Yeah.
And
they need to be successful too.
Yeah. And I'm very, very proud of the fact that the 11 tracks we are working with right now, all 11 of them were glad to be back. They love what they're doing. They had great years in 2021 after, fairly bad 2020s for everyone. But, as you guys have talked about in here, the whole industry sort of has turned a corner in the last year and a half. And, you hate to think of it as a silver lining in a global pandemic, but the fact that people got in touch with getting back outdoors and doing the things they love doing with their families as kids and now doing it with their kids, it bodes really well for the motorcycle industry and in the side-by-side industry and the camping industry and the e-mountain bike industry. So we've been lucky. We've got great partners, great fellow promoters. Nothing's perfect, but we won't stop trying.
I wrote this in my RacerX observations column. The last couple of years I've written it. Like, I like Paula track. I don't, it's not great to watch, to see from, but I think it's a tough test for the riders.
Absolutely.
I think it is a national track. The parking is all fixed. You know what I mean? That was a disaster year one, Davey, as you'll admit. It's way better. It's fine now. No issues, no worries. Getting in and out of the facility. So everything about the facility to me is on par with the pro race. A national, to me, in my eyes. However, Davey, as you know and as you've heard, there's a strong Glen Helen contingent out there. Series has come to Glen Helen. It's left. It's come back. It's left again. I just raced the World Vets there, and some of those people at Glen Helen aren't too happy with things I had to say, and that's fine. I'll talk to them anytime. But do you see any way, Davey, that the series ever goes back to Glen Helen, like I'm sure you hear about from Southern California fans?
I hope not.
Paul votes no.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that you had a better experience at any amateur race we ever had, because man, you gave it to them with both barrels.
I don't care.
It's deserved. It's deserved, Davey. There's an implicit. There's a value to going to a race and spending your money, and you get that when you go to an AMA race or an AMA Sports race. You get that. The rules are enforced. I'm sorry. Like I'm on Team Steve here.
I just know how hard it is to be a promoter. You want everything to go right, and you take your eye off this, and that goes wrong, and you take your eye off that, and this goes wrong. And so I have empathy, and I have a feeling that they'll take the criticism they got and put it to good use for next year. I certainly would. But beyond that, I don't know why people keep sort of relitigating what happened with the Glen Helen National. It's pretty simple. We had a different philosophy, and when Mr. Feldkamp decided back in 2010 that he did not want to be part of the series anymore, he literally canceled the race and sent out a fax. Remember those? He sent out a fax and said that he was going to be a GP promoter, and that was fine.
Yeah.
We had to scramble, and we found another place. It wasn't ideal, but it was in Southern California.
Yeah.
And then it happened again. And this time, there's a lot of misinformation out there, a lot of conspiracy theories, I guess. It all came down to being part of a series and honoring the needs of the series, like the amount of people that would be allowed in the gate with hard cards, as compared to putting a cap on it and saying anyone else had to pay. When you have hundreds of media and television crew people and all the Astros or the Alpenstars Mobile Medics, so back then I think it was still Astros.
Yeah.
We have a responsibility to get the people who put the show on into the venue, and they have a different philosophy and a different view of it. And whenever we couldn't get it to where they wanted, because they wanted to revisit the contract after they said yes, we'll do it, and we put the schedule out, and then 18 days later they said, wait a minute, we've got issues. And those issues were not the price of the sanction fee. They weren't the date. Everyone was relatively happy with the last Glen Helen National. But they said that they weren't, and they want to be taken off the schedule. And after literally 34 emails back and forth trying to narrow down this difference in the amount of passes
hard cards,
that would be honored, it was obvious that we were in an impasse. NBC wanted a schedule, and they said, okay, forget it. And we said, okay, forget it. And I haven't talked to him since.
I do think the Glen Helen track is a better track than Paula, but as I said, Paula is great.
Paula's fine. Yeah.
Paula's great.
The Glen Helen track is an exceptional track. Yep. It is extremely challenging. It's spectacular. It's got great big hills.
But they can't go and sell their own VIP zone when Davey contracts a brand to say, hey, we're going to be the VIP sponsor for the series.
How about WP?
Well, not Glen Helen.
How about WP?
We're going to sell our own.
How about WPS? The official presenting gear and sponsor, and then they show up and there's Troy Lee banners everywhere.
That's what I mean. Like, dude, you have to be part of the series still.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. I get it. I get it.
I'm going to stop talking.
It's been the cause of a lot of grief and whatnot, but Glen Helen is still there. They're still having massive crowds. They're still having their big events, and we're having a banner. Well, we had a banner season, and we made it through COVID, and we're looking forward to this coming year. And how we got there, man, that was 4 years ago, and the people who know, they actually know. And what change would it have to take? It would take a wholesale change in philosophy from one side or the other.
Yeah.
But what we do works for 11 other tracks that are every bit as good.
Not only does it work, Davey.
Glen Helen.
Not only does it work, Davey. Like Redbud, Millville, Lakewood, they love the terms or whatever terms that MX Sports has. They're happy to sign up. They've been partners for decades, and MX Sports came in what, 2009? Did MX Sports take the Nationals over 2010? Whatever.
Technically 2009, and so that was everyone. That was the other thing that people don't realize. They were like, oh well, the NPG should have won the bid, or MX Sports. Neither people won the bid.
Right.
Jim France won the bid. Jim France bought the whole thing, and then Jim France said, will you as a business run motocross for us? And we said, yes, as long as we can keep the same promoters. He said, I don't care what you do, but I'm going to focus on flat track and road racing, and everyone says that you guys, can run the motocross series. And that's what we've been doing. I wasn't even a member of the NPG. I was not an officer or anything. But you wouldn't know that with some of the things that are out there. And part of that's because I don't think when the breakup with Glen Helen happened out of the blue, I don't think that Bud really knew the circumstances of what was going on. He was going through some great personal crisis and things that nobody should have to ever deal with. And when he was able to reengage, and he did, he didn't understand, I think, what was happening. But Lori did, and with the help of Tom White, we got past all that. We put all that behind us, even though there was some really slanted things printed in a couple of the other magazines, and we were all good. We were back to Jake, and we even let them have an MXGP race while they were on the AMA schedule, which was never something that was allowed, I guess you'd say. Mm-hmm. After some of the issues that we had with Budds Creek when they were having a national and a GP. And so, we did everything we could. We thought we were doing great. We announced the schedule. It was literally the same contract with the years changed on it. And that reminds me of one other thing, and this is important. They wanted a 5-year deal. Mm-hmm. The contract was a 3-year deal because our contract with NBC was only for 3 more years.
Right.
But they wanted a 5-year deal because they assumed that everyone else had 5-year deals. No one did. The deals went to, and that's the way a deal works. It goes until your TV contract ends. You don't want to have a contract with a sponsor or a track and say, yeah, we're going to do this, this, and this, and then not have what you promise.
Yeah.
And so that's where we were. And it again, it can't be easy to be Glen Helen. It can't be easy to be Fox Raceway at Pala because the whole industry's right there. I know the people at Feld will tell you the gnarliest events on the schedule are Anaheim and Anaheim because the whole industry comes out and, anyone who's ever been to a Supercross as a rider or an industry member and got a free pass, well, they want one of those this year
yes,
too.
Also.
And for Anaheim 1, Anaheim 2, Anaheim 3, Anaheim forever. And so I know it's hard, and they probably get hit up all the time with people that do events out there and people who've ridden there and the thousands of friends that they built over the years with REM and the two-stroke events and the W Vet World Championship, and that they have other successes, but it can't sort of shape the way a pro national would work. And the way our national works is, we got a lot of people that come and help support these teams, that film these races, that set everything up, that, are vendors, sponsors. It goes on and on. And that's what it comes down to. I think that if Glen Helen could have their own race with their own sponsors and give points, that would be ideal, but that wouldn't be part of the series.
Yeah, I just you hear from Glen Helen people and things like that. MX Sports this and MX Sports that and MX Sports this, and I always say to them like, okay, if MX Sports was so bad and they take all your money and all these things that are out there, why does Redbud and Lakewood and Millville and Hangtown and Unadilla, why do they keep signing up? Why do they keep signing up year after year?
Why did Glen Helen say they were going to be an MXGP promoter and have one MXGP?
Two. They had two.
They did have
two? Yeah, they had two. But my point is like, obviously this partnership is working for 10 tracks for 20 years now. So
yeah, well, and hey, it doesn't work for everyone.
Yeah,
and I could point to Muddy Creek.
That's okay.
Yeah. Sam Gammon gave it hell for 3 years, but he just didn't get the crowd that he felt that he needed, and he decided, as kind of a one-man gang there in Tennessee, he decided, look, if I get one rain date, it's going to sink me, and I think I'm better being a regional and local promoter. And he's doing incredibly well down there.
Oh yeah.
WW Ranch, it just didn't work the way that Junior Scarborough and his team wanted. And we know from Supercross, Paul, you know this, you grew up there, that it's really tough to draw a crowd in Florida to a motorsports event that's not NASCAR.
Yep.
And Orlando, Tampa, Jacksonville, all I think would be on the lower part of any schedule as far as turnout goes, whether it's Supercross or motocross.
For sure, it's weird.
And but as far as what happened out there, it would take a whole big change in philosophy and understanding one side or the other. But I will say, I miss working with Lori. I miss working with Jody because I learned a lot about Jody in the weeks that would lead up to the Glen Helen event. But Glen Helen's a different duck. It's a great duck, but it's its own duck.
Just get some practice stickers for the World Vets next year. We'll be much better off. Couple things, Davey, before you go. Actually, we got a phone call for you from Ryan. Let's get to that, and then I have a way to fix the Nationals. I'll get to you in a second. Ryan, go ahead. What's your question for Davey Coombs?
Hey guys, I just had a question. I know a lot of times, on the message boards, everyone talks about like growing the sport, right? So what exactly does that mean as far as like what's the measuring stick? Are we talking about like pro payout? Are we talking
new
about
bike sales,
attendance? Like does bike sales translate into the riders making more money and all that kind of stuff? So we've had the sport on every big TV network, right? And that's always kind of the topic of, we have to grow the sport, right? But where do we see that kind of trickle down? And I feel like having Davey on and obviously Steve and Paul, that'd be some input from you guys.
What do you think, Davey?
Well, thanks for the question, Ryan. I think that to Paul's point, bike sales are huge. I think the amount of people that come out to races, whether they are participants or spectators, helps because that helps move the dial for the teams getting more sponsors, the riders getting paid more. The more bikes that are sold, the more likely Star Racing is to hire 6 more good riders. It all kind of ties in together. But I don't think there's any one thing that you can point at and say this means growth, other than the obvious, which is, like I said, bike sales. Even TV numbers are a weird thing now because fewer and fewer people are watching TV, and they haven't figured out how to measure the amount of people watching on devices as a sort of a Nielsen rating. And with everything becoming a la carte on television, like Peacock or MXGP-TV.com or the streaming service that Feld has, that's not making the TV number go up. It has stayed flat, which is a good thing because less people are watching things on TV, but more people that are watching TV are watching motocross and supercross. And then the disparity in what the riders are making is a puzzle that Newton would have to try and solve because I've put everything. I've thought about, like, what if we change the purse structure? Well, then the Eli Tomacs who win are like, well, why am I not getting more than 20th place? Right. Well, you every sport, unless it's a league with a salary cap, has, it's sort of, you're out for yourself as an athlete and you sign the biggest contract you can. And, it's, I wish that there was a way to say, hey, every rider, gets X amount of money, but that money's not there. The sad part, or I guess the truth that no one really looks at or says often, but Jason Wygant will tell you all the time, is motocross and supercross just aren't that big right now. And they've never been that big compared to car racing because everyone is familiar with cars. Everyone follows cars. Everyone likes cars. Is football. Everyone, is a football fan. Basketball, baseball. Those are all different types of sports. Motorsports racing is a passionate individual sport, and the best guys make the vast share of the money. And I said I'd never seen a rider's contract. I don't know what Dylan Ferrandis' contract is or what his bonuses are, but he's doing pretty damn good. But how does that help Alex Ray? How does that help the guy who just barely qualifies? It doesn't. It gives him something to shoot for, but how do you pay the guy that's outside the points?
Yeah, like Ken Rocks and Eli Tomac, they don't care about the $7,000. They literally don't care.
They say that. They say that, and then you present a model and says, "Here's what we're going to do. You're only going to get this much, but the 40th place has this much." And they're like, "No.
No, for sure."
Davey, I have a question. How come, or how can't, or why don't amount of entries dictate purse a little bit? Like, I'm coming from like old school, like, oh, if you're racing for money, right, it's 100% payback. Or why?
Well, if it were 100% payback, it would be less.
Okay. Well, great
answer.
Great answer.
Yeah,
great answer.
You have to remember, and this goes for Supercross too. And I don't know what the rate is to race MXGP. But when you look at the things that come with being a participant, and not just the amount of money you're going to win, but the Alpenstars Mobile Medical Unit, Alpenstar sponsors it, but Feld and MX Sports pay for it. The impact concussion study or work that we do in the program that we had to set up. The entire USADA, WADA drug testing thing, that has to be paid for. The internet at the track, all of the television production, all of the I mean, I could go down through a laundry list, but it's not as simple as just saying, hey, we got 50 riders. Each guy paid $300 to be here, so we got a $15,000 purse.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what we want.
And Davey, also, let's not forget, MX Sports has to write a check to DMG, to Jim
We
France,
have to write a
considerable
check to DMG.
So when people kind of rail on, MX Sports, I'm always like, hold on a second. Like,
you're uninformed.
They got to write a check to DMG for a lot of money.
Yeah, this is not free.
Yes.
No one said, here, you take this.
Yeah.
It's been, and it's literally a year-round job running the series for my sister, for Roy Jansen, for Jeff Canfield, for Tim Cotter, for Kelly in the office. And we don't even do the licensing. That's done by DMG and AMA Pro Racing in Florida. But all of the stuff from putting the deals together to taking care of everything, to taking care of everyone's entry, to it's literally a full-time job for a lot of people. And the money for that comes from entries.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the call.
Well, we
Awesome.
at Pulp Fantasy really appreciate entry lists being posted days before the race. So thank you for the effort for whoever does that to post them days before, because we appreciate that.
Yeah, we do.
To know who's racing.
Davey, a couple things. For one, the Jace Kessler thing that we spoke about on this show a few times. Obviously the kid didn't get to race. It was a misunderstanding.
Yeah,
but you helped it out. You helped it out.
We comped his. I can tell you exactly what happened. And I did track this all the way
I know
back
you were
to,
on this. You were on this,
yeah.
dude.
and Steve, you just want to say real quick, explain to the viewers,
yeah,
listeners,
so Jace Kessler,
what the deal was.
Jace Kessler, we had him on our show. He told us he couldn't ride the second moto at Ironman after placing 12th in Moto 1 because he went 13th. To go get 13th. He went to go get his gloves. He asked an official, his mechanic asked an official to ride back to the truck because it's super far, and they said it was okay. He went to go get the gloves because Jace had gotten 2 left gloves and not 1 right one. And when the mechanic got back with the gloves, they were told you left the bike. This bike left the staging area, which is a rule.
Yep.
You can no longer race. And, the kid was like, yeah, but we were told we could go. And it was a big cluster on who told what and who. And I got to say, some people would be like, it's Jace Kessler. Screw the kid. He's a privateer. Davey, you were calling me, calling Jace, calling your officials. You were determined to try to figure this out. So
it was not the way we do things. It was not the way any rider should be treated. And I, having been a guy, when I go to the races, you guys probably both see this. I don't use pit vehicles. I go to the race.
You walk all over the fucking place.
I'm going to work out, and I'm going to get a feel for everything and try and get around. I know how far it is at Ironman to get from the starting gate out to the end of Privateer Island, and then get back. And when Jace's mechanic, or maybe Jace himself, he'd already picked a spot. He was already at the gate. Said, "Hey, I forgot my gloves," and he asked an official. The official he asked, we finally tracked it all the way back, was there just for the weekend because we had someone else that couldn't make it.
Yeah.
And that guy did not realize that in an AMA Pro National or Supercross, once the bike goes into the gate, it cannot leave. Once they put the banner down, sort of the Parc Fermé or whatever they call it. Mm-hmm. And we couldn't figure out who it was because it was sort of like I didn't do it. Well, I didn't do it. Right. I didn't do it. And then finally we figured out because Jeff Canfield said, you can't do that. It's in the rule book. It's right here. What am I supposed to do? I personally would have said, we're going to figure this out later, but the correct answer is let the guy race.
Right.
And it's very similar to what happened to with Bobby Piazza, or not Bobby Piazza. God, who was it at the
Oldenburg.
Oldenburg.
At the Supercross.
At the Supercross, yes.
At the Supercross, where instead of saying, okay, if we figure out later that you switch bikes, you're in trouble.
Right.
Go to the gate because you can't rerun the race.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they should have accommodated Jace. And once I figured it out, I felt bad because I was like, I don't know that somebody's lying here.
Yeah, it was.
But they
right,
weren't.
yeah.
No one was lying. Yeah. No one figured out that it wasn't an actual AMA official. It was a guy helping out, wearing an official shirt, not a striped shirt, but an MX Sports staff shirt. The nicest guy in the world, and he would not have known that rule because he spends all his time at GNCC Racing. It literally was the wrong guy to ask, but the answer isn't you asked the wrong guy. The answer is, sorry, get back on the gate. Yep. We'll get it sorted later.
And right. you comped his entry, which was cool. The best part of the whole story was Travis Delnicki was the alternate that got Jace's spot, and Delnicki had picked Kessler in PulpMX Fantasy. And he was like, oh no.
Damn it.
I'm replacing the guy that's getting me points. So, yeah, that's the best part of the story. So that was cool that we figured that out, that we tracked it down. Good job on that, Davey, for you. Because I know Jason
thank you. And he was a super nice kid, and we spoke a few times, and it was obvious. And he said, man, I'd have raced barehanded.
Yeah.
And I realized that wouldn't have been good either, but and the other thing is, if Jason Thomas is down there, the fly guys are covered. If Austin Hoover from Fox is down there, those guys are covered. If Alpenstars, got their guy down there, or Kenny from Fox, or any, but if you're a privateer and you grab the wrong gloves and you don't realize it till you're on the starting gate, and you're looking at running in your gear, a half mile. That was tone deaf, and we are changing that rule to make it. We don't want the bikes leaving, but what is someone going to change? From leaving the bike. I mean, we're not doing tech inspection before the second moto.
Yeah.
We want people down there on the gate and ready to go when it's time for the sighting lap. But all of this happened before the sighting lap, and there was plenty of time to sort it out. But Jace was new. He didn't know who was who. He didn't know to point. And then finally he showed me a picture of the guy, and I was like, oh, God.
Oh, no.
I know that is. Yeah. And like I said, nicest guy in the world, meant no harm. And I'm glad we figured it out. And if I can ever make it up to Jace, we will. But what we'll try and do is just do better next time.
One last thing before we let you go, Davey. So the nets are something I spoke about for a long time, and they come in, and it was a great invention, and I saved Supercross with my idea, and everybody loves it. So now I have an idea for the Nationals, and I've talked about this on my show before. We have an issue with riders, and we just saw this at the MXGP, getting pushed over the berm off the track, right? And they can't enter at a safe spot because there's banners there or billboards or whatever. We've seen it in Lucas Oil Nationals as well.
If you're talking about Lupino or Geiger, there was plenty of
places. They cut it a little bit. But here's my idea. And I know sponsors are important, and I know this, but on every spot that looks potentially dangerous for a rider to get pushed off, and shit happens, we know that this happens, I proposed on my show a month ago or so, put whatever number of feet you want to make it, 30, 40, whatever number of feet you want to make it, 20, make it an opening to get back onto the track with no banners, no billboards, no anything, an opening on the track. And if you get pushed off, we know that it happens, you have to enter at that next break in the banners. You have to go through that break in the banners, make it a bike width wide, and you enter there, and no matter what, don't drive around the infield. Don't cut a corner off. Don't do any of that.
What if they're grabbing gears before they get to your entrance point?
Stop and come back.
Pulling in El Hombre?
Yeah.
No, listen. You have to enter at the first official entry point, and whatever number of feet you want to make that, go ahead. And so that way there's no interpreting the rule. There's no looking at how many people did he cut, how many people, could he have got back on the track there? No. Every 30, 40 feet, there is an opening, and that is where the rider goes back into the track. No questions asked. You get back in there, and you race from that position on. Because, going off the track ultimately is the rider's fault.
So you expect a rider to use the verified entry point.
Yes.
Where we can't even expect them to stay on the track the whole moto.
Verified entry point.
Hold on.
Okay.
I like the idea, Steve. We do something similar, but we don't do it well enough. maybe instead of safety nets, if where those entry points are, and I wouldn't say 30 or 40 feet. That's 10 yards.
Okay.
I would say 50 to 60 feet.
Sure.
But ask them to chop your throttle, and then B, we should put some kind of marker. Like in the
arrow,
NFL, you have well, maybe not an arrow, but maybe it could be a PulpMX fantasy logo. Like a.
Now we're talking.
It's your idea.
Now we're talking.
If you're you save Supercross, you might as well save Pro
Easy,
Moto.
Dave. Easy, Davey. His head's big enough.
And if you ever get around to it, could you come to Loretta Lynn's and save that too?
Yeah, we need to get him to Loretta's. He hasn't been there in years. He has no idea how great of a event it is now.
98.
Yeah, man, it is a different world than it was in 98.
But Steve, think about this. All right, so we do get like an end zone pylon that is orange. It's on the infield. And where that is, where you can plainly see it because the markers are yellow, the corner barriers are yellow, but that thing that you would sort of plant in the ground so you could see it, it's an interesting idea. Let me run it up the proverbial flagpole. Because I hate when those things happen.
I do too.
When the banners decide an event. Paul, I get what you were saying about Geiger, but to say, well, he only gained 4 positions. No, he gained 36 positions.
Exactly.
That's where he would have been. And Lapino was what I did like about the Lapino penalty is that they decided immediately and they announced it. So as a viewer, Paul Malin and JT were able to say, hey. He's got to get 17th. If he goes, further back than 7th, Italy's going to lose this thing, and it's going to come down. I mean, it saved the race from being like just let's do it in a smoky room later.
Yep.
And I like that, but that kind of thing has to happen right off the start. What does bother me a little is so knowing that happened at the designations, why would they not have run ribbon or
something,
banners all up through their repeater? Because it's just like Redbud. When you come through the second turn at Redbud, or down, when you come out of the first turn, it's plausible that you could get pushed off and then just skip that lane as it comes back. But we didn't see that. The GP starts are a lot different. They're more of a hairpin and into a sharp corner. But I think Lapino got off really well, but they handled it well. And Geiger, I didn't want it to compromise or let the air out of the whole thing, but it kind of did, but not as much as when Sabir crashed in second moto.
Yeah.
Well, all right, work on that. I like it, and then that way there's no debate. There's no debating anything. You got back on in the entry point. You're good to go. I like that.
I can't wait to watch them build these things, and they never get used.
Well, then
that's just how it works.
Well, then the rider gets, then you get DQ'd or you get something. Like you get a massive penalty.
I think that, we were able to really teach people how the wheels on the ground flag works.
Yeah,
and,
we did that.
We're still working on the lights thing, and there were times when guys, and I don't want to name names, but, Adam Cincerella or Ryan Villapoto, we'd get out on the water truck roads and just pin it. There's TV cables out there. There's Doc Bodners going around on a mule. There's fans. There's cameramen.
Yeah.
And we really had to work on getting people to slow down for their own good and for the good of everyone else. But it's a never-ending thing because that's the one thing that doesn't change about motorsports is the adrenaline, the eagerness to just do better, and we see it all the time, and because we have amateur races, we have GNCC races, we have all that stuff, and it carries with the guys right up to the pro ranks. I think you can educate them and on a change, but I think if you make it easy, and the nets were an easy thing for them to get used to because they saw a couple guys get their lives saved, including guys that weren't flying through the nets but sitting under the nets.
I remember I was told the Nets. I was told the Nets weren't going to work at one time. I was told that.
It is kind of a weird, ambitious idea, but I admit it worked.
The greatest thing about the Nets is when they save the people that are staging for the race.
Yeah, like Davey said.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's important.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if that in that final round of MXGP, if Geiger goes over the side of the track and lands on Hurlings and Sevier.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And then everyone in Europe would be like, we need the Mathis net. We need the Mathis
that'd be
net.
great.
Sometimes sometimes good.
I like the idea of getting some kind of pylon and putting them in places where it's obvious that they might go out. It's something we will consider.
All right. Well,
but I'll tell everyone else and say, hey, what do you guys think?
All right. Sounds good. Well, hey, Davey, thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Always a good interview. Yeah, man, we will talk soon. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Davey.
Cheers, Davey.
No worries, Steve. See you, Paul. Thanks, guys.
That's Davey Coombs, brought to you by VortexRacing.com. Please check them out. Great bars and sprockets from the folks at Vortex, Paul. Firepower as well. For over 50 years experience in the industry. Firepower commits to quality, value, and service for your machine. Firepowerparts.com. They've got the great O and X-ring chains, and they got batteries that many privateers are using over the years. And they've won championships with Gopher Dunes and our buddy A-Ray and Cade and those guys using Firepowerparts.com. We're going to commercial break right now. We'll be right back after this, everybody.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt
bushings
in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green. Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX 2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on PulpMXshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 123 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati. Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com and the folks at Fly Racing. And DecalWorks all on board with us, as well as some other great sponsors like Off-Road Warehouse. They are bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Proud to supporting guys like Mumford and Shock this past year. Marchbanks and Phil, of course, as well, the Club MX team. I think they're coming back to Club for 2022. They've got stores in Temecula, San Diego, Corona, Vegas. They're in Phoenix now. They are in Georgia. So ORW, offroadwarehouse.com. Get your bike to the track in style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. The best part of the offroadwarehouse.com deal is the code PulpMX saves you money. So use the code PulpMX. It saves you money. Stop in and check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. Off-Road Warehouse stores are staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team. Plus, they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels, to steps, bed, accessories, and more. Thanks to Davey Coombs for coming on board, and also thanks to our first guest, Lewis Phillips, Paul Perebijnos from Rental, also in. Paul, we'll talk about some Rental product here in a little bit. But
do you think I could hit home runs with this bat? Is it more the equipment or the talent? Can we talk to Bretts about this? Because I feel good holding this bat.
What kind of ball is it? What's the distance to the outfield wall?
Well, we're not playing at Fenway or anything. Isn't that a tough one to hit a home run at?
No, actually, Fenway's pretty easy for a right-handed
Okay,
batter.
so we're playing at Fenway then.
Okay. No, still no.
No?
No.
Man, I feel good holding this thing.
Okay. I mean, you can.
It's nice. Maybe I can get Rental to make some bats.
There you go. You can make aluminum. It's just aluminum.
No, we can't. It has to be wood in the pros.
Yeah, it does. You may be able to hit one.
Just
with
like you
aluminum.
can't have a carbon fiber handlebar in motocross. It's illegal at MXGP.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, the number one source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates for employment opportunities. The first and only job boards, but specifically for motorcycle industry. Job of the week this week, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Do you guys use this at Rental?
We don't.
I guess you don't have a U.S. really higher base.
Yeah, it's just me
It's
and
you
Dave
and
in the
Cosmo.
U.S.
Cosmo.
and everyone else is UK.
Customer service at Yoshimura. Customer service inside sales rep. Full-time job, Chino, California. Yoshimura, a good company. They're R&D company of America in Chino, California. The leader in high-end motorcycle exhaust systems and accessories. They have an immediate position open for customer sales inside sales rep with industry experience required. The position will maintain, enhance, and be an integral part of Yoshimura's sales department. So if you want to get started in the industry, Yoshimura is a good company, and MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Go there. If you're a company out there who's listening to this and you're looking for employees, we know it's not always easy these days to find people, but try MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Put your job up there. Maybe we'll read it on the show. Maybe you'll get a wide range of people listening to this show, and you can fill that vacant spot. So thanks to MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Speaking of jobs.
I saw something on there about PulpMX show producer.
That's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was I not supposed to see that?
Not supposed to see that yet. No.
It's because I have the industry access.
This gentleman will be responsible for directing the cameras.
Yeah, that's what
building
I
an app.
All that
kind of stuff. Yeah.
All that.
Yeah. So they'll be very, very important for that kind of stuff.
And it is welcome.
Speaking, listen. There's an extra aisle free. So
there is an extra aisle.
Speaking of
speaking
of jobs and speaking of marks and speaking of all of that, it's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT? How are you?
There's no way Paul's hitting home runs.
Hey, bro, have you picked this thing up? I feel good with it. I've also had an entire bottle of wine.
Yeah.
You are not hitting home runs.
He's not. Yeah, I agree. I went in a batting cage and turned it up to 85, I think.
You dial it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what they throw in the majors?
No, they throw more than that.
Okay. How'd you do?
85 was tough. Tough to make contact with. So
yes.
All right. Well,
you can't even see it.
It's the wine speaking. Let's say that.
All right. Yeah, I was not okay back there. JT, flyracing.com. Thanks for coming on. How was your ride day you went to? How was that?
Yeah, it was cool. That's the third one we've done at the Waldo Motorsports facility there. So, yeah, it was good. It's kind of, the same situation, consumer day, and just everybody comes out and rides on Saturday, and then it's more like a dealer engagement, hospitality event on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fun.
Do you have another one coming up, or?
I don't for a while. That'll be my last one of the year. But, yeah, they have another one in Texas, I believe, in December.
Okay.
That'll be at Damon and Weston and Bob and the whole crew.
So you went to Waldo, JT?
I did, yeah.
So you got a chance to go visit your parents? And
I did, yeah. It was
cool.
cool. And I've been to that one every year. I mean, it's literally like less than 10 miles from where I grew up.
Yeah, cool.
So the one in Texas, is that the Pony will be there, and that's where we have a problem? Where we had a problem with Bradshaw's bike?
I guess it's going to be – I don't think it's at
oh, okay.
I don't know, to be honest. I know it's in Texas, but I don't know all the details, so I'm just going to shut up before I say the wrong thing.
All right, fair enough. Flyracing.com. A couple things. Let's go MXGP, PulpMX Fantasy, then the X Brand Tear-Off.
So we're MXGPing with JT.
Yeah, let's do MXGPing with JT.
Let's
All right,
do it.
JT, we had Lewis Phillips on earlier. Obviously, we talked about the series wrapping up, and, Jeffrey Hurling's fastest guy, deserves the title. He crushed it at the final race and all of that. Now, I want to bring up a tweet that I put out midweek last week that was a little bit spicy, a little bit of a hot take, but I do believe it. And we'll get this discussion going with you two guys who absolutely follow MXGP a lot. So my contention on my tweet was, I think that Hurlings, Geyser, and Febra are I saw off with Ferrandis, Tomac, and Roczen. Hurlings is probably the fastest rider out of those 6 guys. But then I would probably put Ferrandis and Roczen, maybe 2, 3, maybe Geyser 4, maybe Ferrandis, or maybe Tomac after that, and then let's say Febra last. Febra won 1 GP this year. Obviously, very good year. Nice rebound for him, and he's a past champion. But
so you're saying those are the best 6 motocross riders?
Those 3 guys had over 100-point lead over 4th, which was Sewer. And in our series over here, those 3 guys had an 80-point lead over 4th in the points over here. So going that far, do you guys agree with that, JT?
Personally, I believe that for two distinct reasons, I believe those three are ahead of our guys in motocross right now. Reason number one, I believe that anytime you focus on one discipline, it doesn't matter what it is, all the time, year-round, you're going to naturally get better at it. And as a corollary to that, before I get to my second point, I think we are witnessing one of the best talent pools for MXGP that they've ever had and probably will ever have, with the Hurlings and Febvre, Cairoli's still there. All of the MX2 guys that are, the peak of MX2 have moved into the class. It's just a very unique time there right now. And then my second point, the reason why I think they're a little bit ahead, having spent much time over there lately, I've gotten to see how specialized those guys have built their motorcycles for each track, right? And if you go to like Turkey, they will have a completely different chassis and engine setup and transmission and all these things that are specifically custom built for that Turkey track. And then if you went to the Netherlands and we're in the sand the next weekend, or Lommel in Belgium, the next weekend they would have a specific chassis and an engine package and a transmission and maybe a swing arm and all these things that were custom built for that specific racetrack. We don't have those options, right? So if you're comparing the speed that our guys go versus the speed those guys go, I'm not saying it's our riders' fault. They don't have any control over that, but the speed that those guys are able to go on motorcycles that are custom built for specific racetracks, I think that's really challenging to deal with. And I think now that I've learned more, I'm starting to understand why we have such a difficult time beating these guys at Motocross of Nations, because they have a distinct advantage. Like, you can really custom tailor your motorcycle to be really, really good at any specific track, where we don't. We have the same chassis and the same frame, and we have limitations on what we can do within the engine and a lot of things that they don't have. And that's not rider really fault. That's rules, and that's just different series and the characteristics of the series. So I think when you take all those things into account, just, comparing them to comparing us, I think they can go faster right now.
So you think Febvre shows up on his bike at Unadilla against Kenny this year and beats him?
Well, you're taking Kenny's best track.
Well, I mean, I take any. I just.
Oh,
yeah.
Here's my analogy, because I'm kind of more with JT. I think if you take all 6 riders and put them in the GP series and race 18 races, Febvre, Hurlings, and Geyser would score more points. I think if you take all 6 guys and put them in our 12-round series, Febvre, Geyser, and Hurlings would score more points.
That's insane.
That's how I feel.
When those guys came over for USGPs, they got beat.
Which ones? None of these guys came over. None of these guys.
None
of these guys.
I watched Tomac beat
Cairoli, and we're talking 4 or 5 years ago.
But, okay, so since then they've made tons of gains, and our guys have made no gains.
They've made gains.
The last time Febvre was here, he won.
When was that?
Glen Helen.
Glen Helen.
Yamaha. He was on a Yamaha. He won.
No, Tomac won.
No. He beat
Not at
Cooper
Glen
West
Helen.
straight up.
Okay, well, was Tomac there? Because Tomac literally has only lost like 1 or 2 motos in all the USGPs that he's ever done over here in America.
One at WW, and then what happened at Charlotte?
I think he won.
I think he won too.
Yeah, so I don't know how Febvre beat Eli Tomac, who was contracted to ride the Monster MX USGPs. So I don't know how that happens.
I mean, Tomac had a very good moto. One out of the, qualifier didn't go very well. First moto didn't go very well, and then he won the second moto, I believe. It's just my observation from watching both series, being at all the, a ton of races.
JT has been a lot.
I just think the level of theirs really high right now, and that doesn't mean that in 2 years it doesn't change, right? I just think right now those guys have been pretty healthy, and they are pushing each other to a really, really high level, and they're like feeding off of each other's pace. It's pretty impressive to watch in person.
Years ago, it was never so many guys that had the opportunity to win, and that's why I think MXGP racing has been so exciting for the last 3 years. And JT and I are both super fans. We both have the season package. We watch every single. I've watched 36 MXGP motos this year, every single one basically. and they're when it comes to motocross, I'm not faulting our guys. It's important that we win Supercross. Like, they can't be expected even to.
Feber won in 2015. No Tomac. He beat Josh Grant and Cooper Webb. Who Cooper Webb jumped up. He was a lights rider, I believe, and he jumped up.
I'm just telling you. I mean, he won. You're saying that he has.
Well, okay, but
these guys didn't win.
No. I'm
the
talking.
last time he was here.
I'm talking Eli Tomac, and he wasn't at this race. And I'm talking Ken Roxon, who hasn't done a GP, maybe ever since he came over here. And then I'm talking.
They race motocross the nations. How did that go?
Dylan Ferrandis. So
yeah.
Okay, so you guys are not on that belief at all.
No.
So like
I am.
I can't even go with my discussion if you guys aren't going to say that those three.
Those 6 are the best. But those 3 on that side are.
But no, you said those 3 would beat American guys over here and over there.
They would.
And I can't even begin to have this discussion if that's what you think. Like, that's insane to say that.
That's accurate.
In motocross,
Jeffrey Hurlings is the best rider.
Yeah, and he came over here and he won.
He's the best rider out of the 6. Totally, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But you can't. Roman Feber, you said a little ago, Paul, that anyone can win. Geyser and Hurlings took 90% of the wins over there.
What do you mean anybody can win?
You said anybody can win. You said that about the MXGP series. You said anybody can win.
There's like 6 guys that have a chance to win, yes.
Okay, but only 2 won 90% of the races. Sewer won one.
Prado won one
Prado
or 2,
won one,
right?
And Feber won one, right? And
somebody else
tossed a few away. Feber tossed a few away.
Okay, whatever.
He should have won Turkey.
The point is there's a 100-point gap in the series between those 3 and 4th, and in our series it was close. It was 80 points.
I still agree with you that those 3 over there are very similar to our 3 over here.
Yeah, but not if you say that those guys are going to come to America and beat our guys.
They would.
Okay, but that's fine. You have that opinion, but I can't even go with my step 2.
Okay,
I can't even go with my step 2.
What's step 2?
I can't even go to step 2.
Sorry,
if you can't give me that.
Well, I can't lie.
I thought we could all agree on that, and then I was going to go to my step 2 and see what you guys thought. But I'm out.
I will say this: if our guys committed to racing pro motocross 12 months a year,
sure,
I'll retract my statement immediately.
Yeah,
That's not their focus. And honestly, you want my real opinion? I think half the time they're just going through the motions outdoors. I really do. And I don't like that. It bums me out. I mean, all of us grew up racing motocross. That's what we did. We didn't grow up racing supercross. We didn't spend weekends at the track racing supercross. We raced motocross, right? So that is the core of the sport. That's what, everybody that's listening, they don't race supercross. They ride motocross on the weekends. That's what their passion is. But that's not what drives professional racing in America right now. That's not, financially, that's not what drives it. It's just not.
And I don't want to hear from the U.S. fans that are going to argue with us when they've never traveled to Europe. They've never seen any of these guys ride in person. They've only seen them maybe once on TV, or they signed up for the last race. Like, you need to watch and go watch Jeffrey Hurlings in person in the sand. Please, one time.
I watched him. Ken Roxon beat him. Saw it with my own eyes. A German
10
kid.
years ago?
Well, whatever. I'm just saying, Roxon.
15.
No, Roxon's 1 year older.
I watched.
On any given
Carmichael on an 85 also. Straight up beat him. Shea Bentley just passed him and beat him. If that's what we're going to talk.
I'll give you this.
In 1994.
At any given GP or any given U.S. National, Ken Roxon can go 1-1. Absolutely. But over the course of a series, those 3 guys would score more points than him. I'm sorry.
In general, again, I can't even. What's wrong? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just pulling on my cord here.
All right. Whoa. All right. We'll move on.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll move on.
No, we don't get to
hear
part B?
No,
I really
I can't.
want to hear side 2. I want to hear the B side of the tape.
I can't. I can't even start with either one of you.
Why not?
Because you don't even agree with the simple premise that I assumed you would agree with. Like, Hurlings is the fastest guy in the world in motocross.
Okay.
And then, toss the rest up in the air out of those 5 guys, and, they're about equal.
I don't think it's utter domination
they're close.
other than Hurlings. I think Hurlings is clearly the best motocross racer on earth right now. I don't hold the other 2 in the same regard all the time.
Shit. But Paul said they would beat our guys.
I think they have a little bit of an edge right now, especially when you count the inconsistency by Tomac this year. He was all over the place. There were motos like at Southwick, he's running around in 9th, and I have no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, and a bit of what we're saying is I would say a little disrespectful to Ferrandis how amazing he was this summer.
That's fair.
There were motos where
fair.
Febvre ran around in 6th or 7th also.
Was there?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Earlier in the year when Febvre turned it on near the end, but there were motos where Febvre would go, whatever. He wasn't a full championship contender early in the year. Like, he wasn't full gnarly.
He was top 3 in the series.
I want to say,
I
want to say he was close the whole time.
So,
within 20 of the lead or 30 of the lead the whole time, I think.
The whole time.
I remember him getting plenty of 7ths and 8ths.
I don't know about that.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe if he crashed.
Okay,
like,
so
he definitely crashed a few early
15 points at round 1 in one moto, 14 points in Matterley, 9 points in Italy at round 3.
Yeah, those are crashes.
Okay,
those are crashes.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, so in over there, when the guys get 7th or 8th, it's like, oh, the field's so deep. Look at this. Look how gnarly it is.
Okay.
Over here, Tomac is 7th. It's, I can't know what he was doing out there. I don't know why he was running around out there. Maybe the field is deeper here now.
Because he's battling with Cody Schock when he gets 7th. That's the problem.
But maybe the field is deeper over here now than it ever was. We just did
our field is pretty
just
deep over here.
We just did a re-raceables from 01.
Okay.
Now, a long time ago, 19 years ago, Weege and I did.
Yeah.
And like Dowd is 5th, and he's 40-something years old at this point. And Lampson, who I love Lampson, he's he's on JT's team at this point. He's got 6th overall at Steel City. Like, those Dowd and Lampson in 01 are, they are not even breaking the top 10 in 2021 in our USA Nationals.
Okay, so
you can't say that this year's outdoors is the deepest it's ever been. I will hang up.
I am not saying the deepest it's ever been, but certainly deeper than 01.
Pretty deep.
It's
pretty deep. What's
I know.
What's the second part of this? I
can't even start. I can't even go
because you're wrong.
No.
Fuck you, you're fired.
No, it's
Rub
not
my
that
nipples.
It's not that I'm wrong, but I can't even start with the.
I don't know. What is it?
Is this where you have to, you don't have a lot of content, so you have to go with some outrageous take?
No.
Do up his butthole.
No, I absolutely not.
Remember that show I got to work that drops?
But I don't know, Paul.
Can I do it again?
Paul just said a minute ago that, after Hurlings, maybe they're all the same. So I don't know if Paul's flipping here or if he's rethinking. Are you rethinking your stance?
No, I said on any given weekend, Ken Roxon could show up and beat any of those guys.
So would that make my theory right then, that they're pretty close? They're all kind of the same?
I think I'm putting more validity in how good these guys are over the course of a huge series. I think that's harder than. We have Supercross, right? But
I'm not breaking down an 18 race series so much as I'm saying world talent wise and speed wise, 5 of them are all pretty much the same. And I would put Febvre as last.
I can go.
Sure.
Oh my God!
Sure.
Okay, we got somewhere.
Well,
we got it.
You finally put it correctly.
We got it.
But the question was, Paul said he thinks that those guys would still beat him. That doesn't mean they're worlds apart. Paul just said he thinks that those guys would still come out ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Part 2.
Okay, hit us with it.
Okay.
I'm excited to see what it's about.
Okay. Part 2 is, to me, now Prado is a little different case because he had some injuries, and didn't he have COVID earlier this year? Was he sick, or was he just sick or something?
I don't.
Yeah, he had all kinds of stuff.
He had something going on.
COVID, and he definitely got hurt.
Okay, yeah, he got hurt in here. But okay, but Sewer, Caroli, Koldenhoff.
Sewer had Epstein-Barr.
Okay, but
go ahead. Go ahead.
To me, the next group of USA guys are better.
Better.
I don't agree.
I don't agree.
AC speed, Sexton speed.
Well,
Osborne.
Yeah, those
guys, AC is very comparable to Prado to me.
Okay, but my thing is, so let me finish. That's part 2.
Okay.
Those guys are better than the guys I just mentioned because I know Koldenhoff, we saw him absolutely destroy MXDN. Nobody knows what the fuck happened to Koldenhoff in those weekends. So take those away.
Okay.
Because I'm just going on GP results and just what I saw of Glenn Koldenhoff my 12 times I've been over there.
He was on a KTM.
Okay. He was on a factory bike, though.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Okay, so Sexton, a healthy Osborne, and AC are faster than that next group of guys. However, my third point, is I put this on Twitter.
Okay.
My third point was I think Jonas, TKO, maybe Vlanderen are better than Bogle and Hartraft. So this was the tweet. The tweet was
Jonas is definitely better than
Jonas. Fucking goes fast.
Okay.
He goes fast.
So I was just looking at standings and results and stuff. So my point was, I think that the further back of the GP guys are faster than the further back of the American guys, but the very top end is higher in the US.
Okay,
that's where I'm at.
I think the better way to look at it is if Jonas were to come and race our series, what place would he get? Or if
I think Jonas would get beat by the 3 guys we talked about and Sexton and AC.
Consistently Sexton.
Well, just I mean, they got everyone has to stay healthy.
Yeah,
I mean, you can play that game.
To me,
forever.
he would be a 4.
I know, but those guys aren't staying healthy. Is my like those guys don't stay healthy very
Adam
often.
just finished staying healthy. He was second in the points a year ago.
Jonas
so he was
outdoors?
second. Yes.
How many series has he finished on a full 50?
I don't know. I'm just saying 2 years ago, Adam was healthy outdoors
I know,
all year long.
but I'm asking a legitimate
you
question.
can say
maybe
injuries are
2,
take injuries away.
1 out of 4.
Take injuries away because they can happen to anybody anytime.
Okay.
Your Jesus, Jeffrey Hurlings, good God, almost weeded himself, multiple times.
Yeah.
He missed the whole race because of injuries.
Yes.
So I don't count injuries because that happens in our sport to anybody outside of Carmichael.
Okay. Go on.
So taking injuries away, Jonas gets beat by those 5 guys. But then, Jonas beats Bogle and Hartraft and
I think he beats him by a lot.
By Cody Schock, he beats Cody Schock. Whatever amount you want to say.
Yeah.
And AP probably is in that.
Jonas
AP's
to me,
in that Jonas mix.
Jonas to me is like a top 6 guy in the U.S. that flirts with the podium.
Okay,
I believe.
I could go with that. I mean, but my whole point of my tweet.
JT?
My whole point of the tweet.
JT?
Upper end.
Yes.
Deeper up here, faster up here, but overall depth, better over there. And so my tweet angered some fucking morons on Twitter, and I just wanted to talk to my 2 friends and see what they thought because there were some angry idiots on Twitter.
That probably have never really watched GPs before.
So I just wanted to see what you 2 thought.
Yeah, the top 3 over there and the top 3 over here are similar.
Yep.
But I don't
with Jeffrey being the best. It's
definitely deeper.
Yeah.
It's definitely deeper over there.
Right. That's my point.
Great point.
Yep. If you look at the end of the series this year, especially the end of the series, it was rough.
But
that's not anybody's fault. That's just how series go. But it was not shallow over there. It was freaking deep. MXGP at the end of the year was so brutally deep.
Jonas, they didn't have many injuries. We did have injuries, and I'm not even putting injuries in. I'm not even saying that because injuries happen to everybody. But Jonas got 8th in the points this year over there. Savachi got 8th in the points over here. Jonas beats Savachi.
Jonas missed the last
every
4
time.
rounds.
Okay, but Jonas beats Savachi every time.
Every time
is my point.
Yeah.
So at that level, level, those guys are better than our guys.
So give me So we just saw Dylan Wright. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Dylan Wright in the U.S. to compare, right? That would be good.
But he has raced U.S. Nationals.
So where do you think Dylan Wright would slot in the U.S. Nationals? And then let's pick a guy from the U.S. that we would send to MXGPs. Where would he slot in?
Well, Savachi. Where would Savachi slot in?
I don't know.
10th?
Savachi was 8 to 12.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's probably
10 to 13 there, maybe?
10 to 13.
Maybe? I don't know. That's hard.
It is a hard.
What does Cody Schock do over there?
Schock was I mean, he rode great.
Yeah.
He rode fantastic. But, I think Cody Schock.
Does he do as good as Dylan Wright did?
I think Cody Schock does as good as Dylan Wright.
I don't know that he
Dylan
does.
only got 1 top 10.
Yeah.
And, again, steep field. They didn't have any injuries. Dylan got 1 top 10.
It was tough.
He got a 9th, and then he got a 10th. So I guess 2 top 10s.
Mm-hmm.
But Dylan did have the 6th fastest time in one moto, right? I guess.
This is hard to bench race over.
I know, but I just wanted, on Twitter, there was some angry Europeans.
What were they angry about? What was their take?
Yeah, just totally wrong. Just everything's wrong.
What did they think? What did they say?
MXGP guys blow the Americans away. Look at MXDN, which I'm like, okay, but Ken is not American, and I'm not counting. The Dylan Ferrandis is an American, so I'm not counting American riders.
But he raced the race. He raced his nations.
He was out. Kenny was.
Didn't Ferrandis win MX2 when last time he went to Des Nations?
I don't know. Did he?
I thought Red Buddy won MX2. Okay. Did he not?
Anyways, I'm not counting MXDN because I think these idiot people on Twitter thought that.
Okay.
Because I'm talking American-based riders, or I just said American series or something, That's all.
Okay.
You guys are smart enough to know what I'm talking about. If you want to talk about Americans, take Ken and put Ferrandis on the MXGP side, we can talk about that.
We got Tomac.
America's got Tomac and AC and Sexton.
Our Motocross of Nations performances are not helping.
No, they're not
helping.
They're not.
We need to do better.
But I'm looking past that.
I want to be better.
I'm smart enough to look past those results.
I would like the U.S. to be better at destinations this year. It's coming back to Red Bud. We need to be better.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Can we be better?
JT's going to hang himself. It's much worse.
JT's never witnessed a win in person, ever.
I'm
ever.
past it. Trust me, I'm way past that point of my life now. Especially since I've been over there so much, I'm starting to understand why we're getting beat.
So, all right. So we started with a lot of Marks, we started with a lot of resistance.
There was, yeah, a little
and
bit.
now they're all coming around.
It has eased a little.
No, I'm not really coming around. I still think
we got you to. Go ahead.
I think their series for motocross right now is ahead of ours. Like, as a total encompassing group of riders, I think the MXGP class is a stronger class than the 450 motocross class we have. Now, our 250 class is much stronger than their MX2 class, but there's a lot going on there with age and all those things. But I think as a whole, I think they have us covered right now.
But
they got wash base.
It's a world championship. We're a national championship.
Paul, who cares? It's like saying Glenn Helen.
What do you mean, who cares?
You just bagged on Glenn Helen for having a world titles.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll continue to.
Okay,
so what?
Which is fine.
Okay.
But then you can't throw out that that's a world championship when 3 of the best riders in the world are over here and not racing that series. Like, F1 is a world championship where all the best drivers are there. Like, nobody in IndyCar would match up to those F1 guys. And
they would go to F1 if they could.
Right, they would all go to F1 if they could.
Yeah, I don't know that part.
Okay, but so F1 is undisputably the world championship of
car racing.
Okay. Because
so even the best NASCAR drivers want to go to F1. Is that what you're telling me?
They couldn't go to F1.
They're not good enough.
They're not good enough.
MotoGP is the same. No one in World Superbike or Moto2 or if they could go to MotoGP, they would
go. So, but
our
not
sport
the same.
is different because we have such a strong U.S. series.
No. But that's why you can't say it's a world championship, which is what you said 3 minutes ago.
But it
because that implies all the best riders in the world are there, and that is not true.
I agree with Steve on that.
I'll give you that all the best riders are not there, but it's still no, because I'm still
your shirt's up.
What did I do?
No, you were
my comparison is the U.S. series to the other motocross series, the World Championship,
but if that was the end-all be-all world championship, Tomac, Roxon, Ferrandis,
they'd all be there.
Those guys would be there. They would be there.
So you can't say like, oh, it's a world, like that doesn't mean anything. Like, but in F1 it does, and in MotoGP it does. I assume it does in MotoGP.
So, then we can't. We don't have a true world championship in our sport. Then is what you're saying.
We don't.
We do not.
No, but they do have wash base.
That's true.
Right, which count for a
lot.
Not
everywhere, I don't think, but yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so yeah, Marks.
We learned nothing.
Point for me.
No, fuck off. Point for Steve.
Point for me. Point for me. Marks, make the noise.
No, Marks, don't you dare.
Marks, make the noise.
Dare.
We'll put it to a vote.
You're fired, Marks.
Okay, bye.
I'll hire you, Marks.
Tallon, put it on Twitter. Who won the debate?
I don't even know what was the debate.
Mathis,
I'm not sure.
Perebijnos, and Thomas. Thank you.
Yeah, fuck Steve Mathis.
Yeah. So
I like that drop.
All right.
You are a loon ball.
Okay. Next thing.
What do we got
on the agenda? By the way, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Please check those guys out and support them. Go to motorsport.com and look at all the things that Fly Racing has. JT, World Vets, that one kit was lit. A lot of comments about my lit kit.
I'm happy for you. That's great.
Did it get muddy when the water main broke?
That was the other set of gear.
Oh,
yeah.
Darn it.
I'm not kidding you. Eric Phipps looked like he went to a fucking GNCC. He comes back to the truck, and we're like, what?
What happened?
He is covered in mud at Glen Helen on a November.
I
wish I could say I'm surprised.
That one freaking straightaway.
JT, are you racing the World Vets? Have you thought about it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought about it. I'm definitely not, is the conclusion I came to.
Okay, fair enough.
JT, if you go to spectate, I will go with you, and we will carry around beers all day and laugh at everybody.
I would definitely consider going to watch. That's definitely in the cards.
We could just mock Steve all day.
I deserve it the way I ride. I deserve it.
I think it would be fun to watch all those guys, get after it. I just have no interest in competing.
You move the event to a different track, I'll be there. I am there. Lock, stock, and barrel.
Honestly, I just get some practice stickers, and I'll be there. Okay, JT, we took a call earlier in the show from a gentleman who was fighting with some 50-year-old novices, and he put him in a chokehold. And
Was it Mike Oessi?
A guy took a swing at him.
He sounds like Tony when he talks.
All right, next topic on the agenda here for Jason Thomas, PulpMX Fantasy.
This is a good topic.
Good topic. I think we can all agree on this. Paul, JT, myself, Mark's all involved in PulpMX Fantasy.
Truman.
Yep. I'm saying here though on the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm back. I'm getting back an idiot.
Wait.
No, you're not allowed.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
That's bullshit.
After all the stuff you talked, you are not allowed to come
Dan
back
won't
in.
take my money?
No, we're not taking your money.
JT, I stooped
You
to
don't run
low levels to insult you to try to get you to pay. Like I felt slimy saying those things, but I knew they would cut you deep. It would make a difference.
You got me the year before. I crumbled.
He did, yeah.
JT, motherfucking money.
Okay, so a couple things, Paul. Let's talk about this stuff here.
Yeah. So, Marks, can people see these?
Yep. If you want to pull it this way towards me just a little bit, there you go.
Check this out. We have so if people have played fantasy with us before, they understand that we issue national numbers based on a grand national championship, right? Old school. We don't have any of the hardships that the AMA and whoever has in declaring national numbers as they do today. We do it old school, and it's combined Supercross and Motocross.
The Twitter poll's at 50% right now. Right now for both of us, 50%.
Whoa.
Who won the debate?
2 votes.
What's that mean?
12 votes.
Oh, like me and JT versus you?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for the update. What was I saying?
We have
a Grand National Championship.
Right.
So we have, we issue national numbers in the game, and the guy who is the best between Supercross and Motocross essentially scores the most points available in the game. We give him a red number 1 plate, and it's attached to his name, and it shows up it's attached to his avatar in the game, and it's kind of like a flex, right? It's like, oh, this guy's really good. He's red number 1. We haven't given a prize to that guy, and I think the guy who's won didn't win any prizes all year because typically you're paid. You win the Grand National Championship based on being consistent. You're not getting race wins, but you're there every single weekend. You're staying consistent. You're scoring a lot of points. So we wanted to somehow commemorate that guy. So now we're going to have trophies that we issue to the Grand National Champion every year. On the back is a Hall of Fame that shows who the Grand National Champion has been in the previous years. So we're going to send this to Vin Murphy. He was the red number 1 plate guy for 2021, and we also have number 1 plates for each the Supercross Championship League and the Motocross Championship League.
All right. So bringing the game up.
Trying to make it more official, and I
Paul,
wish
grab
we
one
had
of those number 1 plates and hold it in front of you.
I wish we had a prize we can give these guys, and maybe we will in the past. Obviously, these guys both won YZ. These guys both won brand new Yamahas, whoever won these.
Yeah.
But this guy who won the Grand National Championship, he's obviously an amazing player, really good player, had a good year, and I don't think he won a prize. So at least we're giving him something that I think shows him that he did a great job.
Pretty sweet.
And again, I think it's just something cool that we're adding to the game.
Yeah, being the overall winner for Supercross and Motocross is damn hard. And
very hard.
It's pretty cool. So, yeah, I think that's
So we'll send a trophy to the guy who wins every year. We already have the 2022 trophies made. They're over there. And we'll keep updating the Hall of Fame. And it's just something new.
Yeah.
And I think Mark says something new as well.
Yeah, so for 2020...
Good job on that, Paul.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
For 2022, we're going to make some more changes to the game. No, there's not a drop round. We're not going to do that. But, Marks, why don't you explain a little bit on some of the things that we all discussed and we're going to implement.
So something that happens a lot is people forget to make a team.
Yes.
At least once.
Oh, yeah. More than that.
Somebody's at a wedding or
they slept in or they don't have service or, there's plenty of reasons why.
The day race and they forgot.
Day race.
That happens a lot. So what we're going to do is we're going to offer something where you can pay a little bit extra, kind of like experts, where it's completely optional. And what it will do is if you happen to forget and you have this in the system, when lockout time comes, it's going to go through the system and check everybody that has purchased this extra Mulligan.
Drop the name.
Mulligan?
I think Mulligan is
I don't like
fitting name.
I do not like Mulligan.
We're going to stick with Mulligan.
It's exactly what a Mulligan is.
It's not good.
It's a do-over.
Oopsies. The oopsies.
The oopsies.
I don't like oopsies.
Name TBD.
I'm not down with oopsies.
But what it's going to do is if you have this option,
Catchy.
it's going to take what the riders that the experts have picked, put them in a pool, and create you a team out of those riders. And if for some reason you don't have enough riders because you've picked, guys that, you had guys last week that they all have this week, it will default back to guys that were in qualifying. So there's the little tick on the team page where you can say, only show me riders that rode qualifying. If the experts don't have enough for you, then it'll fall back to that as well. That way you don't miss a round if you're doing well in the championship or you're running for prizes. We did limit it to one. There will be options for 1 or 3. We did limit it. That way, it doesn't pick a team every week for you if you purchase this.
Yeah, we feel like if you did just let it auto pick for you for 17 rounds, you could actually end up
having a very good team. And that's not fair to the people that are putting effort in. But I still feel like it's a great option, and it's fair for those that, sometimes life gets in the way of being on your phone on a Saturday or Saturday night or whatever, right? And at least this is a fail-safe to keep you in the hunt.
Yeah, we've had guys, I think girls even, that were doing really well, probably top 100, I would say, and missed a round.
Yep.
And they were begging for a drop round just so that they could stay in the running because they were doing so well. And this was like well over halfway into the season. So if you want to have this little this buffer, this cushion, something to fall back on if something happens and you miss a round, then this is the way to go. Allows us to give you something optional. Allows us to keep our price the same for the main game and give you something of value somewhere else if you want. So
I like it. Yep. I think it's cool. I think it'll help a lot of people.
Keeps people in the mix, right? If they have some extenuating circumstances, but yet it doesn't penalize the people that are really paying attention every single weekend.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I like it. And also for this year, motorsport.com, we did a hole shot contest for Washougal. Last year. It was a pretty big success. Everybody liked it. Of course, Motorsport is the official hole shot sponsor of the Outdoor Series. They are coming on in a bigger way, and we are doing 29 hole shot contests. The winners will get motorsport.com gift card. It'll be the same kind of rules as last year, where it'll go on time of entry, and we're going to do something for the series ending people as well if you end up winning that series. We're not keeping track of points, but we're going to keep track of how many people you get right during the year. Right, Marks?
Yeah, that's correct. Right. So basically it'd be like 1 point for each one you get right, essentially.
And then at the end, you're going to win a big dollar motorsport.com gift card. So basically that's something new that we're going to do. Separate from our game, separate from our series. You can play the hole shot challenge and not play the regular game or vice versa, but it's going to be free to play, and you can win Motorsport gift cards. Yep. So pretty cool little deal. Motorsport.com hole shot challenge, and then, of course, the mulligan or the oopsies.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. So basic game.
Oopsies.
Basic game isn't changing too much, right? Because it's already complicated enough to learn. But hopefully, some added things that add some value and some excitement and keeps people interested the entire year or in the hunt all year.
2022 sign up, open or app. Marks, what comes first?
Sign-ups for sure.
Attaboy.
I mean, I kind of have a hard deadline on that, so that obviously has to take a little bit of precedence.
Mid-December-ish. Right,
yeah,
right in time to buy entries for somebody for Christmas. Like, hey, here's my Christmas present for you, asshole. I'm going to get you into this game that's extremely frustrating that you can play every single weekend. I signed you up for $35. You're good to go, and enjoy your frustration on me.
Yeah,
what a friend.
Yep.
What a friend. Yeah,
that's what friends do.
Well, look forward to that. PulpMX Fantasy doing that, helping out the game. We all thought it was a good idea to do this, and I'm looking forward to seeing that changes for sure. And I think it'll help some of you people that, go to weddings and get hammered. Speaking of hammered, let's do the X Brown Goggle Tear-Off segment, shall we?
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X Brand Goggles, choice of champions for everywhere. The new Lucid goggle is fantastic. I wore them at the World Vet Championships. I mean, you just don't go 12/7 with regular goggles. You need the X Brand Goggle Lucids. Pulp Show 21 is the code to save at xbrand.com. And they got some new foam coming for the Lucids as well a little bit. So different things are happening. Freddie Noren, Kyle Chisholm, Surratt. So many privateers are choosing X Brand because, it's the goggle of choice for those guys. So thanks to xbrand.com for everything. These are the X Brand Goggle Tear-Off questions. And sir?
Paul.
It's talking to you.
Yeah.
You are...
Corey Moser.
You are Corey Moser. He's in studio.
So every time you say, hey, do you know that guy?
You know me
I
now.
know him. I met him.
Yeah.
He's
There's
real.
Moser. He's in studio.
We've been crushing wine.
I mean, Noob has pinkies.
Cheers.
Noob has medals up. We got pinkies up.
Right. New house. We're in the mansion. We figured we'd bougie the place up. We're drinking wine.
JT, I don't know who this guy is, but he says he's Moser, and he's in studio.
I've heard the name quite a bit. Send me a photo.
I'm on it, JT.
Of this, so I know what he looks like.
All right. Well, Moser, it's been a while. You haven't been around much. Shorty retired, and
we should call Shorty.
Where is he?
He's home. He's home.
Oh, I thought he was still over there.
He's overseas a lot. He's overseas a lot, riding in the desert, dunes and whatnot. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're in town. You went to a Raider football game. My
I went to a
condolences
football
on
game
that.
with some buddies, and so I'm on day 3. So
that game was bullshit.
I'm just saying I'm day 3 in Vegas, so I'm not exactly firing all cylinders, but
right.
A little tired.
So
trying.
These questions are submitted by Corey Moser, and he's gonna read them. Marks, you get this segment
live.
off.
I'm chilling, bro. I'm gonna work on the app while he does this.
Oh,
I'm gonna work on the app.
I'm just saying, aisle 6.
See, that's why I like Marks. He's really funny.
30 seconds. 30 seconds on the clock.
Tallon called it though. I'm doing an aisle 6 work right now.
Yeah.
So
just freeing you up,
cheers.
Marks.
I'm gonna need a little bit of.
I'm just right over on aisle 7 if you need me.
I hope that's the app on.
Hey, we're almost done with 2 bottles, by the way.
I bought 6 because there was a discount. So
yeah, you got to get that multi.
All right, let's do this, Moser. Questions for myself, Paul Perebijnos, Jason Thomas. Let's do it, Moser.
Right,
30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's got the clock?
I do.
Marks, you ready?
I have the clock.
Yeah.
Who's doing the tear off thingies? I can do it.
Tallon does those.
Talon
Seems like there's a lot of people involved here.
Yeah.
To make one segment work.
It's a whole operation.
Do you want to get kicked out of here? Let's get going. We're on a schedule here.
What is
so mean?
What is the best concert you've been to?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
You're gonna laugh. Tie. It's a tie.
No, that's not a thing.
Yeah, there's no ties in
There's
baseball.
only one winner.
Third Eye Blind at House of Blues, like in 2018.
Third Eye Blind?
I know. You're gonna laugh. I said you're gonna laugh.
Why?
Sounds gay.
What do you mean it's a tie?
Why?
It was just amazing.
He's a big Third Eye Blind fan anyway, though.
Dude, I love Third Eye Blind. They're still putting out great music, although their last disc wasn't so good. I know everybody thinks of them.
Disc.
I
didn't know they're still putting out CDs.
They do.
That's what they call them in Canada, discs.
Fuck my ass.
I know, people don't know anything beyond, what's the last song of Third Eye Blind that you know?
I don't know. There's only one good song, right?
There is not.
Everybody knows Jumper.
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
But that was literally 5.
No, I know, but that's what everybody's going to go to.
But I'm just saying the last one that you can so you don't know any of the new ones. They've got a great catalog. So, anyways, Third Eye Blind.
Okay.
All right. Paul, as a mechanic, who taught you the most about wrenching?
Aaron Johnson, I think, or maybe Kyle Bentley. But
who's Aaron Johnson?
Aaron Johnson is now the engine guy at Factory Cowie. Kyle Bentley, you probably know
Everyone
him.
knows Bentley.
Yeah.
Well, he sells sandwiches now, right?
Yeah, he runs a deli now. But yeah, when I moved to California and started working at Pro Circuit, my bay was next to Aaron and caddy corner from Kyle, and those guys they taught me a lot. Aaron's smart dude.
28 seconds.
So was Kyle, and yeah, probably those guys.
So did you pass that same thing along, right? Like when you were older guy, veteran guy, like you had newer guys next to you?
It was like one instance I remember, Pedro?
Yes.
Pedro used to be Thomas Covington's mechanic when he was an amateur. He came to the shop one time at Pro Circuit, and I got a chance to I was like, yeah, I got some time. I showed him how we take apart an engine, how we put an engine together, little tricks here and there, and that was an example of me sharing knowledge with somebody else, right? And now Pedro's gone. I think he's like a engine builder at KTM now.
Where did the chips come from?
Oh, I just stole them from over there.
Okay.
So maybe that situation, but yeah.
All right, I like it. JT.
Sir.
I'm assuming you don't have a pet, but if you were to get one, what would it be?
Good question.
Well, the main reason I don't have a pet is because I travel literally nonstop. I guess I would get a dog. I mean, I like cats too, though. I would probably get a dog, though.
Okay, what kind of dog?
He waffles on the pet answering.
No, he doesn't.
No, it's fine. A dog. What kind of dog? There's a lot of dogs, bro.
I would say either a lab or a golden retriever.
Oh, cool.
You struck me as a Great Dane guy.
What?
Yeah, because you're super short. Dog's really
3
big.
times my size.
Yeah, you could ride him around the house.
I feel like I would be the pet.
That'd be awesome. They're good dogs, apparently. They're lap dogs.
They are. There's one on our walk that we always run into.
Yeah, Great Danes are great.
Lots of hip problems.
Yep.
I've given Paul too much wine.
have.
All right.
Wow, that's a teardripper.
I mean, honestly, we don't have enough time to get into JT's.
Tear dripper.
Tear jerper. It's tear jerper.
Oh, jerper.
We don't have enough time to get into JT's life, but yeah, he needs an animal. He needs a chick. He needs all of that. 100%. Paul?
I don't want to get into it on there.
Okay, all right.
I want to be wined and dined, and I'll just say it, 69.
You're not going to live that one down.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to live that one down. You should play that in the intro of every show.
Okay.
All right, boss.
Yes.
What do we need to work on most to get ready for Vet Nationals 2022?
Lose 100 pounds.
No.
Well, yeah, I need to get in better shape. Yeah, I'm tired. My arms.
You got tired quickly. Your speed was good. You got tired quickly.
Speed wasn't even that good.
Well, sounds like we got more to work on then.
Yeah, but he said one thing. So I mean, speed.
Do we need to talk about your diet again?
No, we do not.
Okay.
You're not willing to give on the diet.
He's not.
I'm not doing some sort of voodoo gypsy diet.
You're just quite stubborn with your diet.
No, just be fucking normal. The diet can be better, but you can still eat normal and just have a better diet.
Okay, well find the middle.
But that's not dieting.
Find the middle ground.
Like eating muffins and cookies and shit is not dieting.
I'm aware. Thank you. So all right. So instead, let me go to some gypsy diet.
Drink wine instead of beer.
Yeah.
I'll do a lot of cocaine and eat some pills, but other than that.
There you go, or that.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's an OG one there. Yeah. That's an OG drop.
Pookie tried. Yeah, never mind.
Careful.
Halloween.
You can get yourself
Halloween was. All right,
Paul. What made Bones great at suspension work, and who was the next Bones?
Oh, whoa.
Shit. Oh, Pookie's mad at you.
She's pissed.
Yep.
I'm going to keep going like we didn't hear her.
Yep.
I would say Bones' experience and his dedication and his ability to translate what a rider is saying into a direction in suspension, where I think that's the talent, right? You hear these guys say,
"That's such a big thing."
My bike's doing this or my bike's doing that, but it's up to the suspension guy to translate what they're saying into, does oh bro, I'm bottoming out over here. Does that mean you have to go, whatever? But so I would say he has a talent to do that. And as far as the next Bones, I don't know.
What do you mean?
Okay,
There's got to be someone out there.
48 seconds.
I don't know.
Is it Ricky or is it?
Ricky Gilmore's very good at what he does. I think
Ricky.
Mark Johnson's really good at what he does. He runs his own business now at AEO. So I would imagine there's plenty of people I'm leaving out too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not as close and educated to that
right.
part of it
Moving
as
on.
I once was.
Moving on.
And I will fucking kill you.
Oh, by the way, on 3, is this Vin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Vin, you won the PulpMX Fantasy.
I did.
Yeah.
Vin Murphy?
That's me.
Bro, we got a trophy for you.
Yeah, nice
good
work.
Good work.
I think I saw it a little bit earlier. Truman sent a couple pictures to my girlfriend.
Wow.
Doesn't sound like the Truman that I know.
Big boobs. Long story short, my girlfriend is Bob Rathkamp's daughter. So.
That's right. Okay, Dan texted us about this, and I didn't fully know or understand what he's talking about.
Bob's a good dude.
Yeah, and he's not ketchup, Steve. All those pictures you got, he's not ketchup.
Ketchup?
Oh, okay. I kind of know what you're saying. Is he sending me the photos?
I mean, maybe a few.
All right. I need to know that. All right. Good to know.
I'm confused.
It's a long story.
Okay.
Yeah. But congratulations, man. That's awesome. Good job.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know Bob has a daughter. Is she older or younger than Spencer?
Younger. She worked will call at Supercross this year. And
no
last year.
fucking way. Small world.
No, there you go. All right, buddy. Well, the trophy's on its way, or shortly, anyways.
No, it's on. I just want to let you know it's on Steve to get it on its way. I brought it to Vegas.
Yeah. Well, then I'm gonna give it to JT.
My job's done.
JT's gonna handle it.
It's up to these guys to send it to you.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, man. Congratulations. We'll get this thing out.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
No worries.
Right,
Thanks,
cool.
Vin. Good job. Yeah. All right. Let's do this, Moser.
All right, GT. With your VIP experience coming back, what's been the dumbest question you've had somebody ask?
Well, you can't ask.
Yeah,
because I
just did. It just happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to think of it as a dumb question like that, because honestly, people that are doing it, that's what they're paying for. Like, they're paying to ask questions that they don't know. Obviously, they're asking, they don't know the answer to. So,
okay, what's the most asked question then? What's the question?
Most asked question?
What's the little button on the fork guard for?
No, I think
How far is the triple?
You know, a lot of them want insight to personalities and what the guys are really like. You know, with their helmets off and not at the track and all that kind of stuff. Like, what's their who are these guys really, and what are their traits, and is this guy cool, or is he a jerk, or whatever. That, I think that's the most asked questions on certain guys.
A lot of shorty questions.
I mean, I don't think anybody really asked if Shorty was a jerk or not. They all kind of knew, because he would go out of his way to talk to all these people.
Big time asshole, Andrew Short.
We need to cold call him.
We can't. We're busy.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
We got plenty of time. Steve.
Yep.
Boss.
Yeah.
Not this. Who's your favorite co-host?
Paul.
Paul.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Paul, I know you love handlebar questions, so what is the perfect bar bend / grip combo?
Well, it depends who you are, I guess.
I want colors, the whole. Give me the whole gamut.
For me,
let's call T-Dags.
We can. He would nerd out.
Oh,
but I mean,
T-Bags is great with handlebars.
Yeah.
To Adam Cincerillo, it's a Renthal 997 twin wall with a Kevlar half waffle grip.
What color?
Kevlar.
Oh,
the handlebar, black.
What color? So Kevlar for the grip?
Kevlar for the grip.
I don't like Kevlar grips. Sorry.
What
really?
color?
I just said that.
Just because the way they look?
No, I just don't like I don't like the way they feel.
Really?
I like
is that a green?
You know what's our best-selling grip?
Soft.
No.
Soft half.
No. Kevlar half waffle, best-selling Renthal grip.
Why?
You got to go half waffle.
Because it is
forever.
It lasts. It lasts well. It's soft. It's durable. It's comfortable.
Thick.
It's not too thick.
It's too thick.
People love it.
That's what she said.
A lot of titles. I mean, Villapoto won lots of titles with the Kevlar grip. Lots.
Well, Villapoto's not.
No shit, asshole.
What color bar pad though?
I mean, that varies. Whatever your flavor of the day is, what color your bike is, what color your gear is.
By the way, speaking
no
of bar
difference.
pads, Renthal's coming out with cloth bar pads again. Not yet, but soon. And this is something I've been on for years. You guys are going to crush it.
We're getting very close. Everything's, for the most part, done. Pricing's getting finalized. I will be delivering the information to distributors soon, and then they'll be placing orders, and then they'll be available to the public.
I feel very fortunate to have one. I have an
early pre-pro. You have an early sample. There'll be a lot of colors to choose from.
I was going to say, what color?
Lots of colors to choose from.
Lots of colors.
All of them.
And
all
you
the
guys are going to sell the shit out of those things.
You think so?
Yes.
I hope so.
Hey, man, you beating off?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got? Back to JT. JT, how much are you willing to pay to get into a pool party in Vegas?
I think would say 0.
Yeah.
You won't pay anything, huh?
Nah.
No.
Wow. Okay.
No, he says. No.
I've been to all kinds of them for free. I'm not paying. I'm not paying.
Fair enough.
They're not that.
I needed help. I had 2 chicks.
What's that from?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
What else you got?
That was a lot of drops. That was it.
That's it?
That was all of them.
You come in person and you bring 5 questions.
That was 6.
Were you drinking when you did these?
He's been drinking all day.
Okay.
JT goes okay.
JT, I'm on day 3 in Vegas, so yeah.
Yeah.
JT's like, okay. That explains everything.
Yeah, no, that was
I met up with him about 2:00 and been drinking ever since I said
that was 9 questions, JT, so yeah.
Oh, 9.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I just didn't know
if
you had some good ones in there.
Okay. Well,
wow.
I mean, Swisscore can do them next time.
Yeah.
X-Brand goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. EKSbrand.com.
Tension.
All I'm saying, Moser, you're better
Tension.
than that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
Honestly, I thought those were pretty good.
Tension. Who do you think can
No,
do
not
more
tension.
more push-ups, you or JT?
Me.
That's what I thought, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Push-ups. I mean, JT works out a lot, but I work out.
I know.
Equally as.
I'm waiting for JT to chime in here.
JT works out a lot, but I work out equally.
I mean, JT can push himself into like the hurt zone too, but you strike me as a person that will literally die.
I'm an idiot. 100%. Yeah.
Snack pack.
Are we going an e-bike ride tomorrow?
Let's do it.
We're taking some tasers?
100%.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give him one that's like half charged.
See
what he's made of.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. I'm one of those guys who's just like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Hurt Locker.
All the way to the end.
Yep.
You don't save
We will
any
do
for
this.
the
The
swim
next time
back.
we see each other, Mose, we're doing this.
If someone challenges you to swim away from shore, you're not saving energy for the
Is
swim
there a
back.
Seattle Supercross this year?
I love to mention that I don't normally tell people this, but I've done 4 Ironmans.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And
So
I never bring this up.
Never.
Except
when you
all
have
the
to.
time. Yeah.
When you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Only
calls
when
it
challenged.
Yeah. All right,
You know,
so Seattle Supercross 2022, we will have the push-up challenge.
You know,
in the fly racing hospitality area.
Yeah.
I got another
Sounds
challenge
good.
for you.
What?
Tyler Keefe, friends of ours.
Yeah.
Would you look at him and say, like, he can run pretty fast?
No.
Okay. I will take Tyler Keefe to any bar in America and put him up against anybody I run into for a running race, and that guy will
What
win.
if Usain
For
Bolt's
like, what,
there?
like 25 yards? Or how far?
Well, come on, Usain Bolt. You're
25 yards?
You're ruining my
What kind
joke.
of random.
But
I've never
how far are we
a
running?
25-yard race.
A sprint. I don't know how long that is.
Hold on, are you saying
That's what I'm
are you
That's
saying,
really short, I think.
Are you saying Tyler
Is it?
Keefe
I
will
don't
win?
know.
Yes.
Oh, he'll win.
The dude can run like the wind.
JT
Like the
Yeah,
wind.
I ran track in college. What'd you run? The 25-yarder?
I have made
JT, how
I
far
have
do we
made
run?
so much money off Tyler Keefe just being in a social setting and getting on the topic of running and saying, I'll put up my guy TK over here in a running
So,
race, and they're like, look, they look at him and they're
he-
like, I got him. And I make money because he smokes them.
On a sprinter.
He's a sprinter.
Wow.
Yes.
I did not. JT, did
He's
you know this about
dedicated to
TK?
the craft.
JT, how far are we running?
I have to race you in a run now?
No. I'm just saying, how far should TK run? Like,
100-yard dash.
This is news to me. I didn't know.
you said 25 yards is not far enough, apparently.
He's
Well,
fast.
I've never heard. That was just such a random race. Like,
I
mean, a 40-yard dash, I get it. 100 meters, something like that. But you come out with 25 yards. Like
I've been watching football all
40
weekend. So
40-yard
sorry.
dash. Give me
First
TK
thing
in a 40-yard dash.
First thing that popped in my head was just, yardage. So
Yeah, it was 25 yards is very random.
I've watched, 24 hours of football is basically where I'm at right now.
Speaking of World Vets, which we were earlier, Jake, what's up, man? How are you?
What up? How are you guys?
Good. How are you, man? What's going on?
Nothing. I'm rolling back from dinner right now. Just had a nice yard house, a little bit of steak action, some mashed potatoes.
Nice. Okay.
That's all.
Fantastic. Thanks for all that. Yeah.
Rolling into the show a little late,
Uh-huh.
needless to say. But I wanted to get on because I got into last week's show late also, but I noticed you mentioned the motorcycle industry jobs posted the Kawasaki technician spot.
Yeah.
So I was calling to let everyone know that it's not going to be available because I got it.
Oh, nice work. Nice work.
That's badass. That's pretty badass.
What's your name?
This is Chicken's
Jacob.
kid, Jake Matasevich Himmel.
You're working for Holiday.
Yeah, well, I don't know about for Holiday, but for the R&D technician.
Is
side
it Team Green?
department,
No,
so-
it's not Team Green. It's
Oh.
R&D.
No,
department.
not Team
So
Green.
Mike Preston's still there?
I just got
Okay.
hired this morning, so I haven't even started or anything. But
He's going to be with Travis and Borky.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
I met Travis and then one other guy also.
Nice
and
work.
Then,
Oh,
a few
cool.
dudes from
Chicken had, to
Japan,
make,
so-
Chicken had to make sure that bike service
Yeah.
program stayed tight.
Yeah, you think Chicken, how many clutches is Chicken going to hit you up for now?
Oh man, I mean I can only imagine because he's in there often enough at Pro Circuit, so bugging with. I mean, dude, he had a new bike for what 2 or 3 weeks, and he had to redo his whole motor. So I don't know.
Chicken's kid on the line.
I don't know what his deal is, but it's crazy.
Can we get the chicken drop, please?
Yeah, hit it.
That was your favorite.
That guy drinks a lot.
No, the boat one.
Yeah, that was Paul's favorite. That's my boat.
God, it's a good drop.
And so,
You know
hey,
what's
Jake,
funny
he
is
knew about that,
all,
right?
All my friends, oh yeah, for sure.
So Jake,
well, I don't know if he like had anything to do with it because I didn't tell him until I did my first interview. So,
Dude, do you know how many times I watched Jeff Matasevich, Matazattack, Don't Call Me a Chicken video on VHS when I was a
great.
kid? Dude, I watched it probably 75 times.
What about the starts? All the start.
And he goes to McDonald's in
start
Japan and
training.
orders chicken nuggets.
I just saw that. I just saw that clip for the first time the other day, and I was dying.
God, that movie's good.
Dan McDonald clip.
Yeah.
I couldn't make it through the movie though. That was I couldn't get through the movie. Dude.
I understand. Can't believe he's your dad.
Could they not get like a gallon of water to water the gate?
Oh my god, dude! That was the first thing that I thought out of the gate was, I'm like, holy shit! They're on the hottest, most summer day at K1 or what is it, K2 or whatever it is, and I was just like, what was it? They didn't exist. The sprinklers didn't exist, or no hoses, no nothing. They didn't know they were filming, or
Jerry's jeans couldn't get any tighter.
Oh my god!
Yeah, those were painted on. The jeans were Jerry Campbell.
Different times.
So Jake, I met your dad at Seattle Supercross. He called me a hero at about 3 a.m. It was great. He was wearing a Coors Light box as a hat. It's at my hotel room door. Classic.
I think he did a lot more of that side of hanging out than he did on the racing side of hanging out.
It's fine though. It's fine though.
Hey, super nice guy.
Jake, we were trying to rent a chicken for a while. We wanted to like get his services where you could rent a chicken and just live his life for a little while. You know,
that was a Rent a Depot weekend.
If you can get him to be on time for anything, I don't invite him to any of my birthdays anymore because there's really no point. You know what I mean?
Oh my god!
He told me the craziest story about one of his fucking cats last time he was here. I'm like, you have to be making this up, chicken.
Didn't he have like real big cats?
Yeah,
like not domestic cats.
Two real like African serval cats. From straight from Africa.
Yeah.
And he won't even tell me how he got them. Like, he just told me.
Don't worry about
it. I just PayPal $5-6 grand, over to this dude, and I just get a fucking box.
Somebody shows up with a cat.
I'm like, no way, dude. I was like, holy shit.
That's actually JT's new business. He's launching that. He's going to do that on the side.
It makes money.
JungleCat.com.
PayPal's quick from guys like him.
Right. So. How about him not using the gate at the World Vets?
Oh man, well, I mean, he tells me all the time that he needs either a ramp or the very side gate because he's gonna either jump it because he watches the guy go. He says he counts. And then goes no matter what when the guy goes in because he does the same thing every time. He says.
Yeah.
So he says, watch the guy and then count and just go. But he never
Michael
gets a
Essie
good start,
style.
so I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know, but neither do I. So I can't really say anything.
Right.
And especially at Glen Helen, I mean, as hard as it is to ride there, anyways.
That was not how he taught to do starts on Matazza. That was not.
It was not.
No.
Yeah.
Your dad was the reason I was going to my parents asking for new Fox gear all the time. I was like, I need to look like that guy.
Dude,
you need the barbed wire.
You know what's cool?
Yeah.
I'm trying to redo the first replica helmet, the showy, the regular yellow and red and blue chicken helmet. I had one as a kid, but with all the moves or whatever, I don't have it anymore. So I'm gonna I'm gonna do a wrap from that company. Magic is gonna make me a wrap, and hopefully it looks pretty cool.
We got to run, Jake. But before I let you go, last week's show with the World Vets, was I exaggerating anything?
Absolutely not, and I think you're being a little light.
Thank you.
On the getting in line for the racing, and absolutely every time the track prep, no matter what.
Yeah.
Or lack of track prep, at least one time. You know what I mean? Sunday was okay, but holy shit, Saturday, what the fuck? You couldn't see up the hills, you couldn't ride the straightaways, but oh my god! Yep. I mean, I made it. I didn't do as good as I wanted to, but. And fucking medals up, not this year, so goddamn it.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, that
next
sucks.
year with the medals up, dude. I'm with you. Everyone was all stoked with their medals. I was like, fuck it, dude. Watch out. I need to get my 10. Like, everyone move. Like,
it was a tough year for us non-medalists, that's for sure.
No, so that's cool.
Thanks
Good
for calling in.
guys.
Thank you, man.
No worries.
Talk to you soon.
I'll talk to you guys.
Chicken.
I'm not stupid, dude.
Chicken's kid, everybody.
That's awesome.
All right,
Seems
JT,
like a great kid.
we're gonna let you go. What's the result of the poll?
Why does JT gotta
Nick
go?
Way's coming on.
Well, we can't leave JT on too.
If JT wants to stay with Nick Way, you can.
Okay.
Hey, Paul, look at
I got up at 2 a.m. Boise time to fly home today.
Yeah, so there you go. Okay.
Vapored.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Stay tuned, everybody, for the Seattle 2022 Push-Up Challenge.
JT versus Moser.
Me and JT, how many push-ups can you do?
What's the poll
in a
at?
row.
JT, all you got to say is more than you.
Yeah.
That's all you got to say.
I don't know, man. A lot.
What's the poll?
A lot.
Close battle right now. 64 votes. 51.6% Paul and JT.
That's bullshit.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Last time I saw JT, he was jacked. So I'm not feeling great about this push-up thing.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
JT.
you just need to dig deep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks
We'll
for
dig
coming
deep.
on. FlyRacing.com. Thank you, buddy.
Guys, see it.
All right, see ya.
See you, JT.
Paul Perebijnos brought to you by Artisport.com. Artisport.com/PulpMX to save. All products under $10. CVS, Walgreens, all sorts of products. Charcoal face wash, any downriver shampoo, all of it under $10. Artisport.com. Over 7,000 5-star reviews.
Brought to you by Josh.
That's not bad.
Legacy Red Blend and Robert Mondavi's Private Selection.
Also, Michelin as well. Michelin Enduro Extreme Tire, Michelin Power 5 Tire, the Starcross 5 for all available in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. Motorcycle.michelinman.com. Our guys at Motorsport are running a contest where they're giving some Michelins away as well, so please check that out. Also, Fight Club this week in South Carolina with Randy Richardson.
They still doing that?
Yeah, they're still doing it.
Isn't Weege racing?
Is
too?
it on dirt bikes or cars?
Cars. Weege is racing. Randy Richardson's racing.
Weege is racing?
Yep.
No way.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So Randy Richardson's driving the PulpMX car.
No way.
Yeah.
Which car is Weege racing?
I don't know.
The
He's not happy about
discount
it. He hasn't put in
car
enough driving
doesn't have
time.
enough gas in it. Might not make the full race.
It's not going to take a lot of money to
hand me down
get in the
tires.
car.
All right, Vertex pistons. Every two-stroke KTM and Husqvarna comes with a Vertex piston in the engine from the factory. OEM supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, TM, and Beta as well. Sales at pivotworks.com. Sales at pivotworks.com. Email that. Tell them you're a PulpMX listener. Get a deal on a full range of two-stroke and four-stroke pistons, replica, high compression, or GP style configurations. The man on the line is a friend of the show. He has used the Vertex pistons before, and we're welcoming him back on the show. Nick Way, what's up, NYK?
How's it going, guys?
We're good,
Great.
man. Thank you for
It's going
coming on.
great. It's going great.
Perebijnos and Moser have been drinking wine.
What's up, guys?
Oh, well, we got
Pinkies up.
Pinkies up, Nick.
Okay, so before you came on, Nick, Paul said that TK, our buddy Tyler Keefe, could beat just about anyone in a 100-yard dash, as he's a sneaky sprinter. Can you confirm or deny this, Nick?
Yeah, he's fast.
I told you. He's good, dude.
This is news to me.
I know.
It's kind of it's bizarre. Not that he's not athletic, because I've known TK for a long time, and so he would, he was, I don't know, super tight buddies with Ryan and Jake and
Right.
Tallon, those guys. So even when he raced, and I'd be out here sometimes in the summer, he would ride when he was amateur and cycle and whatever. So I know he's like a good athlete. But we had a Christmas party at my house one year, and he just is like fronting on everybody about running up the hill. And I'm like, huh? And he beat Big Nasty like 3 times, and Big Nasty would be like, all right, let's go again. And then I laced up, and he beat me too.
Wow.
I'm telling, that's what I mean. He's like my bar trick. If I am at a bar with TK, I know I can make money, because you look at him and you're like, no, I got
I would
this
not
guy.
think sprinter.
But honest, TK's lost a lot of weight recently.
Okay.
But previous to losing the weight, you can make more money off of him.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I could beat this guy, but you can't beat him. He's so fast.
Wow.
He's fast.
Did not know this.
I saw him try to race Frankie, and remember at the Straight Rhythm, they had all that huge grass area.
Yeah.
Frankie took 2 steps and fell down. And I just see it from a distance, right? Like they just packed up the trucks, and then Frankie and TK in a running race. I'm like, oh, these two.
Wow, I like it. So okay, so Paul wasn't just the wine talking, like TK, legit speed.
He does. He absolutely has speed. Yeah.
All right.
He's got a quick, he's got a quick 10, 15 steps in him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick.
He's got a wicked first step, as they say.
Fast twitch muscles.
Exactly.
He's fast twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nick, by the way, I got a new stand, as you saw, so don't worry about returning my stand. It's fine.
I just moved yours around. It just was in my way again.
Okay. All right.
Even at these amateur races, they keep saying, "You got Matthews' stand with you?" And I'm like, this guy's been talking about the stand, obviously.
Yeah.
I saw your drill on the stand, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Last time I was at Nick's.
Exactly.
I was mostly curious about the drill. Do you still have this?
The drill is gone.
The drill from 10 years ago.
Drill is gone.
I think the suspect drill is in my barn in Michigan.
Yeah, I think.
But
it
I
is.
also have a Craftsman drill in my truck,
in the bottom drawer. I mean, you can have either of them back, but I mean, at this point, it's a sweet talking point.
It's it's weird that you don't have like one of his torque wrenches
but
for
real,
or scrub brush.
Hey, don't
I don't
have one of those.
Brush. No, I don't have a scrub
Scotch
brush.
Brite.
The whole thing with the stand, I don't even care about the stand, the actual stand. Eric at Works Connection gave me a new one.
It's a nice stand.
The whole point of the conversation was when he was picking up my bike to ride for Kessler, I said to him, "You don't need the stand." And he goes, "Yeah, I do." And I go, "You don't need it, dude. I know you have stands at your house. Like, you have 8 million bikes."
Yeah, but he's got a lot of bikes on him.
I'm like, "You don't need the stand." He said, "No, fuck, I need the stand." So, okay, all right.
He's not wrong.
Give it back to Perebijnos, and for Paula, bring it, and then, like, nothing happened. So that was.
I don't want to be a dick, but this is what happened. I said, "Hey, I need the stand." I said, "I need the stand just for now." And then Paul came and picked the bike up, and then he's like, Paul's very particular with his stuff.
Yeah, I said I don't want that piece of shit. I don't want that stand.
He don't want the stand. And then you take the bike home from the race, and then the stand's at my house. But really, I'm not going to just cram it into Paul's van because Paul's not trying to walk around extra stuff. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm the same type.
Yeah, Paul's not going to put an extra stand in his van that he can immediately take out and put to the side?
No, I got a spot for everything, Steve, in my van, and I didn't need your stand. I got a stand that works awesome. I didn't want your stand.
Wow.
Yeah, he's very particular with the stuff.
I'm so confused.
I was like, not trying to overwhelm him with extra.
Well, in the end, that stand had a red sticker on it, and I ride a Blue Crew, and the new stand from Eric at Works Connection is a blue sticker.
So you're happy.
So I've made out like a bandit because I now have a new stand with a blue sticker.
You're doing great.
Right. So.
Okay.
Couple things, Nick.
Do you want me to give this stand back to someone? I mean, do you want me to Pulp Nation donate it to someone that really is in need at the track, and I can just throw that out. I'm at the track
next time you go to the track, take it with you, and the next guy that asks you about the stand can have it.
So keep it in your van for like next 2 years is what he's saying.
No,
nobody listens to this show.
Exactly, dude. Let's not flatter yourself too much here. Nobody cares that much.
Then how's this
I'm
then?
not carrying it around for like a month.
Exactly.
You said let's donate it to Pulp Nation, so I don't. How do you want?
I know, but I figure I'll just give it to anybody.
Because I know you ain't fucking shipping it.
He ain't going to Canada anytime
I know
soon.
you're
Where
not
Pulp Nation's at.
I know you're not shipping it, so you know what I mean. Like that ain't gonna happen. I may as well fucking try to grow a third arm before you'll take it to the post office and ship it to somebody.
I do have a valid question, though, seeing how I am part of the Vertex segment here.
Yeah.
What is a GP-style piston you speak of?
It's a longer-lasting piston.
Less compression.
Yeah, less compression.
It's like
what does that mean?
It's like a blue pill.
Meaning better for long motos, endurance, not as much power, but increased reliability,
Yes.
Nick.
So, like, what's the shape look? So it's like a flat top?
It's deeper pockets for less compression.
So we're talking 4-stroke pistons.
Yeah. People don't
Vertex
ride 2-strokes anymore.
Vertex make those?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you need one?
Okay,
there was a guy earlier on the phone that said he rides a 2-stroke and he hates it. He's gonna get his money back.
Yeah.
Get a 4-stroke.
Really?
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on. I got a couple questions for you, Nick, by the way. How's McAdoo and AC? Let's just talk about that first. Is everything good there?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on from that. Okay.
Yep.
So the picture I posted of you for coming on the show, and I sent this to you before, is from Chris Haltner. It is you on a Pro Circuit KX 250, black numbers on a white background, right? You said it was a rare picture because you were doing a 250 Supercross, right? Which I remember you doing a few of those in '99, right? You did some?
I think that was 2000. No, 2000.
So.
Yeah.
Here's my question. So you're like a championship contender back then, and you're riding 250 Supercross. And Michael Byrne rode 250 Supercross before he rode 125s, and Chad Reed did, and so on and so forth. Jeremy McGrath did it. That used to happen all the time. It never happens anymore. Like none of these guys.
Jeremy Martin, the last one to do it, I think.
But wasn't he kind of out of the title?
I don't know.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, wasn't it like, hey, you're already out of it, so you're gonna ride?
Maybe.
So it barely happens anymore. It used to happen to everybody. What's changed, Nick? Is it just like salary / we don't want you to get hurt, but yet you can get hurt on a practice track? So I'm not sure that's it. Like what's changed where we don't see the 250 guys jumping into 450s like we used to?
Definitely trying to keep people a little bit I think the preparation has gotten a little bit more important per se, rather than just having a guy out there. But certainly like the teams are way more aware of the risks, and they want to keep their championship contenders safe until it's time to really race. I mean, that is a valid point, because like the things that I remember about racing that 250 when I rode Pro Circuit. Mind you, I'm 19 years old, and I had my first year racing Supercross. I raced 2 races because I hurt myself. So I had one like full Eastern season under my belt before I hopped on the 250 as a 19-year-old.
Right.
And I remember Anaheim had a quad. So it'd be like you came like a 353, and then on a 252 stroke, you could hit the triple in second gear. Like, no, not the big deal, but you had to kind of gas it. But you had to click third in the air off this 353 and hit this quad wide open in third gear.
Is this in Anaheim?
So
Anaheim, yeah.
Anaheim.
This was Anaheim.
Yep.
And I got like a good start in the main, and I ran into the side of Larocco on the first lap. Like, I thought we were both dead. Like, we locked bars, because I'm like, nope, I'm hitting this. And then he was like reluctant, and I basically like hit it way faster than he did and ran into the side of him in the air.
Oh, my God, really?
Oh, Jeez. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It takes a while for
Larocco
to get going on lap 1.
Yeah. That's one thing I remember about that. And then I think I raced 2 races there in San Diego. I remember it being super hard to get it in neutral after the hot laps. I'd shut the bike off, and Strickler would look at me like, "What are you doing, idiot?" I'd be like, "Chill, bro. I got this." And then I remember, like, you know, you see sometimes at a Supercross track, like a tabletop that has a knuckle on it now, when people do like 2 off of it.
Yep.
There was a big one of those at the Supercross track at the K1 track. And I think the Cali guys had some older dudes riding for them at the time. It was Emig and then Dowd and Larry Ward. So I was like jumping at all kind of stuff that they weren't really like trying to hit, because I was like stoked on the lack of bogging between the jumps and the power. So I'm like, oh, this is normal. I feel like I'm going to die every day. And I hit that like table with the knuckle off of it over 2. Like, I did it a bunch of times, and then somehow I did something, and I almost ended it where I probably would have RIP over there beside the 15. I remember that.
Did you feel, though, like, I remember I talked to Burner about this, like, Burner loved it. Like, okay, so he got hurt right away, so we didn't see whether it worked or not. Burner felt when he rode a Factory Connection bike, he was like, man, I felt so ready for that first East Coast race. Like, I felt I've been making all the mains, running top 10s. You know, like, don't you feel like that's a huge, like, say if, you know, say if Jet Lawrence did that now, like, dude, he would feel so good coming to that opener.
It worked great for sure.
Yeah, the picture you posted was from Pro Circuit, but the next year in 01 I rode for Yamaha Troy, and I rode all of the West Coast Supercrosses.
Yep.
And I did pretty well. Like, once the East Coast started, I think I was 6th in the series. So, like, I did the opening ceremony, and I was the first heat race.
Right.
But honestly, like, at that point, I don't know if that team had a bunch of parts that maybe they didn't get a bunch of new transmission parts for the 125, but, like, I couldn't practice much because my train was breaking. Whoops.
And you're up against 4-strokes too at this point, so you're not really doing
only a few of them, but
yeah, but that's still a few that you're like, you know, back then we were like 4-strokes aren't that big of an advantage, but looking back on it, we're like, oh, they were a huge advantage. I watched Steel City 01 the other day for a podcast. Red Dog's on a 450, Villeman's on a 2-stroke. They go up a hill. I mean, Villeman is outside, it's slippery and dusty, and he's trying to get traction, and Timmy cuts in underneath him and goes straight by him at Mach 4 up the inside of a slippery off-camber hill, right? Like, you're like, Villeman had no chance, like no chance of getting that, you know what I mean? So looking back on it, though, we all thought they were kind of equal, and they weren't.
Well, and for some reason, like, us riders would just block it out and be like, oh, yeah, those things will just go away, hopefully.
Yeah. No, that didn't really go away.
Yeah.
So anyway, like, do you either one of you guys or Moser, do you think we're seeing it? Will that come back, or no? That's gone forever.
I don't. Is it like
racing the other coast?
Is it like egos or preserving the rider's stock? Like, it never happens anymore.
Well, I don't really buy the injury thing. I know, Nick, you said that, and I get it, but plenty of injuries happen on the test track on a Tuesday. Like, you can say, like, oh, I don't want the guy to get hurt. Like, dudes can get hurt any which way, man. You know, like, so.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking like back then, right? It was hundreds of thousands of dollars probably less than $1 million they were running race teams on now, or then. Where now it's like, you know, the budgets have increased a bunch, and so I mean, obviously, like the companies that are sponsoring these teams want to see the best guys out there, which is also why you see, you know, most of the top 250 guys race which would ever be the first coast, which is obviously west traditionally.
Yeah, west, yeah.
So, I mean, I think a lot of it just comes down to just a value to the sponsors and having their best guys, preserving their best guys that can get an ROI for the sponsorship, to be honest. I think that's what it comes down to.
I mean, you're not letting Jet race 450 Supercross. There's
Chad
no way.
Reed did?
As a sponsor, I'd love to see it.
I would love to see it,
Bring it
too,
on.
but there's no fucking way. Like, there's no way.
That was like when you saw Chad do that 01 series or 02 series, you were like, oh, shit, this dude's really good.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't know that there's any – I don't think that would happen anymore.
That's what we're talking about, yeah.
Would you what 250 guy would you put on a 450 that you go, holy shit, this guy's going to be good?
Right,
so as far as
I think Christian could do pretty well, obviously.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Obviously, Jeremy Martin could do well. Like whether it's depending on, he's obviously better in some conditions than others. But if there was like a race where it was, super tough or muddy or Daytona, he stands a really good chance at winning. I mean, obviously he's not capable in normal conditions. He just hasn't really shown that yet, I guess.
What do you get at Daytona? What do you get at Daytona that
second?
Yeah.
But I think that's part of it. Like I think it's safer for these 250 guys in their career to stay down and not show their hand in the 450 class and then try to go secure that ride and for that money.
They don't
right?
even need to try to secure. They
but
can
if
stay down forever. It's fine.
But if they go and race the 450 class and it goes awful, like that's.
You don't even got to show if you get close to the points, you stay home. It's fine. Stay home. Go ahead.
Oh, boy.
I know we're paying you a bunch of money. Just fucking stay home, though. It's fine.
Did we trigger you?
Yes, it's fucking ridiculous. Shane McElrath sat out like half the series. J Mart sat out like half the series. Like, we went from a guy taking a dive at the very last race, which is sort of understandable, because it's the last race and you're not in the title contention. We're now taking dives halfway through the series. When do we start taking dives at round 2? Like, oh shit! Like, I gotta stop. I'm out. I can't race.
Hey, what if they got a mortgage?
100%. That's happened before. It's just not really spoke about or very obvious.
Yeah, it's just poor for the series. Yeah. It's when you have a race series where your stars aren't they're not showing up because they don't want to point out of a class. I mean, something needs to fucking change. So, anyways, but back to the 125 guys in 250s. Yeah, that was cool. I always liked that. That was awesome.
Yeah, no, I still think there's probably 5 or 6 guys that could do pretty well. Dude. I mean, I don't know if like guys are going to necessarily step in and be like in contention to win, but certainly they would have the ability to be around 5th for sure, like on a good day.
Dude, guys like Swink and McGrath were leading.
Swink was awesome.
They were leading their series on 125s.
And they go race 250.
And they would go race 250s. Like, I got the points lead. Fuck it. Like, I'm going to go,
Yeah, but if we want to talk about the difference between the 90s and now on other subject, we'll never leave here.
No, but the mentality of like, I'm leading the series.
Different world. I don't know. Yeah,
Who's the last guy that won? Was it Wyndham?
Yeah, I think so.
Jumped up and won a race.
No, Hill, maybe?
He didn't win, did he?
Hill won Minneapolis.
He wasn't a 250 guy that I don't think.
Oh, was he not?
I don't think so.
Who would it have
been? Did Dowd race the 125 class like in 98?
Yeah, he was like 45 years old.
He won Charlotte Supercross 98.
Yeah, but I
think
you're asking
West
who
Coast
won?
Supercross
but I think
who won?
Wyndham won later that same year, same idea. I think.
No, I think Wyndham was already racing the 250 class 98.
Was he?
No, he jumped up and won.
Dean Wilson won a heat race at Daytona. I give that for you.
Here we go.
I got that. That's all I got.
Sure, he won Seattle. I mean, what
Tim Ferry won heat races with me as a mechanic. I mean,
no, but yeah, Dean was a 250 guy. You know what I mean? We're on the subject. He brings in the ferry stuff.
Anyways, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see more of it. I know we won't. I know for
we won't. I would love to
all
too,
the reasons
Steve,
we
but
talked
we won't.
About. Right.
We won't.
Yep. So.
You're going to see Moto Concepts switch around classes this year. It looks like. See, their guys.
That's true. We're going to get Oldenburg on a 250 and then him on a 450 the other coast, and then we're going to get the same with Freese.
Yep.
Who's on the team this year?
Freese, Oldenburg, and Brayton.
Thanks. They're from Spokane, and you don't know the fucking line.
I know that Nate is wrenching. Nate's my guy.
Nate's back, yeah.
That's all I need. Nate's my guy.
Okay.
Nate's working for Oldenburg, right?
I don't know.
Yes. Oh, good job. All right.
He's wrenching a moto.
All right.
No.
You know something I learned today?
What?
You remember Hutch?
Yes.
Crew chief at 250 Honda team.
He don't work at Yamaha anymore?
No. He called me on the way up here. I was like, what are you doing these days? He's like, oh, I'm the crew chief at Factory Honda for the 250 team. I was like, awesome. Congrats. But yeah, that's what he does.
Didn't know that.
I know.
Is Kalma working at Yamaha?
I don't know.
No, he left. I believe.
Oh, really?
Don't hold that to me, but I believe he left, yeah.
Who took Kehoe's job?
Lars.
Oh. Or it's cool.
Yeah. That. By the way, I got a video coming out on Racer X. I went to the Honda warehouse where all the factory bikes are, and I brought Dave Arnold with me, and we did an hour and a half about old factory bikes.
Did you have a nice time?
Oh my god!
You look like you have a nice time the way you're telling the story.
That's why I laugh.
You got a crazy look in your eye right now.
Why do you laugh?
They're just talking crazy. Well, just because you and Dave Arnold wants to talk about that stuff, and you just want to ask him.
Dude, I don't hope he didn't notice me beating off while he was talking. I fucking loved it. It was amazing.
Oh my
Seriously.
God.
Now I know what your O face looks like.
beating off?
It was such a I sat on these bikes. I sat on all of them.
That did something for you.
I sat on all of them, pulled the clutches. It was fucking amazing. So
How was the clutch pull?
Stiff.
Yeah, stiff.
It was 2 fingers
after all these years with no tri-flow on them.
Stiff.
Right?
2 fingers.
Well, keep an eye out for that video, everybody, on PulpMX and Racer X. So keep an eye on that. It's really cool. I think it'll be cool for 100 people. Most people will be like, I don't give a fuck about these 1985 bikes, but 100 people are going to think it's really fucking cool.
Okay.
Because these bikes were awesome.
Do those people know how to access videos, or
I don't
you got to print it for them?
Right.
All right, Nick.
Did you ask the question was Bob Hanna in this room at one time?
No, I didn't ask that. No.
Did I ever tell you a story?
Something like Dave Arnold, did you bang a Coors Light trophy girl in this room? This is a question you
Dude,
asked off camera.
I got a Bob Hanna story.
Okay.
So I'm working at it's either Pro Tape or Answer. We're all together, right?
Yep.
And Hannah comes in. For some reason, I don't know.
Eddie Cole.
I think Eddie Cole was there that day.
Yep.
Yeah. And he comes in, and our international accounts lady, older lady, knew Bob, though, just smitten with him being there.
Oh.
At the end of the day, it ended with Bob. She's on his lap and posing for a photo. And I'm like, God, this fucking guy here.
Dude.
I was like, he's about to take our international accounts lady home.
Did you ever see the photos of Bob with the trophy girl up on his head?
No.
He used to
backwards.
Yes.
He's going down on the trophy girl on the podium.
Did you see the video of the
bikini
contest from the announcer's tower at Washougal with Chicken and Bradshaw?
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the 90s were cool.
There's also a video of Stanton full tongue kissing a trophy girl.
I mean,
full tongue.
Can we please can Jet do that for us? Make out with the fucking monster girl. It would be awesome.
I know it. That surprises me with Stanton too, because he's very cautious as generally.
But you've seen that clip, right, Nick?
No, he has a picture of it in his trophy room. And I'm like, what? This is out of character here.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's great. Those days were great.
They were good days.
So,
yeah.
Nick, did I see your kid did a 6-hour mountain bike race?
What?
Well, it was like a team relay thing. He did he ended up doing 2 hours or something.
Wow. So
a little bit
they're
more.
on a team, right? Like a school team.
Yeah, it's like the school team.
Is it with Canyon Hills or whatever the school is by our house? Whatever that's.
Marietta Mesa High School has it, and then it's like his middle school joins along.
That's cool.
But it's a couple of the neighbor kids have brothers that are in high school, and they go along with them. So
is he into mountain biking, or is it just something he did for fun, or does he I know he rides a little bit because I've seen it, but is he into mountain biking?
Yeah, he's into it, but he really likes hanging with the high school kids.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they'll have practices and they'll do lunges and push-ups and whatever at the park as a team.
Yep.
And then this year, without COVID, there's been a ton of interest, so there's a bunch of new kids. So he's stoked on helping new kids around the trails. And Donovan goes a fair bit also, because I've taken Donovan and Nicole on the e-bike, and I've joined them quite a few times too. It's cool.
Nice.
It's just cool that they have it for school.
Right. Yeah. No, that is really cool. Yeah, to do at school for sure.
He's my guy.
Yeah.
So JT thinks he can do more push-ups than our buddy Moser here. We're gonna have a push-up challenge at Seattle this year, Nick. So come by and check it out.
Really?
Yeah. JT's very adamant that he can do more push-ups.
Dude,
so.
don't lose. You better dig deep.
It's
I can do a lot of
it's
push-ups.
hard to get cocky because people are capable of amazing things.
Weird shit, right? Weird shit.
Yeah.
Do whatever it takes.
So Nick, we all love AC. Have we fixed him? Did we fix AC this offseason?
He was broken?
Yeah, he's fucking broken.
Well, he's definitely made some progress. I mean,
I love it.
It's hard to say anything in certain terms, but yeah, he's working hard.
Okay, glad to hear it.
Oh, now we got deep into that. Nick Way brought to you by by Vertex Pistons. Also, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by CTI knee braces. Nick, are you still a CTI guy?
Who isn't? Who
isn't still a CTI guy?
I know a guy.
Still a CTI
I know a guy
guy.
who's not a CTI guy. So
Who?
We're all old, man. Like we need
a
knee
multi-time
braces.
champion, one of the greatest riders of all time.
Kevin Windham.
No, Wyndham never wore braces at all.
I know. That's why I said
insane.
him. I think
Him and
Cooper
Bach-
Webb is still on
him
knee
and
cups
Bachata.
too.
Larry Ward was a knee cup guy. Cooper Webb's a
One
knee
of
cup
my-
guy.
That's insane to me.
Okay.
Godbot is one of
Okay.
my favorite guys. Yeah, Dave Castillo.
Yeah, can I finish my read?
No, I mean I was just going to shout out Dave Castillo.
Okay, but he's not got nothing to do with CTI.
I mean he did for a while.
Doesn't really work.
It was like
For
an
the way he
asterisk.
does.
There was a tie in there
For a
while.
long time, he was very much connected.
His family owned it.
I know.
Thank
but
you, Nick.
I'm
Thank you,
aware,
Nick.
but this doesn't mean anything for this read right now because he directly opened a competitor to CTI.
I'm not sure. Not anymore.
All right.
Anyway, go on with your read.
CTI knee braces have remained the trusted choice of professional athletes and leading physicians around the world. Rigid carbon fiber frame is streamlined and lightweight, helping to provide functional ligament support and stabilization of the knee. Purchase CTI off the shelf now at store.oser.com or contact your physician for the CTI customs. So, yeah, I have CTI customs. I love them. They're great. Fantastic.
Me too.
Thank you, CTI. It's great stuff.
I actually tried to
What do you mean?
change.
What do you mean customs? What's
Like,
the difference?
You know, well, the custom ones are
fit
measured for your
ones.
leg. Yeah, that's what you use.
They have other ones?
Yeah, they have off-the-shelf ones. Yeah.
Yeah, like small, medium, large ones.
Yeah, ones that you just, like a, yeah.
I tried to change my brace maybe a year or two ago because I was like, oh, man, like
Can't
I've
do
been
it.
using these CTIs for 15 years. There's got to be better technology out there. And I tried something else, and I was like, nope.
No,
it's horrible.
And then I sprung for time to get new CTIs.
It changes the entire feel of the bike. It's fucked up.
Moser knows.
Moser knows. Yeah.
Moser knows.
Nick Way on the show.
I do get cocky from time to time and just like hop on.
Oh,
with
that's
my kids
dangerous,
and-
Nick.
With my kids and be like, "You guys are clowns. This is how it's done."
You feel naked.
And dude, it's really just hard to ride for me because I have worn them for so long.
Nothing's.
So,
my favorite photo is Villeman going through the whoops in board shorts and
Nick,
fucking
Paul.
in like just normal, like he's in he's in just
What a
shoes.
legend.
Yeah, he's showing Jessica how to go through the whoops.
Yeah, Jessica through the whoops, and
Right.
he's no helmet, nothing.
Right.
He's in tennis shoes.
She's got white pants on.
Yeah.
You know what that means.
Nope.
Who are we talking about?
What does that story have to do, Moser, with knee braces?
Which one?
Villeman.
Well, he's not wearing knee
Talking about
braces.
Villeman with no gear on.
He's
know,
not wearing.
but-
He's
yeah.
not wearing knee braces.
But I
Oh,
just-
when he skimmed the whoops on Jessica Patterson's
Thank
RMZ.
you. This is a great story. Everyone else is on board with me, Malthus.
So at the World Vets, my starts need some work.
Can we
right?
stop calling it World Vets?
No, they're World Championships.
W
It's
Vets.
the World Championships. So my starts needed some work, right? We all know that. We saw some of my starts in the past.
You got really upset.
So they told me, Kiefer and Preston were like, look, you got to really grip your bike. I'm like, I am. And they're like, you're not doing enough. This was after my first start. Grip your bike more. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Are you
so
2
I'm
feet
like,
down
hold
or
on.
1 foot?
So I'm like, okay, so I'll do that, right? So I'm wearing knee braces. And then after the race, you can see marks on my shroud from my knee braces. And I'm like, I called them over. Gentlemen, please come over. Look at my shroud. I was grabbing the bike with my brace. And they both thought I did a good job. So.
But you put a hole in the tank, like
No.
on 500.
No, I didn't. No.
Are you 1 foot down or 2 feet down?
2 feet.
Yeah.
1 foot is for like.
Well,
a
he's
25s.
still working on it. He's not sure what's working.
Yeah,
on it
I-
yet either.
well,
He
the
hasn't
1
really
foot-
solidified his form.
The 1 foot up was for 125s, and I carried it over to the 450 because you got to grab that gear right out of the gate on a 125. So,
No, I've always been 2 feet down.
Plus, you didn't want to change the gearing, and you thought maybe you could start in first.
Yeah, pretty much.
You bought a bike used at first before you got famous. And
Yeah.
It had a 46 on the back, and you're like, I would change that, but I'll just start in first.
I'll just start in first. Yeah, it's just easier.
Yeah.
Fuck the sprocket.
Seems way easier.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, no time for that.
No, it's a lot of work. So, Nick Way on the show, brought to you by Vertex Pistons again. Thank you for those guys for coming on. Sales@pivotalworks.com for more information on that. Anything else for Nick Way, boys?
Nah, man, Nick, I like you. Have a great day.
I'm just curious what Nick's working on tonight because for sure he's got forks off or
No, he doesn't.
100% he's
No.
got something torn apart in that garage.
Ah, yeah, there's got to be.
Yeah,
some-
you're
He's
right.
got a
You
Husky
ain't- you're not
85
wrong.
or
You're not
65 torn apart.
Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I did take one from the frame, and it's pretty much just needs plastic right now today.
What's the next race?
I'm looking at it currently because we got.
They probably don't
some
go to
new bikes,
mini
and
O's,
then-
so
No.
Where are you going? What's the
I'm
next
gonna
race
go
for you guys?
This AZ Open.
AZ Open.
Kiefer's going. He's prepping for that. Yeah.
Yep. Kiefer was there last year.
Yeah.
Or I remember his Aiden raced.
Is D gonna race or just Vince?
D's unsure, dude. He hasn't been going to the track lately. He's on the fence with his racing career.
Yep. No, that's fine, D. That's fine.
That could save you a lot of money.
Does Nick get an invite to the new pool, Perebijnos?
Nick has been invited to the New Year's Eve party.
Oh, okay.
Nick doesn't know, but he's coming because Nicole has confirmed.
Okay, all right.
The bigger question is, do I get
We talked about it. We talked about it briefly because I'm stoked on. I forget what costume I'm going to wear, but I'm going to go all in.
Okay, I love it.
The costume on New Year's?
We do like a annual murder mystery party at our house where we assign everybody a character and you have to like act that character and we figure out who the murderer is.
I'm so excited to be
invited.
invited.
It's a disco theme this year.
this
So
year.
Nick is coming in hot. He said he's got plenty of disco stuff.
Yeah, I know disco stuff will be right.
Last year I was a little aggressive. I don't know Paige Craig really well, but I was calling her out for being the murderer.
That's fun.
And I think she was either like playing a role and like really sweating me back, or she was just over me. One of the other.
one of the two. Yeah.
We encourage people to be in character from the moment they step in the door.
God, I can't imagine being able to just build a pool from the ground up like Paul. God.
You gotta. It's not from the ground up. Technically, you gotta dig the ground.
Ground down. Yeah.
Not everyone can afford to just build a mansion with everything you want all in the first shot.
Yeah, I didn't build
what I mean?
this was.
You just bought it.
Yeah,
I know.
It was not.
I'm working my way into my mansion.
I've gotten lost 3 times. 3 times in this house, I've gotten lost already.
Stop it.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Nick, I just want to say that like I love your story, like your dad driving dump truck.
He was
a garbage truck, right? Yeah.
Just like, garbage truck driver for like 40 years.
Fucking love it. Yeah, just like you guys grinded, and that's a lot of people like myself. Like that's pretty normal, right? To have to work hard to get to go race and stuff, and I think it's a cool story. So always been a big fan.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. I'm proud of it too. I'm like more appreciative all the time because my son Vincent's pretty into it, and then obviously Donovan rides too. So it's just like it's hard to keep up with both of them. Especially, but I mean, like he sacrificed a lot of time and money and trading work for tires or whatever he needed to do to make it work. So yeah. I guess I always have been appreciative, but I'm really getting a full grasp of it now.
Yeah, when you get older, for sure.
I don't know if you've met our gentleman Moser here, but he was the one wearing the BTO pajamas on track walk, Seattle.
No, I've met him a bunch of times, dude.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're tight.
Oh, you're tight?
Yeah, we're tight.
All right.
Cool.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on. Thank you for the time. I know it was a last-second invite, so it's awesome. I wanted to get you on with our buddy Paul here. So thanks for coming on.
Yeah. All right.
Chief.
Well, have fun, guys. Good talking to you.
All right.
997 for life, Nick.
Yep. I just talked about that today. I said something. I said, I don't know, man. Would you guys agree Hurlings is fast? And they were like, yeah, I'm done hearing about it. I said, well, he's got these bars. So I mean,
yep, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
he's had the same bend for years.
It's like when you needed a Pro Circuit silencer. It's a horse and a half. You make the call. It's that easy. That was it. So, thanks,
I don't know
man.
how that relates, but okay.
Okay, just go with it. Yeah, just go with it. All right.
Later.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, see you guys.
See you. That's Nick Away, everybody. Friend of the show. Fantastic to have him on. We got a bunch of calls still.
AC changed his bend to Hurlings' bend.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, just want to let you know. AC might win every race now.
I need to see if he sticks with it.
They don't even race the same fucking thing.
The first slump, maybe the other bars go on. You know what I mean? These fucking guys, right? Like you can't.
I'm just saying, he's my heavy favorite to be the fastest and win the championship now.
Why would you want an outdoor bend for Supercross? Makes zero sense.
An outdoor bend.
Oh boy.
My buddy Moser here, brought to you by Scotia Industries, Moz. Innovators of award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car, audio products, and accessories. Pulp 2021 at Scotia, SCOSCHE. Scotia.com to unlock your discount on accessories for life. Over 40 years in business from Scotia. Please check out Scotia. They got a boom bottle that's absolutely fantastic. Kiefer just puts his boom bottle in his water bottle holder.
I've never seen
and rocks out with it.
I've never heard anyone so happy about this boom bottle, but JT. He's got like two. He's got like one in the shower, one in the living room, and
he's ecstatic at it. And this base mount charging system here in front of us, Scotia Pulp 2021. Thanks to those guys for bringing you Corey Moser on the show tonight. Also, thanks to the folks at Pro Filter, Pulp 20 at checkout. They make top quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side by sides, and everything in between. sold through power sports dealers nationwide. You can easily pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter or oil filter for your next service. Pulp20 at profilter.com. Thank you to those guys. And again, thank you to Skosh for bringing you the Corey Moser.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, caller.
David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
The best fucking intro
breathing.
ever.
The
It's
breathing.
Darkside. What's up,
The
Darkside?
breathing's great.
Yeah, you guys are welcome. What's
God,
up, boys?
it makes me laugh
What's
every
happening?
time.
Hey,
Every
Darkside.
time.
What's up?
You still got the pony in the back?
It's
Yeah.
still there, man. Until
Okay.
Steve books a gig for it to be cut, I guess.
We're cutting it somewhere along the line. We just got to work out our live shows. I'm trying to figure those things out. So,
So it's going.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to know when.
well, just
Well,
settle down.
we
It's happening. You get your YZ250 at some point also.
Yeah. I was talking to Kiefer about that yesterday, I think. Trying to lock that in a little bit.
All right. Yeah. We're working on it. You've heard the story, right, Paul?
No, tell me.
He's getting a YZ250 from Chris Kiefer.
Like a long-term loan
No, for free
to keep.
to cut the pony.
Titles. Yeah.
With
Papers.
title. With
Yeah.
This is your bike to have. Do
Yeah.
whatever you want with.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah.
For cutting the pony.
Yeah.
Damn,
Title
Darkside.
forever.
Good on you. That's a fair trade.
You're right.
He
Fair
actually
play.
debated it. He debated it.
Why would you debate that? That's
would-
a good trade.
He's had his pony for
might have
a long
been
time.
For radio.
Wow.
Yeah, I might have played it up a little bit for radio. I was pretty excited from day one.
I
but
bet.
had to,
Yeah, he was.
You did not seem excited at all when it
So-
went down. You did not seem
That's what
excited.
everybody says, man. I don't
You didn't
really
sound
know.
excited, bro.
So we're gonna do it. We're gonna get a barber at a live show.
You need a barber to cut a pony? I'll come in and do it for free.
He's getting a whole He's getting the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, like a new haircut.
Yeah,
new
Kiefer
haircut.
was like, "Hey,
Got
we gotta do him right. Like, he needs a
Oh,
whole
you
do."
guys are nice.
Yeah,
Yep.
No, it's all Kiefer.
You're not just gonna cut it like Coming to
Yeah.
America style, like
I
cut the pony off.
No, I am contributing to the YZ250. So just easy
Oh,
on
are
the
you?
fucking
Oh, okay.
blowing
You guys
Kiefer
are
thing.
buying him a bike.
Yes.
Wow, Darkside. Hey, good negotiation.
Hey, man, Checkers stepped up. Checkers is going to do the suspension from Race Tech.
You're already parting the thing out. Yeah, you don't even have it yet. You know who's gonna do your forks.
Yep.
that was Checkers.
Paul, this is a
man.
month
Checkers
ago.
Came through.
Paul's behind.
Holy shit.
Yeah, racetech.com. That's what they do over there.
Yeah.
What I didn't like the wrap-up show last week very much, by the way. But
You listened to it?
You listened to
yeah,
it
I did.
now.
I did.
Oh.
It was Galdi and Volan's guy, Max Volan's mechanic.
Oh.
Austin.
Austin. Yeah, good guy.
Watterson.
Right.
Austin Watterson.
Yep.
When did
What
he
did you
get
like,
hired?
man? What was wrong with it?
It's a long story. Dark side. I don't want to get
Oh,
all
okay.
into it, but yeah, Who's on this week?
That's all you got. That's the best you got. That's the constructive criticism.
I don't have one. I said I don't have enough time. But who's on this week?
It's pretty simple. Like you can.
Good. Oh, Privateer Connor Olson and Triple J from WPF.
Okay, all right. Well, the Fox rep will be stoked. JT will be stoked to get that Fox guy on there.
Yeah. Well, him and Triple J are tight. They're good buddies, and
Right.
so I got them on together.
All right.
So,
I like Connor. Connor's a good dude. So
Connor
He is a good dude.
Olson.
number 600.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know him.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's good.
Paul knows him,
Nice
so he's
guy.
good. Yeah, he's vetted
Nice
from
guy.
Paul.
I don't know him. Is it okay or?
Yeah, he's good. Good person.
All right. Yeah.
He's
So
been, he's on the Weed Show multiple times.
are you? Have you figured out what races you're going to, Darkside, for next year?
I'm definitely locked in for A1 in Glendale, and the rest are still. I haven't picked the other ones I'm going to go to yet. So,
And
no.
well, maybe you won't be locked in if I make a phone call to Sean Brennan there.
Yeah, that's possible. You never know. I mean, you got more pull than I do, probably. But
I don't think they let ponies in Angel Stadium. Something.
well, I've been there a couple times, so maybe I snuck it in.
Yeah, COVID rules.
What
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
Washougal Free Press? I got a chance.
No, Washougal Free Press is definitely not in. No.
Paul has not heard that story for
No.
sure.
Apparently not.
He tried to get passes for Washougal, saying he wrote for Washougal Free Press, which is a real newspaper.
How'd it go?
They called Washougal Free Press.
Stop it.
No, 1 year I got in.
Yeah.
As Washougal Free Press, and like a year or two later, that did not
They
go.
learned it.
I literally had somebody calling me saying, "Hey."
But you still did get it for a year or
Oh,
two.
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Good on you.
That's pretty ballsy. I like that.
I got
Yeah.
big balls. Dark said. Big
Yeah,
balls.
no doubt.
Who do you
doubt.
who do you got in the push-up contest?
Yeah, JT or Moser.
Man, JT's pretty ripped. I don't.
is ripped.
But Moser's confident, so I'm gonna go Moser.
I
like
think
that.
it's a good
Like
a
that
good
Dark
debate.
side.
It's
Yeah.
good,
You
right?
could go either way, honestly.
Because I think
That's what you do. Go either way.
You do?
No.
Well, he's drinking a cup,
Sounds
a pink cup with Angie on it right now. So
Doesn't mean he likes wieners,
Says
though.
Pookie.
No. So, all right, Dark Side. What else is going on?
Shout out to Vin Murphy for calling in, man. He's a cool kid, privateer, sponsored by not Triple J.
This Vin Murphy.
Our Jerky, the Wageman brothers. So yeah, good dude, man. He killed it though out in fantasy.
Yeah. Okay. So
good fantasy
Okay,
player.
I didn't get to that part. He's a privateer.
I didn't hear that either.
Yeah. He raced some East Coast races. He was at Houston and some of the other East Coast races.
Really?
Wow, I didn't even know. So he's a racer, and he won the overall, and he dates Bob Rathkamp's daughter from Garnet.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's inserting himself here.
Yeah, I like it. Good
I
job.
like it.
Good job to that guy.
Yep.
Crushed it. Dark Side, how's the Manscaped?
That's good as always, man. That battery never dies.
It doesn't, right? I know.
No.
It never dies. I don't understand what's going on with it. It's like, yeah.
Did you guys
It
ever
makes me
give one
wonder,
to?
why my cell phone dies so fast and everything else I own. But I don't remember when you gave it to me. It's been 6 months, and I've never charged it. It just works every time.
Did you ever give one to Galdi?
Yeah, Galdi bought one. Use the code PulpMX20.
Runs? Or did he bog it down?
No,
or?
it's fine. Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, I don't think he bogged it down.
I remember we talked about that last time I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he bogged it down.
Okay.
Between Manscaped and what is it?
Art of Sport?
Art of Sport. Like, my wife's never been happier with my balls. Like,
that's good to hear.
Yeah,
that's good to hear.
That's good to hear. Yeah, absolutely.
I like that.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that?
Do like that.
Admire him and his fucking balls.
Dark Side, how's everything going with your chick? How's that?
Life is good right now, man.
Oh, he's back.
I'm not sure if that means they're together or apart.
No, it means they're together.
Okay.
Yeah, it means that he's back in.
Okay, well, I just saying, like, go either way.
I know, but
As we say, peaks and valleys, right? It's up and down.
Oh yeah, you got to ride the wave. Ride the wave, buddy.
You got to ride the wave, right, Moser? Hell yeah, you know how to live life.
Speaking of Manscaped, Paul, you were telling us, I don't even know how this came up.
That's a great question. How did this come up?
What?
But you announced to all of us that you shaved your butthole, or what was?
When did I do that?
Yeah, you casually mentioned
Right?
earlier.
Oh, I mean, I shave it all.
That was before the show.
Yeah, but it was just like nobody.
Oh, see, thanks for putting private shit on the show, Steve.
Unsolicited, yeah.
that was
Unsolicited.
not on air.
Casually mentioned.
See, I can't tell you anything.
I shaved
But
that
I
earlier.
just wondered why you told us all it in the first place.
Well, because I thought I was in a friendly setting. We're talking about it.
We had just met.
Yeah.
We had
You
just met.
this
We
man.
had just met.
Yeah, but
If you want something to get out, you tell Mathis.
thank you. But I've gotten a
That was
good
the
vibe
best
from
fucking
Moser
drop.
since I immediately got here. I showed up. He's like, "Hey, what are you drinking?" And it's 2
of-
o'clock.
Yeah, a lot
right?
of people get a good vibe from him.
We kind of bonded. So I was like, "Yeah,
So
83, man. 83.
I want to help you. I'm
Pinkies
going to
up.
give you a Manscaped. I'm going to give you the whole Manscaped 4.0.
I do manscaping,
Yeah.
so I appreciate it.
So
I will use it.
Are you in the shower guy?
Yes.
Okay, so this is waterproof. This has a guard on it, so you can't really get in there and get any damage.
A guard.
A guard on the blades. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm really interested. Can you literally shave your balls with these things?
Yes.
And you don't get the zap?
No.
You know the zap.
I haven't.
You know what the zap is.
I have not cut myself yet with this thing.
But you know what the zap
Oh
is.
yeah, I fucking
Okay.
know. Yeah, it's not great.
Dark Side, no zap, right?
It's like
No zap.
it's like when the kids take a paperclip
Zap?
and stick it
No
in the
zap.
socket.
I mean, yeah, you got to be careful.
That's the zap.
You got to be careful, obviously, but
PulpMX20
it's totally
is the code to save at Manscaped.
Yeah.
Get yourself a 4.0. It is a 4.0. It comes the whole performance package comes with the weed whacker. It comes with the lawnmower 4.0. It's got ball deodorant. It's got a crop reviver toner. It's got everything.
What?
And you're getting all of that, Paul, just for coming on the show.
Paul, the only
God
thing
The
that
price
gets your,
is right for you, buddy.
the
Come
only
on
thing,
down.
The only thing that gets your balls closer is Mark's wife, and she waxes. So you got to be careful, because that would hurt a lot.
That would hurt a lot. It's not pleasant.
So congratulations. Will you put this
Absolutely.
Will you social media this?
Do you want? No, but I'll send you a video.
No, we just need we don't need the ball shot. Just a shot of the Manscaped is good.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll send Pookie the good stuff.
All right, whatever. PulpMX20 is the code to save with Manscaped. Be like Darkside and Moser and Marks.
You know what?
Tallon, you didn't get yours, did you? Yeah, you did.
No, I got one.
Yeah, you
Tits
did.
had to buy
Here's
one.
their slogan: Save toilet paper, buy a Manscaped. Go from an 8-ply shit wiper to a 2-ply shit wiper.
Yeah,
You know
sure.
what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
No
Well,
hair down there. You could be in and out of the bathroom really quick.
Erica is
escalated quickly.
gonna wonder who her new man is after you use this Manscaped.
I already keep it pretty nice.
He
for her.
said he was picking it earlier, so
Keep it nice.
that was this conversation.
I know you worked on a Pro Circuit 250 F.
Yeah.
What was the RPM range of that bike on a dyno?
RPM?
Yeah.
I don't remember RPM. I remember horsepower.
Well, the 4.0 does 7,000 RPM.
Get the fuck out of town.
Oh yeah, 7,000. It is.
It's revving high, is what you're telling me.
It's gonna be, and with Galdi, it needed all of it.
I bet because it'll bog down.
Yeah,
it's like work your way through.
Yep. So you're gonna get one of these packages just for coming on the show. Thanks to Manscaped, PulpMX 20 is the code to save.
Look for my butthole on social media is what you're saying.
No. We don't need the butthole on social media.
Okay.
Fuck my ass. Balloon knot.
Well, all right.
All right. Okay, Darkside, anything else?
That's it, boys.
How's Moser doing, Darkside? How do you feel like his performance is so far?
Darkside, Moser bought us 6 bottles of wine for today. 6.
Oh, I know. You've drank most of them so far. We're counting.
We're doing well. I think we're almost about to finish bottle 3.
I think it's bottle 3. It was a discount.
I like Moser because he's taking control, and I know, Steve, that flusters you a little bit, so it makes it entertaining.
Taking control,
he didn't care about the 30-second.
That's what you call it?
That's what you call it?
That's what you call it?
I was in control of all those wieners.
All right, Darkside, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Pony Pod, check it out. Wrap-up show, Guts Racing, Seal Savers, Motorsport.com, and Michelin Bicycle Tires all on board with the wrap-up show. Thanks, man.
Damn right. See you.
All right, see you.
Do up his butthole.
That's the pony coming on.
Can we call
do we have
Shorty?
No.
Why not?
It's too late. It's 11 o'clock.
It's 9 o'clock.
It's 11 where Shorty is.
It's early.
So we cannot call Shorty.
He's a late night guy.
I don't feel like Shorty is a late night guy.
100% not, but
yeah.
There's still a chance. There's a chance.
What's the poll at, Tallon, if you don't mind me asking? Please check that out if you can.
Can we do a new poll?
93 votes, 60.2% Paul and JT.
Oh, my
Boom! Right. Thank you, Pulp Nation.
We need a new poll. Can we call Shorty? Let's just call him right now.
What are you writing down?
So,
Angry?
Which one do you guys says the numbers?
Race Tech Rant of the night. Pulp 21 is the code to save. Racetech.com. Official suspension of the pony on his YZ250.
He doesn't have it yet.
He's getting it.
Okay.
And Racetech.com. Thank you to those guys for making things happen at Racetech.
Which guy?
And Motorworks, suspension work, they can dial you in. My Racetech Rant of the night. I had a couple of them. For sure, it's one of them is at the 60.4% of people that voted for you. And
you
JT.
don't like that?
Nah, fuck those people. That's my rant. Why are you voting when I made perfectly logical comments and both you and JT came around to my end of thinking?
I just think they feel we are more educated on the subject than you are, and they're siding with us.
I feel like that is completely wrong. And if you're one of those 60.4, you can fuck off. So racetech.com. Racetech doesn't tell you to fuck off. I do. But please use racetech.com for the code. Pulp21 is the code to save with Racetech. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. My second Racetech rant of the night. I'm not that angry about this one, but it just goes to show you the kind of society we live in today.
Okay, hit me with it.
It just goes to show you the world we live in.
Can we stay within Moto, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, how weird are we getting?
I was harsh about the World Vets last week on the show. You heard Chicken's kid say I was right. Those people that called in last week said I was right. You know, they're still going back, but they said all the things I said was right. Now, I'd heard from some people that, Zeb Armstrong told us there was 6 flaggers he counted. We were told there was more than 6 flaggers, but everything else was on point that I'd said.
Might have been a little exaggeration.
Okay,
that's fine. So, that's telling a story.
That's fine.
6 flaggers?
So it appears that the number of flaggers was off a little bit.
Was inaccurate.
But having said that, there was not more than 10. So it wasn't like a far off number.
Okay.
So everything else was accurate.
Okay.
Except for the flagger count. And then John Anderson at W, bless his heart, good guy.
Love John Anderson.
Love John Anderson. Told me he had a couple of people ask him if he was going to quit advertising with me because I criticized Glenn Helen.
Why would they say that?
That's the kind of world we live in now, where you tell the truth or you offer an opinion, and if people don't like it, they're going to pull your advertising. Now, John is not going to do that. John's awesome. He was laughing about it. But people were like, you should pull your advertising, or are you going to pull your advertising with Mathis? Because he criticized properly.
That's like
properly criticized the race.
Didn't some company I read something on Twitter that some company said, hey, they're not going to pull Aaron Rodgers' endorsement
State Farm
deal.
said that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Like, fuck. Leave the guy alone.
Right. So, again, that's the world we live in, and that's my race tech round of the night. Like, stop fucking doing that. Like, if I have a different opinion than you, that's cool. We're all have different opinions.
Right.
So just let that go, and don't be like, oh, you're going to cancel and pull the advertising. Like, no. And, again, everything I said was factual and on point. If you go by the Jake tonight, you go Chicken's Kid, you go by the calls last week, everybody agreed with me.
Don't write any emails about it because we're going to bring them up 10 years from now.
You got to be careful with the emails.
Yeah, be careful with the emails.
Yeah, emails are...
so that's my race tech
I don't
round
want
of
to
the
hear
night.
your emails, bro.
That's my race tech round of the night. Thank you to John Anderson for being a stand-up guy and doing all that. Thank you as well to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, ORW, Scoche, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, the new Vision. Where's the Vision?
Here.
Oh, the Vision's over there.
Did Kiefer ever get the new X brands?
Yeah. Yeah, he's in the process of that.
Okay. It's happening.
Yep. Moser's got the Vision on.
How's it feel?
Compression.
Can't even know it.
Throw you off the balcony?
Don't even know it's on.
Let's throw you off the balcony.
I'm going to try and make it to the pool.
Okay.
Yep.
And we'll hope for the best.
Yeah, we will. So we're going to give the 101, email 101, the Atlas compression collar. Works Connection, PulpMX 20s, the code to save Works Connection. Great company. Great guy. Sorry about your GNCC you did, Eric, at the World Vets. OGO Power Sports. Traveling is a pain. We know that. OGO makes it a little easier, whether it's their backpacks that have laptop sleeves or side pockets to store everything, whether it's the layover bag, the 9800, which is fantastic. I love the 9800. The rig bag as well. Thanks to those guys for making the rig bag. What's your favorite OGO bag?
The 9800 is pretty good.
How many 9800s do you think the moto industry has combined?
Oh, everybody. Everybody that's ever worked on a race team has one.
Right.
The layover is good.
So you have the layover.
I think is the layover the one that you check or not?
No, that's the one that fits in it fits in the overhead.
I use the layover.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. What's the one that's called that you can't quite check, but it's not quite a 9800?
That's Kiefer's bag of choice.
Transit or something? Or,
yeah,
no, I don't know
and it
what
doesn't
called.
fit your helmet or boots or something, right? But everything else fits in there. Yes.
Sure.
Thanks to the folks at OGO. If you want a deal from the folks at OGO Power Sports, email the show, and we will get past that on to you. Art of Sport, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, WUSA, Inten Cycles. Also, thanks to the folks at Ride Engineering, ride-engineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save 20% at ride-engineering.com. Ride Engineering makes their bar pad foam and covers in Southern California. $24.95 gets you a pad that was designed to fit the one-piece anti-twist bar mount, which is what they make, and that sells for $104.95. So if you have that anti-twist bar mount for $104.95, use the code PulpFan20. Save yourself money on that and get yourself a bar pad that fits it as well. So both items are available now, and use the code PulpFan20 to save 20% at ride-engineering.com. Thanks to those guys for coming on board the show.
Renthal makes great bar pads, by the way.
Did Noof really have 12 claws last weekend?
I think
last
so.
week.
I think so, yeah.
You're going to let him outdo you like that?
12?
That's Marks. That's not Tallon.
That's what
I think it was like 9.
Hey, you're not going to let him.
Who holds the record, though? Is it Betts holds the record?
I think Betts still has a record.
What was he? Was that 12?
Yes. Let me look. I
You
can
seem
look
very nonchalant.
We're not keeping like full Guinness Book of
I
World
feel like
Records
this is an
on
important
this,
record on the
you know?
show.
Well, but what's the difference between wine and claws and beers?
I'm not trying to beat the record.
And we don't have but we don't have categories of like.
Can we start to formalize it? Like most wine drank,
Thanks,
most
Paul.
claws drank, most beers drank. There's a nice spot above the TV where we can put
Me
a
and
chart.
Paul definitely pinkies up.
Bougie.
Crushed the wine record.
You guys did, yeah. There's not a lot of wine drank in this studio.
Well, I mean, it's a classy place. We wanted to be classy.
Right, thank you.
We're
Appreciate
fucking
it.
classy.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do it. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com. Please check it out. OEM parts, aftermarket parts. They've got a great selection of stuff there. Go through the banner on our PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com to go to Motorsport.com. And we've got a whole bunch of sales there available for you from some of our partners. So please check that out. Free shipping on anything over $79 at Motorsport.com. Ryan Villapoto, Phil Nicoletti, myself, Motorsport.com athletes. Thanks to Motorsport for the help for the Project 500. for the OEM parts and the aftermarket parts for that bike as well.
And the PulpMX Fantasy Whole Shot Challenge.
And the Whole Shot Challenge as well, and the gift cards for the regular game and all of that. And actually now, 5 days of giveaways at motorsport.com. You can enter over there. Day 1, a Michelin package. Day 5, a Fly head-to-toe gear package. So go to motorsport.com, enter their 5 days of giveaways. Thank you to them. These questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and we go through them and pick the best ones. And Tallon, you got them?
I'm ready. First one from Jackie Rees. How do the factory teams get approval for the placement of the? You threw me off. How do the factory teams get approval?
How did I throw you off?
I started reading your note in the Slack while I was reading this.
Got it.
How do the factory teams get approval for the placement of the test tracks? I can imagine passing zoning and city ordinance is difficult in urban areas.
Oh, no. So the Cowie one is that's been there forever, since the late 80s.
You mean the Volvo track? K1?
Yes, K1.
Okay.
I thought it's got a 2.
The other tracks are owned by Jeff Ward's father-in-law, late father-in-law now.
Corona Clay.
Corona Clay owns all that land on that side. And, I mean, what is that, billions of dollars probably?
Probably. If he wanted to sell it, yeah, absolutely.
So that's all Jeff Ward's family who owns those tracks, and they're all rented by the factories.
Yep.
And then there's a track at Glen Helen.
Well, there's a PC track at Glen Helen. It's not public.
Yep.
There's 2.
And so that's part of Glen Helen. And then
That's
now
PCs, yeah.
Cowie's got the Suzuki track.
Yes. So Cowie has K1, which is Volvo, K2, which is
Troy Lee KTM one?
It's above Troy Lee Husky, and then
what did it used to be?
It's always been K.
Oh, it has?
It's
Okay.
always been
All
K2.
right. Yep.
Yeah, it's the one that's kind of like midway up the hill, I guess. And then now they have Suzuki, and then the 2 bottom tracks, which used to be Husky KTM, are now, I think HEP has access to them.
Oh, okay.
For some,
All right.
but I think Cowie rides them too.
KTMs and Huskies are all in Temecula at the
Marietta track.
Yeah, Marietta. So.
Yeah.
Who was hopping the gate?
J-Law was hopping the
Love
Honda gate.
I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
All right, from BR21, who is more organized, USPS or Glen Helen?
That's an easy question.
Well, I mean,
USPS for sure.
I don't know.
Did
I've
you get
had
your
my
checks today?
Fucking horror stories with
I
USPS.
watched you run into the mailbox today.
I didn't run. I just walked.
Did you get any checks though?
No, but
Okay.
I've had some fucking horror stories with USPS.
It's a funny question. Kudos to the question asker.
The question asker would have heard me at a Race Tech rant about USPS.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. No,
100%.
6 months ago or something.
Oh,
No,
like
what'd you say? Like
4 years ago, yeah.
No,
it
no,
was
no.
a mess or something?
Well, I just tried to forward mail from my old address to this address, and
Mission.
Forget it. Couldn't do it. Yep. Anyway,
got it.
It's an obscure question.
From Pookie's Pebble Ice.
What? Pookie's what?
Pebble Ice.
Oh.
Oh.
I haven't found the Pebble Ice yet. Where is it?
It's right there in the butler's pantry.
Miss it. There's a lot of doors here and high ceilings. A lot of ceilings. Super high.
Would you rather bring back Travis Pastrana or Jason Lawrence in their prime?
Oh.
Pastrana.
Yeah, Pastrana was great. He's still great.
was amazing. Yeah, he was.
I mean, Lawrence could never win a 450 main. Pastrana could.
Pastrana was amazing to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, or at least get
We don't
close.
talk about
Pastrana
him
never
enough.
won a 450, man. What are you talking about?
Who?
Pastrana never won a 450.
I know, but I'm saying he should have. He almost did multiple accounts.
J-Law almost did too.
No, once.
Daytona.
Once.
What do you want me to...
Pastrana was close many times.
That's what she said.
He was better, right?
Pastrana
Steve?
was better. I
Steve,
agree.
help me.
Pastrana's twice the guy J-Law.
100%. I agree.
J-Law. Pastrana won a national championship
Dude,
outdoors.
Pastrana was amazing.
All right.
He backflipped the finish line at Daytona.
He was, to this day, I can't not enjoy watching him.
Mm-hmm.
From Fresno's Smoothest, Steve, what's on your journalist wish list? Anyone you wish you could interview but never did or can't? Anything you wish you'd written over the years but missed out on?
Well, I always wanted to do a Honda Works bike video, and I did it.
What do you mean?
Honda Works bikes.
You want to do a video on it?
Yeah, and I did it.
When did
It
you
was
do
literally probably
2 weeks ago.
I just finished talking to Nick Way about it.
We were just talking about this.
Sorry,
Dave
I didn't
Arnold.
see it. What'd you do?
Okay.
He
What
just talked about this.
I know you talked about but what'd you do?
I
You
went-
walked through.
You got to sit on one or whatever.
You walked through with Dave Arnold and look at some old
and
Hondas.
we talked about old Works bikes, all the old Works bikes. And so this has been a bucket list for me. What year is it? 2020? 21? 2021?
It's 21.
It's 2021.
It's probably been a 10-year bucket list for me.
That's
Okay.
it.
And I
10
did
years.
it. I did it.
So you're stoked.
Stoked on that. People said J-Law called into the show.
There's no way.
It did sound like
I guess
it.
did we
It
interview?
did sound
Did we
like
interview
There's
J-Law?
no way that was J-Law.
I'm voting yes. It was J-Lo.
I'm
think
voting
so?
yes too.
I
vote
was.
no.
I think it was.
I vote no.
He's got nothing fucking better to do.
No, he does not. Probably.
This is actually probably true.
I want to say someone in snowboard said like they knew him and it was for sure him.
Jesus Christ.
Well, snowboard would know.
Was Pulp around when J-Law was doing his?
Yeah.
Was
because I started like
When'd
the
you
Pulp
start?
show.
Yeah,
was
when'd you
started
start?
in 2010.
2010. So what did he win in like 2008?
2008?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, not much left. Like no, not really. Like Paul. Yeah.
What?
No, it wasn't you. It was Kiefer.
Anybody like that passed away that you missed or?
Yeah. Good. Well, no, but yeah. So Jim Hale, who started AXO.
Yeah.
I did a podcast with him.
Great. That was one of my favorite podcasts.
It was
like
great.
3 times.
It was amazing. He was an incredible interview.
Yeah, he was.
But then I wanted to do another story with Jim where I laid out all the ads for AXO, and he goes through the ads and tells me about the genesis of them and the ideas behind them and everything else. And we were in communication when he passed away about doing it. I never got to do it. But I did do that long-form podcast with him, so I kind of did do something with Jim Hale. But he was a great guy, really nice.
Did you ever do a podcast with Swink?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. All right. So, yeah, I don't have a lot. Like, no, I really don't. Like, I mean,
What about
getting a new app would be, I mean, that would be just, something that would.
No, I heard Friday. Friday?
That would be on, like,
Yeah.
something like an
It's
amazing
coming
bucket
Friday.
list.
Two
but,
two Fridays
you just,
from now.
You just never know. You just never know.
No,
So
next Friday. It's the Friday after.
I cleared up some aisle.
Friday after next.
I cleared up an aisle, but you just never know.
It's on aisle 8.
And he's on aisle 7. He's working aisle 7.
6.
Yeah.
He's on 6.
Hopefully.
Remember, we need entries ready for Pulp Fantasy first.
Right. Priorities.
Mm-hmm. People need to sign up. It's coming.
Fuck my ass.
Supercross coming. Anaheim 1's coming, Steve.
Yeah, we race Rider D. We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
All right.
Fish 171 for Paul. What's the most extensive tech you've ever seen the AMA perform at a pro supercross or motocross? Do they ever actually check the CCs of the engines?
Yeah, I've seen cylinders pulled.
After the race.
After the race.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking
Well,
pre-race?
he said tech. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they've come in and looked at cylinder heads and volume of. I've seen that before. I've seen them take swing arms before, but prior to tech, tech inspection. No, nothing happens.
I've told this story before.
We one time pushed a 450 through with black number plates and it passed.
Michael Williamson and I at
In the 250
KTM would
class.
try to see what we could leave off and still pass tech. They never caught anything. We just gave up.
As long as
We
your
just
foot
gave
pegs
up.
fold and your
Yeah.
spokes are tight, you pass.
We went through. We went through with no axle nut. We went through with no pivot. We went through with no grips.
Unreal.
And they just kept waving us through the line.
Yeah, that's good.
Love it.
From Jaeger 649. What are the chances Tomac wins the Supercross championship on his new Yamaha?
None. 0.
Zero.
I highly disagree with 0.
Yeah, come on.
Highly.
15%? What do you got?
He's definitely in the percentage range for sure.
I mean,
100%.
yeah. I mean, he has to
Theoretically, there's 3 people that can win it.
4.
Who's your 4?
AC, Sexton.
You started with AC?
Are you fucking kidding me?
AC's your first guy?
You have 0. You have AC at 0.
Yes.
AC.
Yes.
AC and
Cooper
fucking
Webb,
Tomac are
Ken
the same guy.
Roxon, Eli Tomac, and then I thought you were talking Ferrandis as the 4th.
I was getting the Ferrandis, but
holy shit! Are you high?
Can't do it.
No.
Wow. Okay.
Are you
I mean, I
drunk?
would put his percent low, but
Can we
0?
Can we
How
win
much
a,
wine
can we
have
win
you
a race
drank?
first? Can we win a race first?
You know what? They said the same thing in 1993, and then
93.
Then Jeremy McGrath ripped off a win, and then he ripped off another one,
Dude,
and then he ripped off another one.
I feel bad. Like, see, you're making me you're putting me in a position
I'm
where
not putting you in
AC's
any
gonna hate
position.
me now.
I didn't say anything to put you in this position.
Yes, you did.
You're yelling at me.
No, you started the
Dude,
yelling.
come on.
0%.
Yes.
Okay, I disagree.
Yes.
I disagree. At
Okay,
0%.
give me your
start.
8 winners that
Let's
can
hear
win
it.
this title.
Let's hear your top 5.
0% chance, Tallon?
15.
What?
Let's hear your top 5.
Are you guys
Mark?
crazy?
Mark 0.
Nah, I wouldn't go 0, but I'd
Right,
go
thank you.
maybe
Well, nothing's
5
0.
or 10.
5 to 10?
5 to 10.
Yeah,
maybe.
5 to 10?
Let's hear your top,
you guys are
let's hear
making me
your top
look like
five.
a fucking asshole.
Let's hear your top 5.
We're not making you look like a fucking asshole.
You are.
Yeah, 100%.
You are.
No, you know what? You know what would be
Dude.
doing it is you verbally accosting us.
Winning the title. Winning the championship.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's hear your top 5.
Cooper Webb, Roxon, Tomac, Ferrandis, AC.
You're drunk.
Okay.
That would be my 5 guys that could take it home. I
So-
might have said Zach, a healthy Zach, but that's gone now.
So, okay, so you're at 5. You're at 5. That's who can win the title.
Yeah,
5 guys.
yeah.
So you don't put Barsha in front of AC?
No, we have 12 years of Barsha. We have 3 years of Adam.
I know, but like he wins a race every year at least, and he's like
Okay.
finishes
A
higher.
race
in
is-
the,
a race isn't winning
he
a
finishes
championship,
higher
right?
in the points
Okay,
too.
but yeah, Jason Anderson going to win a race. I put Jason Anderson lower than Adam.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd probably put him higher.
Okay, yeah.
All right, sorry.
I mean, you're talking 0. He said 0, which is fucking crazy.
Okay, zero.
didn't mean
all right.
0.
Zero
Yeah.
is crazy.
Okay.
I didn't really mean 0.
Okay. I'll get with you with 0, but dude, really, I think it comes from 3 guys.
The majority, absolutely,
Right?
100%.
3 guys.
100%.
Who are your 3?
Webb, Roxon, Tomac.
Yes.
Those are the 3. Those are the 3.
You would be ridiculous to say that those 3 don't have the. If there's a Supercross, blame pie.
Yeah.
Championship pie.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Those guys have over 50% chances.
Do
of
I
winning it.
do I think that
I think
when AC wins his first race, does it snowball? Yes, absolutely.
I think Ferrandis in there.
I'm with you too, though. Yeah, like, but I
He has all that momentum.
I think
from-
that's your heart saying that, Steve.
How's your phone? Your phone good?
Yeah, everything good on your phone?
I'm getting texts, very important texts about Adams.
I thought maybe
Supercross
we were
percent.
like Twittering or I don't know what
No.
we're doing.
All right. Yep. Well. What was the question?
The question was on Tomac. I
Yeah.
don't know why you guys are arguing about
Yeah.
Adam.
Well, because he said 0.
Yeah, that was inaccurate, Moser.
That's
Okay, sorry. 15%. What do you want? What do you want? I love Tomac. Super nice guy. He's not going to get this. He's not going to.
I'm at like 30.
No.
If it's out of 100, I'm at less than 30.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always out of 100. What are we on Mars? Yes, it's out of 100.
Yeah, Coop probably.
I'll give
50.
Coop. I'll give Coop 40. I'll give Tomac 30, and I'll give Roxon 30.
Okay.
Is that wrong? That might be wrong.
All right.
Yeah.
That's 100.
At least it adds up, right?
Thanks, Marks.
At least it adds up.
Next question from Aiden Irvin 1. Who has a better season in their class on Bar X, Mumford or Bogle? Who is happier to be there?
You really asked this question? You think Bogle's on Bar X?
What is Bar X?
Who does better on a Suzuki
Bar
next
X
year?
is the
And you're going Mumford.
official 250.
You're going
team?
Mumford, who's a 250 class, versus Bogle, who's a 450 guy?
Who has a better season in their class? The Bar X thing I just overlooked.
I'm done with that question.
All right.
Man,
From
I
It's
feel like-
Vapor 740. Since Weege is the world's greatest cheapskate, when will he be moving into the guest wing of Steve's new hotel mansion?
No, he's got those little rugrats with him. He ain't moving in. He's got like kids.
But
gotta watch
for
him.
sure, you could live here and Steve wouldn't even know.
That's false. That's
Let's
fake
see.
news.
Let's see how long I can stay here without Steve noticing. To be continued.
From Big Bad 408. Listening to Bogle and Steve talk about the way the bikes have changed over the years, have we made bikes less ideal for the average Joe's racing moto by seeking supercross rigidity?
What was the word less? What? Rideable? What was it? What did you say?
More rigidity.
No, but have we made the
No.
bikes? Have we made the bikes less?
Yeah, Bogle was just like,
What'd he say?
Not as good for the average Joe.
He's saying like
They're better than they've ever been. But yeah, there are a lot of fucking going on. Like you look at by Blue Crew, there's 4 fucking buttons. It's like a space shuttle.
What's the question?
he was saying that the bikes are made for Supercross now, more so than the Nationals, is what
Just
Bogle was
just
saying.
bikes in general being made better because of they got to be racing in them.
Well,
So-
I don't know that it's more made for Supercross. I think they're more made for the biggest market they sell bikes in.
Well, Bogle was saying
What do you mean?
Supercross. He was saying
Well,
like,
meaning if you're a manufacturer and you're making CRF 450s, you sell the most CRF 450s in the United States.
No, but this is not that. This is about making them for professional racing. You got to make them pretty good for professional racing, right? So you got to add in all the electronics. You got to in lightweight. You got to do all that kind of stuff for professional racing.
I think they're making they're making a product that they want to sell the most of, but they're also in the same time making a product that is successful for their guys that are racing it in Supercross, so they can try to sell more, right?
I wonder if there's a market. You know, we have these Works editions now, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a market down the road for like the 2022 YZ450F right now, the one that sits in my garage.
Mm-hmm.
That being the race bike, the Works edition, okay? Because the Works editions right now are kind of bullshit. You throw some clamps on, you fucking put a muffler on it. You know what I mean? Like it ain't. Honda does some porting. Like
I mean, Cowie's has different suspension. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is, but it's kind of bullshit. So
okay,
the bike, the production bikes now are the race editions, and then you go back and for $3,000 less, a lot, significantly less, whatever amount you want to put on it, you have a bike that say has a carburetor, has no tie on it, you know, has a steel bars on it.
What are you getting at?
That's the bike you sell to the fucking guy.
That's what Gas is doing. Gas is the cheapest version of a Cowie or
that
of a
much
Husky.
Difference in price?
Yes, their bike is cheaper, and it's
but what are we talking?
Because it comes with cheaper rims.
How much price are we talking?
Oh, look it up. I want to say $500 to $1,000.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you can't go any. You can't go any. Like then you start leveraging all these different tooling.
So I wonder if there'll be, or does Yamaha sell? So the last year, not 2020, they made a big change. Smaller cylinder, smaller piston, smaller little frame cradle. You know, big change to the 2020.
Smaller piston?
Not smaller.
Lighter.
But, lighter. And everything, the smaller cylinder head, smaller cylinder though. So is the 2019 the bike they sell? And then for $2,000 less. Because they have all the tooling. They have everything. And then now they have a race model and they have a fucking normal model. And is that, you know, because you can, the difference between a base Ridgeline and a RTL Ridgeline is quite a bit. Heated seats, leather.
What are you getting at?
So the difference between a base model of a car and a base and the top end of car
two different bikes,
is $15,000.
Okay.
You can't do
yeah, but you're also
so
talking
I'm
about
not
a car.
saying $15,000 is the difference. I'm just pointing out that that's a massive difference, right? So can we sell a dirt bike that's $3,000 less?
No, Paul already said it's $1,000.
Yeah,
maybe,
1,000 is comparable to when you're talking about a $10,000 motorcycle, and now you're comparing a $40,000 car. Sure, the difference is going to be greater in a bigger.
Yeah, I'm not saying 13, but
no,
I'm
Paul's
saying more than 1,000.
He's saying $1,000.
$1,000 is not going to make me, care.
When he's saying that's
yeah,
realistic.
but it might to a different customer. Maybe
yes,
1,000.
No, not everybody, but I'm saying 1,000 isn't big enough a gap to me in a middle-aged consumer, because let's face it, you're talking 10,000 to 11,000, so it's a $10,000 purchase, right? So that's a lot of money.
Yeah, but like that.
So, but if you made that same bike $7,000, which is an e-bike or whatever,
this is a discussion that happens in every product. In like we talk about it with grips. Like if we were to price a grip here and a grip there, what price difference between your competition or within your range makes a purchase influence? Essentially, what is the biggest? What is to me? If you go in and buy a handlebar, and the handlebar is $100, and there's another one that's $105, that's not a big enough difference to influence a purchase decision. But if there's a handlebar that's $100 and one that's $120, then you start getting into all right, $20 more for this one. I'm going to save the $20.
I'm just saying, you have the tooling to get a YZ450 to be an 08, an 06. You want to put a carburetor on it or whatever.
No. Right now,
now you fire up the 06, mold.
Okay.
Make a bunch of those.
What?
Sell them for whatever. Now you have a model that is for the average person.
Boss, you could
because
go buy.
What is the difference between an average person like me? Like I fucking suck.
Okay. So you're saying the bike that they build today, a 2022, and then you're essentially saying a 2008. Okay.
Maybe not that far, but
go
sure.
Go buy a Suzuki. You can go buy a Suzuki today.
That's not the same. But
it is the same. You go buy a Suzuki today, and you're going to save $2,000.
You're going to save more than that, yeah.
Okay. Well, they're both 4-strokes. One you have to kick. One
but
is electric start.
But this is
my point,
that's a different brand.
No.
My point is
it is the same fucking thing.
It's not a different brand?
My point is like a 2008
so
or a 2010 to 2022. What's the difference in retail between those two? Is it $1,000?
What do you think? Couple grand?
I think
don't
it's
know.
around like $1,000 maybe.
Yeah. My point being is like me. Would I have done the exact same at Glen Helen at the World Vets?
On a Suzuki?
On a Suzuki or on a...
you would have. Yes.
Yeah, I would have.
Yeah, you would have.
So then maybe I want to buy a cheaper bike
Yeah.
that has steel bars and steel foot pegs and a steel shock spring.
Okay.
And just go ride that in the hills and just do whatever. I'm just wondering, this whole thing started with, like, I wonder if that's something that may happen down the road. As dirt bikes get more and more technologically advanced, as people go, you know what? I don't want fucking all these buttons. I don't need this fucking, like, all the things that these new bikes have. I
Okay.
just want something that I could push a button and go ride in the yard and go race locally and do okay on.
Go buy a Suzuki.
Well, but the point being with that, that's a different brand. So if you're a Yamaha, you want to keep them on Yamahas.
So
Or
you
wanna
want
keep them on
Yamaha to
Hondas.
make price point specific models
I
for
wonder.
each, like,
Wow,
so
just
the
for a
450 version
I
and
think
now
he would just
the
make a
budget
450
version.
I think you would just make a 450, right? I don't think, because the 250 one's about performance. So I think you'd make a budget 450. And I'm just wondering. I'm wondering down the road if that's what happens because of people saying, I don't have $12,000 and I don't need fucking a launch control.
Here's your answer.
What?
Okay. They're making as much inventory as they can. They have wait lists for bikes, and they're selling everything they can. So it'll never happen.
Yeah, but I'm
it'll
talking
never happen. There's
normal
people
times,
buying
normal
bikes
times.
at $12,000.
Yeah, not pre-COVID, normal times. Just inflation's fine and all that. So
it won't work because it's not worth the investment for the tooling to make.
They have the
bikes.
tooling.
You're saying it's old tooling. They just keep making old models.
They have
It does work because Beta has a 300cc that it's more of an entry level, smaller frame, lower seat height, and it retails $79.99, and it's their #1 selling motorcycle.
Tallon.
Beta, okay, so Beta.
Tallon, nobody asked
okay.
you.
So they sell 20 instead of 10.
Telling you,
what are those numbers? We would like to see those numbers, but no, that's the point.
It is their #1 selling motorcycle.
That's their point. Like,
nobody buys Beta,
dude. Paul, you know this.
It's big.
Paul,
in
you
enduro.
know this. What's the #1 selling boot from Alpine Stars? It's probably the Tech
It's the
5
Tech 7 or
whatever.
I would think. It's not the 10.
What's the #1 selling line of gear for every company? It is the fucking
Price
entry level
point shit.
gear. The price point
Like
stuff.
O'Neill makes their money on their whatever that boot is called.
Enjoy the ride.
That
And so my point being is, like, consumers, they don't have Moser money. They don't have that kind of money. They don't
Paul
have
money.
They don't have fucking Paul money. So they just want to buy the low end stuff. Is there a market for a low end budget 450? I wonder. That's it.
Maybe because
Suzuki.
as a customer, like, wouldn't you feel better buying a low budget Yamaha than a top of the line? I'm trying to think of something worse than Suzuki. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
You put trust in the brand, right? Like, it's
That's what I'm saying. And if you're a manufacturer, you're not developing new tooling. You're using old stuff. So you have it. You have it. You're
so
not.
you're
making
just saying continue to make old models. I think Honda's doing that right now.
With what?
I think Honda is offering an older model. I believe, right?
Oh, like a 2021? They did last year,
think
right?
so.
Yeah.
I think so, right?
Yeah, they offered a 21.
Old style
Yeah.
plastic
Yeah.
and shit. They
Yeah.
still,
Yeah.
From McNoche 134 for Paul. On a scale of 1 to 10, how stupid was Clayson's comments on Stu not being able to hit the whoops as fast as the current riders?
Is 10 like most stupid?
Yep.
10.
I got RC texted me about that.
What's he thinking?
DV texted me about that. Like, I
What's
don't
he
know.
thinking?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. I asked him. He told me I got 200 more followers. Great. That's awesome. That's fucking really good. Like, so I can say the stupidest thing in the world.
So it was a clout text.
I don't know, dude. Sometimes Cade just really makes me fucking shake my head at Cade.
I didn't think that was serious.
He was.
Yeah, but he just said I got 200 more followers. That's a clout text.
I don't know what that means. Luke clout?
No, clout. Like you post something just to get the
clout.
The clout for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
From Jimmy G for you, Steve. You were openly disappointed in your performance at the recent Vet Nationals. Are you willing to enroll in troll training for next year's race to show what a former four-time Manitoba champ?
I'm not.
You just said you needed to lose weight and get in better shape.
I'm not going to enroll in any sort of training. Like, no matter what if I say tonight, like, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Why not?
Because I'm just fucking stupid and lazy.
Okay.
Don't clip that. I'm just not going to do it. But yeah, I mean, Fuck me, dude. I'm a loser.
I can't believe he named a business after a bad nickname that you gave him.
I didn't give him the nickname.
Oh, who gave it to him?
Phil did. Because he had a funnel upside down on his head.
Okay.
And Phil said you look like a troll, like one of those trolls.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
He started.
But then I started using it.
It's not a good name for a business, in my opinion. But maybe if you look at it like if you Google troll training, the only thing that's going to come up is him.
Yeah.
So
you can Google elite training, and then what
a bunch of shit comes up.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all right.
From Philator for Paul. Florida has produced tons of MX talent that went next level. But whatever happened to guys like Tobin, Skinner, McGordy, and Bonnie who are on an upward trajectory coming out of the AMs?
Well,
Bonnie was pretty good.
I don't know what happened to Tobin. Bonnie was really good. Sadly, his dad passed away probably a while ago, or 10 years now. Donnie, Donnie went down a wrong road too. Skinner just was never really good enough at Supercross. Like, he was a great outdoor rider, but not good at Supercross. I don't know. Whoa. I don't know. I guess that's my answer.
All right. Let's see.
Did I miss anybody in what we were talking about? Thumbs up, Marks? What?
From John Rides ADV for Moser and Paul over there. Is it true that upon entering the Pulp compound, the butler hands you a map of the estate and then forcefully removes your shoes before you're allowed to proceed to the loft?
Same square footage, just a little bit bigger than the last house. So I don't really know why this shit comes in, but
I was really excited to see the estate.
Okay.
And also was really excited to give, like, the Uber drivers, like, oh, there's a gate. I'm like, oh, yeah, there's a gate.
So what was your
there's
impression
gated
of
communities all over the fucking America.
Yeah,
I don't understand why somehow people are freaking about a gated community.
What's your impression of the estate?
I love that this comes up every show. It's a great house. Nice.
It's a nice house. It's a nice house. It's an upper middle class house.
100%. Like, I love that everyone's, like, really building it up, but it's very...
It's upper middle class.
Yeah, upper middle class. Like,
I've been in nicer places.
100%.
So have
like,
I.
Yeah, it's like I'm happy for you.
I mean,
it's a great place. I'm really excited to sleep here tonight. Thank you for letting me stay here.
You earned it.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I earned it.
You didn't earn it.
You earned it.
But
I've been in so many nicer houses in my life. Like,
yeah, I mean,
it's not.
I do enjoy that it's been built up so high.
It's
it's just a joke at this point, right?
It is. I love it.
I mean, I don't know.
It's a great place, though. I'm gonna cannonball that fucking pool tomorrow.
Okay.
Are you? Why don't we do it tonight?
Yeah, naked tonight or tomorrow morning. I'm not sure which.
Okay.
Yep.
From Lax Defense Coach, Steve, when you go to a peasant's house, do you reference your ceiling height or separate guest wing first?
Next question.
Ouch.
The ceilings are really high.
Tallon literally just asks the questions as they come in chronological
order.
No, he picks.
No screening. No screening involved.
All Marks and Tallon, when they come in for the show, they sit down in their chairs, and the only thing either one of them thinks about is, how can I shit on the guy that pays me? Full time busy with guys that I pay who shit on me. That's all they think about. Is like, so what can I do?
Aisle 6.
What can I do right now to just make Steve look like an asshole or make him feel bad or anything else?
So that's as an employer / manager, what do you think brings on this type of behavior?
I don't know, Paul. I pay them. I feel like I pay them a fair wage.
Do you pay them on time?
Yep, on time. I gave Marks a bonus.
Do you talk down to them during the day?
Nope. Yeah. Nope. I don't.
I'm trying to piece this together for you.
It's something that continues to amaze me.
So it's just more of like a running joke that they feel they can.
I don't think they like me, Paul. I don't think they like me.
Marks, what is it you think?
I think they have secret meetings.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they have secret meetings and make fun of me.
Snowboard.
What do they say? Like bad things?
Yeah,
like mean things?
Probably on snowboard. All right.
One day you'll know.
Me and Paul are making it fancy with the wine.
Last one from John Rides ADV. What's the more likely future headline? JT ditches Grant Stone boots for some fly boots and comes out of retirement to race World Vets.
Likely.
Or Raiders shock the world and win the Super Bowl.
Likely.
Oh,
No,
JT.
number one for
Number
sure.
one. Yeah.
Horrible
The
question.
Fucking shithole Raiders. That ain't gonna happen anytime soon.
I came over to watch the Raiders with this guy Sunday night. He was so angry the whole
I was
time.
at the game. We had a lot of money on the game.
I was like, Steve, let's be positive. Let's manifest a win here. Let's be positive.
Did you not hear that stat? 1 winning season in 18 years.
Yeah, that's pretty abysmal. Hard to be positive.
I'm used to it, man. I'm used to it. Speaking of accidents, Arthur Draper, call him if you need help. He only gets paid if you get paid. Help is only a phone call away. ArthurDraper.com. If some football team or some idiot on a motorcycle or a car accident took you out, call Arthur Draper. ArthurDraper.com. ARTHUR. Draper.com. Help is only a phone call away. All right, that's it.
I got one more, actually.
Okay.
Voice of the Drunken People for Paul. What's more comparable, a Ridgeline to an El Camino or Steve's old house to the new mansion?
See? Just more shitting on me. I like my truck. I like my house. But, yeah, let's make fun of me. Yep. Let's do that.
We'll just end it there.
Oh, that's horrible.
That's my mom.
All right, thanks to motorsport.com. Free shipping on anything over $79. Thank you to Motorsport. Great show tonight.
Is it over?
Nick Way, Lewis Phillips, Davey Coombs,
Moser.
We should have called Shorty.
Tallon, Marks. No Pookie tonight, though.
No Pookie.
We got she yelled up once.
And I will fucking kill you.
Best interview, Nick Way, Davey, Lewis.
Yeah, I like all three of those people.
Okay.
I'll go Lewis.
All right, JT.
I'll go Davey.
Davey, all right.
Yeah, Davey, he's got a million stories.
Best interview, Marks, that you paid attention to after Mad Skills?
NYK.
All right. Talon?
He stole mine. I was going to go NYK.
Oh, you can say it's the same.
I like Moser in studio, by the way.
There we go.
Very funny.
I should actually back up. NYK actually knew who I was, which is, goes against the grain.
Right.
Because usually it's...
Yep.
Oh, it's like, never heard of him.
I
think that's like Steve's running joke, though. Excuse me. I've had a lot of wine.
Big if true.
What?
It's a big if true.
Yeah. Thanks everybody for listening. Appreciate it. Thanks to the sponsors of this show. Paul, thank you for coming in. Rental.com for more information on everything that you got going on.
Cool stuff coming.
Stay
tuned at Atlanta Supercross, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Exciting stuff. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep. ATL. Big things. Moser, if you're in the Spokane area and you would like your bathroom floors heated, Moser Heat. Right?
Something like that. Close enough.
Dude, website done?
No, it's not quite done yet.
Oh, okay.
Swisscore's almost done.
Done with it?
Almost done.
What gets done first, that website or the app?
That is actually great.
It is a good question.
Well, you're paying, right?
Oh, yeah. I paid Swisscore for
this.
Yeah,
his will get done first.
No. No, you get this, Paul? I paid for this, 8 years ago?
Yeah. Oh, it's paid for already.
I fronted Swisscore the money for my website 8 years ago. Still not done.
Oh, my. I've never met a Swizz in person.
Oh, neither have I.
I've met Tallon. I'm sorry. Of course I met Tallon, but I've met Tits.
Right.
No idea what a Swizz looks like.
Yeah.
Me either. I have not met
him either.
I've not met Swisscore.
What's he look like?
Nobody knows.
What's it look like?
Nobody knows. Marks, right?
No, unsure. Unfamiliar.
Unfamiliar.
Yeah.
It's just part of the pulp universe.
Got
it's
it.
It's out
the
there.
metaverse.
The metaverse, yeah.
At this point, it's kind of a running joke. Will we meet each other before we die?
Yeah.
Does
he go to races?
No.
What's he do?
He lives in Michigan and he won't even go to...
He's in Michigan.
He won't even go to
Redbud. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Designations.
Nope.
Stop it.
Nope.
How'd you meet him?
That's a great question.
He...
hey, sir, will you play my songs?
In 08 or 09, he said, I used to be in a band. You want to play some songs of my band for your podcasts? I'm like, cool.
No way.
Yeah.
He warned him. He said, hey, you can't play these, songs they'll...
Right, so here's my music. It's kind of shittier, and you don't have to worry about copyright.
Right.
100%.
Yeah. So I did that. So thanks to Swisscore. Thanks, Moser, for coming in. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Paul Perebijnos, as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to Pookie, of course. Marks?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thanks a lot.
Here's to PulpMX Fantasy, Marks.
Hey,
pinkies
cheers,
up.
Buddy. Thank you.
Pinkies up.
Talon, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Think I can borrow a intense taser this week?
No.
Ah.
Unless you could fix that pole that makes me come out ahead.
What is the results, by the way?
On that.
What's the results, by the way?
108 votes, 62%.
Widening your lead. Fuck you, 62%. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. We're off next week. We'll be back after that. Daniel Blair will be in studio. I'll be back from Paris to talk about the Paris Supercross and probably get a few of those guys on the phone while we're at it. So I really appreciate you listening. Appreciate the sponsors, of course, and much more. I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week. There was a guy in RacerX comments today that said, "I'm so fat I can't see my feet." And I just want to clarify, I can see my feet easily.
Can you see your dong?
Yeah.
Okay.
See my dong, too.
There's something I want to get off my chest.